required to mute their microphones at all times, but you are recommended to open your camera. We have dropped the background files in the chat box. You can download it and put it as your background, but it's not a must. You can choose not to do so, of course. For all speakers, we would really appreciate it if you open your camera so that we can add you to the spotlight during your speech or when you're in a panel. So for all participants, your engagement is very important for us. If you have comments or questions, you can type them in the chat box. And I would like to remind you also that participants who attend all 3 days of this event will get an e-certificate. So to make sure that we write your name correctly, please fill in the attendance form for day 1, day 2, and day 3. So we have separate attendance form. Make sure that you fill in the attendance form each day. So today's event is broken down into 4 parts. We have opening session, keynote session, SDI policy forum, and a presentation session after the lunch break. So without any further delay, I would like to invite a welcoming remark from Dr. Dudi Hidayat, the chair of Asialics Indonesia. So Dr. Dudi, the time is yours.
Thank you, Nida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all. The Honorable Dr. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, the Chairman of the Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, the agency in Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Sufit Saitia, the President of King Mongkut's University of Technology from Duri, and the Honorable Professor Dr. Santi Charun Parnpatana, the Chair of the SIAC STIPM, Thailand. Distinguished speakers, Professor Lim Chai-sung, the Honorary Chairman of Korea Industry 4.0 Associations, Professor Wang Yi, Vice President of the Institute of Science and Development of the Chinese Academy of Science, Professor Patarapong Intarakumnar from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies of Japan, and Professor Atsushi Tsunami from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and Professor Krishnamurti Ramanathan, my old friend from the Western Sydney University, and Dr. Chia Meng Chen from Industrial Technology Research Institute of Taiwan. And of course, all participants attending this conference. I would like to welcome you all to this Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy for Sustainable Development Goals. It is a conference that has been held in cooperation within Asialics and SIAC. It is a delight for me to have you all here with us. And this year's conference is the collaboration of the 17th Asialics and the 3rd SIAC STIPM, Southeast Asia Conference on Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy and Management. The conference will highlight the vital role of SDI policy in the accomplishment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the rapid advancement of science, technology, and innovation, and all governments are trying to harness the potential of this progression for the betterment of the people. They are constantly rethinking the laws, regulations, and policies related to SDI so that sustainable economic development would not be a mere utopian catchphrase. This conference, this event, is a platform to build a broadened insight of innovative SDI policy and management to achieve sustainable economic development by bringing together academics and practitioners from various countries to share their experiences, latest research results. The forum and papers presentation session that focus on first, Industry 4.0 as the emerging challenge for SDI policy. Second, SDI policy for SDGs And thirdly, the STI policy and management after COVID-19 pandemics. We will have an excellent speakers from Indonesia, India, Japan, Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, and the Philippines, ready to share their experiences and research results with us. I do really hope that your presence in this conference will be very fruitful for all of us. But of course, our active engagement and participation in these 3 days event for finding effective, practical, and innovative way to actively connect with us. And I sincerely hope that this conference will generate fruitful results. With your full engagement, we could establish an innovative approach to take advantage of STI and realize sustainable development goals. So please enjoy our 3 days events. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dudi. Since this conference is a collaboration between Asialics and SIAC SDIPM, we have another warm welcome, this time from Professor Santi Charunpon Patana, the chair of SIAC SDIPM Thailand. Professor Santi, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance, Indonesia. Dr. Laksana Tri Handoko, Head of National Agency for Research and Innovation, Indonesia. Associate Professor Suvit Satya, President of King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. Dr. Dudi Hidayat, Chair of Asialics Indonesia. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Sudato Sali, Professor Wang Yi, Professor Lim Chai Sung. Our panelists, Professor Asushit Tsunami, Professor Krishnamurti Ramayathan, Dr. Chia Meng Chen, and Professor Patrapong Intrakamner. First of all, on behalf of the third Southeast Asia Conference on Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy and Management, together with the 17 Asialics, I would like to welcome all scholars, policy makers, practitioners to the conference. We are very much excited that these two conferences join and co-organize to expand and exchange cooperation, both academic and networking dimensions. The excitement also comes with the theme of this year, STI policy for sustainable development goals. We believe that SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, are now the global ethics for everybody. And science, technology, and innovation are the tools to make sure we are able to behave and make developments toward the goals. That's why we agreed to set this theme for the conference this year. However, because of the COVID-19 situation, we need to move the conference activity from the on-site face-to-face activities to the online virtual conference this year, and hope this conference will be fruitful and smooth. Lastly, I would like to thank our scientific and organizing committee, our host, National Agency for Research and Innovation Indonesia, our partners, founding partner, University Technology Malaysia, our active co-organizer, Indonesian Research Union, and our also co-organizing organization, Vietnam Institute of Science, Technology, and Innovation from Vietnam, and King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. And thank you very much for joining us, and we hope these 3 days will be very useful and fruitful for all of you, all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Professor Santi. To open this conference, we have 2 opening remarks The first one is from Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, the head of National Research and Innovation Agency. So please, Professor Dr. Laksana, the stage is yours.
Honorable Dr. Duty Hidayat, the Chair of Asialics Indonesia, Dr. Santi Charon Pantana, Chair of the SEAC STIPM Thailand, Dr. Sufit Saitya, the President of King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. A pleasant good morning to everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to join and to welcome you all to this virtual conference on the 13th Asialics and 3rd SEAC STIPM. It is a great honor for me on behalf of National Research and Innovation Agency to support this kind of activities. The Asialics network, which involve many researchers and another active members. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic situation, this conference was delayed almost 1 year. On the other hand, having experience with global pandemic currently, our lifestyle has globally changed a lot, where we make use of more technologies than before. The impact of this technological progress actually is inevitable by both developed and developing countries, including Indonesia. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has increased and the urgency of use of more advanced technologies, such as big data and also artificial intelligence, AI, in supporting people's activities in the midst of physical distancing. In 2018, Indonesia, through Ministry of Industry, has also launched what we call as the Making Indonesia 4.0 as a roadmap to aspire Indonesia as one of the top 10 world economies in 2013. 7 industrial sectors have been prioritized to implement the 4.0 technology, including food and beverage, textile and apparel, automotive, chemical and electronic, pharmacy, and also medical devices. However, very fast pace of changes for Indonesian STI, science, technology, and innovation policies to keep up with. The revolution forces the whole world to transform in higher speed than ever. So the question is how quick we can prepare and adapt for the transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, although the pandemic is still happening around us, we are also moving forward to a very concrete work in this region. In particular, in addressing the pandemic of COVID-19, the economic issues, very basic needs, and other important issues we face in this situation. Implementing STI policy for economic sustainable development has been a long-term challenge in Indonesia. We face several constraints, such as limited STI budget, lack of priority setting, and lack of policy coordination and continuity. As a new agency responsible for research, and we will be the leading research institute in Indonesia. We are currently gathering all researchers. Actually, we are integrating all of the government all researchers from not only from 4 big government research institutions, but also from another agencies under the ministries. So in order to build a pool of talents and to coordinate research budget much better for more efficient research management, we desire also to achieve innovation and frontier technologies through this institutional transform. Vaccine research and development is also one of Indonesia's current priorities. Asialics and SEAC STIPM conference, I think, is an appropriate place where scholars from various countries can share knowledge and experience, their research results, as well as STI policies formulation. So through this international conference, hopefully we can learn insight from each other on how to embrace Industry 4.0 technology in rearranging our STI policies, as well as attain the Sustainable Development Goals in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of BRIN, National Research and Innovation Agency, I am pleased to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Santi Charoenporn Pantana, the chair of SEAC STIPM Thailand, as well as Dr. Rudy Hidayat from BRIN for their initiative and support to this very important meeting. I wish you all a very successful meeting and look forward to seeing the result. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you for opening this conference, Dr. Handoko. Our last opening remark will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sufit Sayetia, the President of King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi. Let's welcome Professor Sufit. The time is yours, sir.
Dr. Laksana Trihandoko, Head of National Agency for Research and Innovation, Indonesia. Dr. Rudy Hidayat, Chair of Asialics, Indonesia. Assistant Professor Dr. Santi Charoenporn Pantana, Chair of SEAC STIPM Thailand. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and students from our national and international networks. On behalf of King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand, it is a great pleasure and privilege for me to be here this morning and to welcome you all to the virtual international conference. This 17th Asialics and 3rd Southeast Asian Conference on Science, Technology and Innovation Policy and Management Conference is co-hosted by National Agency for Research and Innovation of Indonesia and King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. We are grateful to Dr. Rudy Hidayat, Chair of Asialics from BRIN, Indonesia, and Assistant Professor Dr. Santi Charoenporn Pantana, Chair of SEAC STIPM for KMUTT Thailand, the members of the scientific committees and organizing committees who have arranged such a wonderful program throughout these 3 days. Through history of our society, we have seen many emphasis on reaching the best interests of national economies, development of science and technologies, and innovation on human capital were always given as priorities, and they still are to these days. However, climate change, poverty, and social inequity have gradually become more evident among other problems in many countries. To resolve these problems, United Nations declares Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as the key agendas for all nations to revisit and revise their policies. We are collaborative partnership and setting mutual 2030 targets. It hopes to rediscover and balance the world prosperity for people and planet. In the case of Thailand, policies such as recent bio-circular green economies or BCG model were administered to revitalize the country's strategies sectors such as agriculture and food, health and medicine, materials and energy, and tourism. These policies have taken SDGs as one of their core guiding principles. However, achieving desirable economies, social and environmental outcomes require understanding from various disciplines. In particular, conceiving the new economy model relies on progress of STI and also STI policies. Policymakers have arguably put greater interest in STI, incorporating them as an essential part of perfecting public policies. It is therefore our strong belief that STI, along with cooperation of all stakeholders, can help shaping our communities to achieve the targets of SDGs. Needless to say, the timing of this joint conference under the theme of Science, Technology and Innovation Policy for the Sustainable Development Goals could not have been more appropriate. During this conference, the first part will touch upon the rise of Industrial 4.0 and its impact on technological progress. We will, on the second part, discuss on design and utilization of the STI policy agendas towards sustainable development goals for the long-term social and economic growth. And on the last part, we also organize the special talk to highlight the STI policy and management after COVID-19 pandemic, to share the efforts and experience among the Southeast Asian countries. I believe knowledge and expertise shared through the event will contribute to building an ideal platform for our area of STI policies and STI management. To achieve this aspiration, we hope to broaden our international partnership and to enthusiastically invite other Asian countries to join our communities, allowing us to discuss and learn from one another. Finally, on behalf of KMUTT, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who have immensely helped to make this event successful and worthwhile. I wish all speakers, experts, and participants an enjoyable time spent for fruitful outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for opening this conference. Now we are going to start our first keynote session. In this session, we have three excellent speakers: Dr. Sudarto from the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, Professor Wang Yi from Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Professor Lim Chai-sung of Korea Industry 4.0 Association. Now, let me introduce you to our first speaker. Dr. Sudarto is an expert staff of Minister for Organization, Bureaucracy, and Information Technology in the Ministry of Finance. And he has been working in the Ministry of Finance since 1989. His speech today is about COVID-19, economic development, and fiscal response. So without further delay, please welcome Dr. Sudarto.
Distinguished guests, speaker and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to express our appreciation to Hipemendo and Dean for this very good conference. I'm here representing Ibu Menteri Keuangan who cannot attend this conference because of G20 meeting in Italy. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today to speak for this conference. I believe this kind of event is very beneficial to share experience and develop knowledge among researchers, scholars, and industry. I suspect that this event will promote our concern regarding technology and R&D management, IT policy, and management to create sustainable economic development. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you a short view of our current economic and fiscal development in Indonesia and fiscal policy for supporting the development of IT and R&D in Indonesia. First, let me remind you that today we are living in this pandemic period. We all know that COVID-19 has impacted economic and social activities around the world, including Indonesia. In 2020, economic growth and international trade fell sharply because of significant reduction of demand and social limitation activities. Dynamic of COVID-19 cases also create uncertainty in the economy. Surviving in this pandemic period and creating strong recovery is certainly not an easy task. It needs to be done by all economic actors in the country. Government, private, and all international agencies should cooperate to tackle the problems caused by the pandemic. In Indonesia, fiscal policy became a crucial instrument to respond to the pandemic, especially in protecting vulnerable people and supporting their recovery. In the beginning of the pandemic, government of Indonesia made an extraordinary policy to immediately respond to the COVID-19, which was focused on especially health measures, protecting poor people, and support businesses. This reflected on the relaxation of budget deficit, more than 3% of GDP, to accelerate COVID-19 containment and economic recovery. In 2021, these fiscal instruments are still continuously become the most significant instrument facilitating recovery, with, as I mentioned before, focus on supporting health measures, vaccination program, and support business recovery. In the revenue side, fiscal policy is directed to support business recovery, so there are a lot of tax incentives and relaxation, which are provided especially for small and medium enterprises. In the expenditure side, government implement reallocation of budget in order to reduce unnecessary spending, finance organ spending, and maintain the implementation of program priorities. In the International Economic Recovery Program framework, which is called Program PEN, the fiscal strategy are directed to support 5 key areas, which are health sector, social protection, small and medium enterprise support, and program priorities, as well as to give business incentives. The government allocate 744.77 trillion rupiah for the 2021 PEN budget. Fiscal policy support is not a single recipe to cure the economy. Real sector policy, monetary policy, financial sector policy are important instruments that simultaneously support economic recovery. Government, central bank, financial service authority always implement a good policy coordination in order to maintain economic growth, economic recovery. In the 2021, economic activities gradually recover, but uncertainty still exists. The recent downward revision of economic growth projection for 2021 reflect the slower advancement of the economy, especially due to supply disruption and obviously due to worsening the impact of the pandemic. However, stronger near-term prospect is projected among some emerging market and developing economy because of high commodity prices. Vaccination, stimulus, and improving socio-economic activities in the midst of the adaptation of new norms among the positive factors to strengthen economic activities. The global PMI in September 2021 continued to record expansionary, although trended down slightly in the few months. Europe and US have contributed to strong global manufacturing expansion, while China PMI improved at the neutral level after contracted in previous month. However, it is expected that supply shock disruption will continue putting pressure on the global inflation, which could hamper the speed of economic recovery. Current economic development in Indonesia show a strong recovery, which is indicated by improvement of consumption and investment. Consumer confidence index has picked up in September. However, electricity consumption remain in positive growth, showing that mobility and activities keep growing. Investment also experienced a positive trend, especially in construction sector. It is indicated by the value of import cement and iron and steel, which grew by 4.1% year-on-year and 5% respectively in September 2021. Considering strong economic recovery, it is expected economic growth in Indonesia will be relatively high in 2021, 4% year-on-year after experiencing recession in 2020. Budget relation in 2021 showed the positive trend in the economic recovery. Tax revenue and non-tax revenue grew significantly in the year 2021. As September 2021, tax revenue grew by 13.2% year-on-year, and non-tax revenue grew by 29% year-on-year. This revenue collection is in line with the improvement in the economic and strong international trade activities, nearly reached the pre-pandemic level. In particular, the non-tax revenue, which is contributed mainly by the natural resources component, which is mainly due to the rising commodity prices. The government spending slightly contracted by 1% year-on-year in September 2021, considering the expenditure disbursement of the recovery-related spending was relatively high in September 2022. Strong revenue collection and stable government spending are on track in overall, as well as for the primary balance. In terms of financing, the financing was well maintained, one of them because of a very conducive domestic financial market. Despite all the challenges caused by COVID-19, this pandemic gave valuable lesson on the importance of technology in ensuring the fulfillment of basic service needs during the current limitation of mobility. In the health sector, various existing telemedicine online platforms provide significant contribution on providing COVID-19 health consultation and medication. This online platform also gives support to the vaccination acceleration. The government also collaborate with various online learning providers to support distance learning process for students from primary to university level. Thus, we hopefully could overcome the learning periodic loss due to school closure. Hence, there are several significant key lessons. First, pandemic create a huge disruption in the economic and social activities. However, as pandemic live with us, people gradually adapt and adjust with the situation. Responsive and quick policy action, in fact, could reduce negative impact of pandemic and promote strong recovery in the country. Second, technology advancement enable us to keep economic run as well as social interaction, which are also very important nowadays. Information technology help us to stay connected with people, to maintain our work and to maintain our business. Both government and private sector agree that information technology is very important to support activities in the economy and bureaucracy in the period of pandemic. Third, R&D is one of valuable investment in order to tackle future problem and to create comparative advantage of the country. COVID-19 provided us a lesson that R&D is an important activities that should be conducted by every country. Medical research and biological research are important, a step that enable us to fight the pandemic and to speed up vaccine invention. Whether R&D, it is important.
I think we're having some sort of technical difficulty. I'm very sorry for the interruption. Please wait and we will restart the speech in a few minutes, please.
Every country. Medical research and biological research are important, a step that enable us to fight the pandemic and to speed up vaccine invention. Without R&D, it is impossible to create vaccine in a very short time. From this lesson, we can expect that in the future, there will be a lot of challenges that should be anticipated. Health problem because of the COVID-19 is only one of type of many challenges that might be happen in the future. For this reason, every country should prepare and build a strong mechanism to create flexible and responsive policy in order to adapt with the problem and changes, including the policy that continuously enhance the research and development activities. There are several critical issues that should be taken into account. For example, democratic changes, structural economic changes, digital economy, and climate changes. These issues should be seriously addressed in order to create the right policies. In Indonesia, for example, structural economic transform should be promoted to optimally support the economic growth in the future. Human capital development, strong infrastructure development, regional development, and innovation and technology adoption are several key areas that will be focused in the national development agenda. One of key milestones of structural reform in Indonesia is indicated by Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja or Job Creation Law, which provides significant facility to promote investment and innovation in the economy. Another reform is Undang-Undang HPP or Tax Harmonization Law, which provides a significant step in building strong, sound, and sustained fiscal policy, but in the same time promote efficiency and equity in the economy. Other reform will take place to ensure optimum structural economic transformation. Bureaucracy reform, fiscal reform, sector reform should be gradually and comprehensively implemented to guarantee development progress always on track. Again, as I mentioned previously, aside from its negative impact, the pandemic COVID-19 also provide momentum to the government to accelerate structural and fiscal reform. This again will strengthen the quality of human resources, accelerate infrastructure development to increase productivity and sustainability growth, as well as reform the bureaucracy and regulation to improve efficiency and effective of public service delivery. The government also commit to strengthen fiscal reform aims to support the implementation of structural reform. The fiscal reform is implemented holistically through first, optimizing revenue by broadening tax base and increasing compliance. Second, improving spending quality by focusing on a priority program, result-based and zero-based budgeting. And third, promoting innovative and sustainable financing through, for example, sovereign wealth fund and public-private partnership scheme. Disciplined fiscal management is the important part of our reform in creating healthy and sustainable budget in the medium and long-term perspective. To support sectoral reform, fiscal policy should also be directed to finance program priorities, including technology development and R&D. Moreover, fiscal incentives are also very necessary to promote activities that support economic transformation. Considering the importance of education, technology advancement, innovation, and R&D, the government has strong commitment to boost the development of these critical areas. To promote R&D activities in private sector, government provide tax incentive, especially for industries that conduct R&D in Indonesia. Moreover, for vacation activities, government also provides super tax deduction incentive to promote labor competency, which is important for technological adoption. In the spending side, the acceleration of ICT infrastructure development also become one of key program priorities. For the next coming budget year 2022, the government allocate 27.1 trillion rupiah to support ICT development and utilization, including to improve public service delivery. Moreover, some of strategic fiscal policy are designed specifically to accelerate digital transformation in the government sector, promoting efficient and fast public service delivery, including health and education sector, optimizing ICT infrastructure and services, as well as promoting equality by providing internet access at the remote areas. The government has strong commitment to guarantee the establishment of R&D activities for the future generation, which is indicated by the creation of endowment fund for research in 2019. Moreover, education sector still obtain big portion of budget in order to support human development and promote technology adoption. The education sector development will also be directed to enhance vocational, applied research and innovation development. To promote information technology development progress, government will also commit to improve IT facility in the school level. Yes, fiscal policy is currently very important to support R&D and technological advancement, but it is not a single key factor. Commitment and support from private sector also play important role. R&D activities should be implemented by both public and private sector. Government should take action to provide conducive environment to facilitate and promote R&D and innovation, whereas private sector takes part in R&D activities which enable to make their business more efficient and competitive, which is beneficial for industry and economic as a whole. Based on previous experience in the period of this pandemic, we believe that adaptation and reform is important to survive and to maintain the stability. Adoption of technology, IT advancement, and R&D are crucial components to tackle the problem and to anticipate future challenges. Government support is important to promote activities to develop IT and research in the country. Fiscal support for both sides, tax incentive and government support are necessary to support R&D activities, but this should be provided in very effective and efficient ways. From this conference, I hope the experience from all participants will be a good input and lesson learned to promote technological advancement and R&D activities in Indonesia. I do believe that this event will promote a constructive discussion. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the event and have a good and fruitful conference. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Sudarta. Fiscal response is always a relevant topic when it comes to SDI policy. Now, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Professor Wang Yi. Professor Wang Yi is the Vice President of Institutes of Science and Development, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Today, Professor Wang Yi is going to deliver a presentation on the evolution of SDI policy paradigm towards creating sustainable economic development. So please welcome Professor Wang Yi.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Wang Yi from Chinese Academy of Sciences, Institute of Science and Development. Many thanks for inviting me to attend this very important conference. Today, my topic would be China's action and policy of carbon peaking and carbon neutrality in the next 5-year plan and beyond. Today, my presentation including 3 parts. The first one about debriefing on China's 14 5-year plan, and also second part, the experience for sharing about Chinese carbon neutrality and carbon peaking. The third part will be cooperation for a clean energy transition. As you know, the President Xi statements last year and this year in UNGA, and also mentioned China's the dual carbon targets, and this year the stepping up support for other developing countries in developing green and low carbon energy. So I think it is a very important commitment, and also China follow these targets. China has a serious action and policy. For China's development concept, we have a framework to implement the whole framework. The first one, we have a legal framework. Second one, we have a planning frameworks. I think including our 5-year plan, and also with a mandatory targets approach, and the key plan and the sectoral plan, and implement the targets, and also at local level, I think we have a same 5-year plan framework. And then we have a action plan and pilot program from bottom up, and the policy review and the skill up. That's China's policy implementing framework. Currently, I think we have a lot of environment and energy-related law and regulations. Here you can find a series of law and regulation. We also have some new law and regulation, including energy law and climate change law and the discussion. So I think it's a legal framework. For the targets, especially China push the mandatory targets, including our carbon intensity, energy intensity, and also the ratio of the environmental quality and also the forest areas. And in our 5-year plan, we also have some expected targets and pollution reduction targets. For realize our targets, we have some very important tasks for 5-year plan on green development. The first very important component is accelerate the green transition of a development pattern, and also establish an economic system with a green and low carbon and circular economic development. So I think it's a very important, very centered tasks, including establish resources recycling system, and also energy development, green economy. So I think that's a very, very important task. The second one is building a modern energy system with a clean, low carbon, safety, and high efficiency character. And I think we will ensure the capacity of supply of energy, especially for development, the renewable development. I think in 2030, China will develop 1.2 terawatt renewable, including the wind power and the PV. And also, I think China now set up a roadmap for structure adjustment for the fossil fuel, especially we'll phase out our coal production orderly by maybe 10 years. And I think we have a long plan for the phase out of coal. The third very important component is to form a new pattern of developing and protecting China's territory space, I think is very important. Maybe you know, we issued eco right line system and the regulations. I think is very important, and will establish a nature protected area system with a national park. Several days ago, President Xi just mentioned we established first series of a national park, totally five national park. But in the coming years, in China, we have more and more the national park will coming, and establish a whole protected area system. That's a third part. The fourth one will continue improve our environmental quality, including the conventional pollution control and also addressing climate change. In these areas, I think China will issue an action plan for peaking our carbon emissions before 2030, and also control the non-CO2 emissions. I think it's another point, and we also push the international climate cooperation, not only at national level, but also at a local level. I think there's the basic idea about China's climate change issues. So after President Xi's announcement last year, we achieved a lot of progress. For example, the CPC, the Central Committee, and the State Council has held many conferences and deploy the dual carbon targets into the overall layout of a socio-economic development and also ecological civilization construction. And we issue our next various plan and to input carbon targets in it. And also, another change is change the leading organization from Ministry of Environmental and Ecology to the National Development and Reform Commission. So I think that means not only the climate change, not only the environmental issues, but also will make a balance between the environment and the development. The fourth point, China set up our leading group on the dual carbon targets affairs. Another point is we will speed up to setting our 1+N policy system for dual carbon targets. We'll explain later. The last one, I think, we'll not only use the command and control policy, but also the economic and market-based instruments. So we set up a national carbon market, even now only to the power industry, but I think in the future we'll expand the industry to the other related sectors. For the others cooperation, I think China will establish a coordinating mechanism, maybe the governance, will improve our governance, especially from central government and local government, where we'll establish this kind of a coordinating mechanism and for coordination to push our dual carbon targets achievement. So this slide show about China's 1+N policy system. In this system, I think the 1+ a guidance for achieving the dual carbon targets, I think is top-down documents. At N level, I think we're over 10 and maybe 20 documents, including the carbon peaking action plan before 2030, and also the policy measures and actions on the key areas and the key industries, including not only at central level, but also at provincial level. In the main area, I think we list about 10 areas, including our established green and low carbon and circular economy system, and also the new energy system with renewable and other new energies. The third one would be the land spatial layout we just mentioned, and also the green low carbon transportation system. And for the urbanization, I think this would be new urbanization with a green and low carbon development. And also the green and low carbon consumption, I think is very important, and promote the sustainable trade issues. I think is also related to the ASEAN country, and then promote the innovation on the green and low carbon technology, and that one, and follow by the match policy and supporting our economic and green reform to achieve our targets. Last components would be the international cooperation. So I think this is all main area about our dual carbon targets system. Last components would be implementing subject, including the central government sector, local government sector, and also industry, industry park, enterprises, and the individual. So I think almost all the stakeholders would be involved in this very important targets. I think in the coming years, the dual carbon targets will leading China's social and economic development reform, but also for the environmental governance reform. So this slide shows some key areas, and especially China would like to show and sharing our best practice. We code as a renewable plus model. That means we'll use renewable plus poverty reduction, plus agriculture development, plus ecological restoration, and also for the green hydrogen manufacturing. So I think it's a whole package. Maybe the other developing country could learn or share in this experience, especially for the ASEAN countries. We also developed some policy tools for the planning, for the policy making, supporting. Here our institute, the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Policy and Management, cooperate with some other institutes within our CAS, and also some NGOs, in United States and also in our countries, like GEI, like CCIS in the United States. Now I think the policy tool, including including the database and the policy library, and also the modeling and the institutional negotiation process. Plus, with combination between the modeling and the institutional negotiation, and then where we integrate the best practice and the planning with green finance and priority bankable projects. That means not only the planning, but also let the projects bankable. And so I would like to give you some finance and policy and good governance support. This policy tool has applicate in some areas in China, in many provinces, and also in other developing countries, cities. And I think this I recommend by the ADB officials and experts. Maybe in the future we can find the opportunity to cooperate with some participants of this very important conference. For some cooperation in ASEAN, between China and the ASEAN countries, we would like to identify some priorities. The first one, I think we should do some planning for the low carbon development, clean energy transition. I think including how to achieve your SDGs and with your development goals. We also push the MBS, a nature-based solution at the national and local levels. For example, regional mangrove conservation cooperation and establish climate-friendly commodity trading issues, including palm oil and other products. And also, I think we would like to set up the roadmap. We use a top-down approach with a bottom-up approach to promote the green BRI, with a green BRI alliance. So that means we would like to establish the network I think in the past several years, we have held a conference with ASEAN country in Thailand, in China. Now we will have an informal network for promote the green development with ASEAN countries. I think in the future, I think we should have a more cooperation with under the China ASEAN country cooperation framework and to push the low carbon transitions. We just mentioned about the nature-based solution. I think especially in some developed countries, I think NBS would be a very cost-benefit policy tools. So for these issues, I think we would like to prioritize the mangrove conservation cooperation. Up to now, I think in China, in Shenzhen, and in other developing countries, especially in ASEAN countries, has some best practice. We should cooperation and for sharing our best practice on the nature-based solution. Another topic is about the greening the global value chain, especially for a soft commodity, including some palm oil, rubber, and other products. I think it is very important. I think we will go from China, ASEAN country first, and then also will expand from that to the other regions, including Brazil and other developing countries. For this concept, I think we also push the development of a third-part cooperation. Maybe China could cooperate with European countries and the United States and to support the third-part cooperation especially for the ASEAN countries, for the softer commodity and the hard commodity. For the hard commodity, I think China would like to use our experience to help the other developing countries to develop the circular economy. So I would like to stop here, and thank you very much for your hearing. And if you have any question, please let me know, and you can find my email in this slide. And I also would like to wish a fruitful and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor. I believe that many of us find this measure to tackle climate change very insightful. We have another keynote speaker. It's Professor Lim Chai-sung. He is the honorary chairman of Korea Industry 4.0 Association. And in today's occasion, he's going to discuss about frugal and leapfrogging strategy for developing countries, which emphasize on Korean learning approach. So let's welcome Professor Lim Chai-sung.
When wind comes, how can a sailboat go forward? This is a tanja sail, which can go forward, leveraging the wind. Today, it seems like Industry 4.0 innovation wind is pushing developing country firms go backwards. But the question is, why not leveraging Industry 4.0 innovation to go forward? This is the main question I want to raise. By the way, this tanja sail, tinted quilted scale, is an high impact technology as one of the influential technology of sailing against the wind. Many thanks to Dr. Dudi Hidayat for the invitation, and also for the organization committee. Many thanks for the organization efforts, and thanks to Dr. Santi Chao-Umpon Patano, SDP Thailand, who invited me to Thailand in 2018. This is an advanced version of the idea shaped in Thailand. Good morning, this is Chae Sung Lim, Honorary Chairman of Korea Industry 4.0 Association and the BDXI Task Group Chair of Industry IoT Consortium in the US, and also I'm working for Konkuk University. It was great to work with Dr. Jung Hyub Lee, who is a senior advisor on Deep Science and Technology Thailand Program Management Unit for Competitiveness. He is an invaluable expert on science and technology policy of developing countries focusing on Asia. I'd like to introduce myself as a pure hybrid. Pure hybrid doesn't make sense. Having studied innovation management, I have been serious about building bridges across heterogeneous people in organizations and firms and the government and the countries. My area of research and practice has been innovation management of catching up with advanced countries in the period of digitalization. So my talk would start with the learning by integration experience of Korean firms and 2 innovation patterns, and I shall cover Industry 4.0, Korea Industry 4.0, and move on to developing country Industry 4.0. The Korean company could be successful in catching up with advanced country firms by learning by integration approach. As an example of automobile industry, this company, rather than relying on imported set of technology, the company disintegrated the whole set and asked separately to each company to deliver the technology. So as for the design to one company, and as for machine 1, 2, 3 to different companies, the components differently. And they learned to integrate those designs and produced goods by relying on advice from advanced country experts. And from this kind of learning efforts, Korea could reveal a leapfrog innovation pattern. Korean firm, rather than following technology path A, B, C, D, Korean company went A, B, C dash and D dash. So rather than, in the case of mobile phone, rather than going to TDM, it was the dominant technology, Korean company went for CDMA, which is at an early stage. Korea was the first country to declare CDMA as the national standard, and the Korean company start producing mobile phone as the leader of CDMA mobile phone, and that experience offered the basis of the mobile phone leadership in the following period. Another pattern is frugal innovation, which is a recombination of existing technology for drastic cost reduction, and while reaching improvement of quality. So the best example would be Tata Motors Nano, and in response to Tata Motors Nano, which is the cheapest car in the world, Hyundai in India created A1 as a frugal innovation. So these 2 innovation patterns and learning by integration have some insights for developing country Industry 4.0. I shall get back to you later. I shall talk about Korea Industry 4.0. This Industry 4.0 technology is the technology for creating real-time data, leveraging connect things and humans, and this data enable smart process. So with this technology, Korean company moved from automated manufacturing to smart manufacturing, still it's going on. Some companies are trying to go into digital transformation in industries. So if you look at World Economic Forum Lighthouse, POSCO and LS applied artificial intelligence and IIoT and machine learning for quality improvement and automated process control in steel industry and electric industry. These are for improvement of unit factory. If you look at industry IoT consortium test drive, we have Interex, which offers a service to external factory. This is the service for optimized operation process that apply smart mold-based injection process enabled by AI. And so this kind of service is different from the direction in this map. POSCO and LS is the movement towards upward direction. As for Interex, it is the direction towards right and upper direction, in that it offers service, and this service is the basis of digital transformation business model. And LG declared in 2019 as the first conglomerate group in Korea to go for digital transformation initiative. This means that Korean companies are getting into digital transformation domain, but the service for this kind of transformation is based on platform and internet. It requires a bigger market. So the global market, Korean market is small. So Korean companies need also a global co-innovation partner. So for developing country firms, this is the good timing for seeking a co-innovation partnership with Korean firms. So let's go to developing countries industry 4.0. Because this industry 4.0 technology is a combination of information technology with existing technology, it requires more strong technological capability of developing country firms. And because of this information technology, it has the characteristic of network effects, where the more customers you have, the more available complementary goods you have, your goods value goes up, appreciated by customers. That means that there would be first mover advantage, and there would be more disadvantages condition for developing country firms. So the problems of developing country is that the market, the existing global market is less opened, and also because of trade conflict and industry 4.0 innovation, and also developing country has a chronic problem of low affordability market. Because of it, the local firms with weak capability have a low incentive for investment in this 4.0, and also there is low incentive for fixing a fragmented system where these firms and university and government research institutes do not interact closely for R&D and for training human resources. Then the question is, why not focusing on regional market, which is less closed, and why not turning low affordability market into high affordability market through offering innovative products and service for local market on the basis of strong capability and on the basis of well-coordinated ecosystem. Then the question is, what kind of innovation? Through frugal innovation, offering low price and better quality products and service offered within budget constraint of local customers. Also, by leapfrog innovation, applying frontier technology to develop the product and service for the local market and the lower end of advanced country market. As an example, for frugal innovation, the existing machines, Industry 4.0 machines, and also the sensors are too much expensive for local firms, especially for small firms. So we worked with the Thai researcher about retrofit sensor, which can collect the data from all the machines. And he could come up with the added on module sensor. And he think that if we could invest more, he think that he could reach extreme retrofit solution so that the local firms could collect data at very cheap price. So this would be extremely important for the local firms. So this would be a frugal innovation example. The other example is leapfrogging innovation. So at the moment, there is a manufacturing platform which is expensive and which has options which are not useful for developing country firms. So why not develop a manufacturing platform solution for local firms? At the moment, this market is very small. And because of it, advanced country firms do not pay attention to it. But developing country firms know the market situation. And what about becoming the first entrant to develop a manufacturing platform for the local market? The platform solution have network effect. So there is a first mover advantage. So as the market expands, the local firm can secure that big market. Then the question is, how can we build that kind of capability? That is through learning by integration in the Industry 4.0 context. Industry 4.0 context means innovation context. You leverage a foreign competence on on-the-job training for learning by integration in the innovation context under local firm governance in building capability. The firm investing in architecture and platform, investing in innovation, initially focusing on Industry 4.0 innovation process and also strategy of integrating outsourced technology. So this kind of a momentum model is at the start. The market vision is very much important. With this market vision, we start initial projects for frugal and leapfrog innovation combined with learning by integration approach on the strategic global partnership. Then we create innovative product and service, and with the success in the market, we have reason to persuade the actors to act more in a coordinated way, and then we can strengthen capability again of the local firms. So the strategic scenario would be, at the beginning, there would be weak capability of the local firms, and with the strategic partnership, leveraging global tech actors, the partnership possibly with the Korean firms having a suitable experience, and the local firms develop a local architectural platform and leapfrogging and the frugal innovation. So this, for the detailed picture, there would be supervised partnership and on the job training of a Korean firm in collaboration with the global leading Industry 4.0 organization, dealing with interoperability, testbed, global partnership. The local firms with its own strategy start from defining target market and the problem, and they develop concepts and they develop products and produce and sell. And some of the projects are turned into global test beds, which would be linked with the global leading organization. And also these projects would be implemented in global partnership for on-the-job training of innovation process suitable for developing country firms. So out of this effort, there would be more virtuous features of developing country. And in the ecosystem, this Industry 4.0 Industry Club Association is important. In 2017, Federation of Thai Industry proposed forming Industry Club Association for collective action in strategic technology utilization and assimilation. And there would be lots of roles, but I would emphasize that if there are initial successes from initial projects, then in order to scale up, we need this kind of organization for more coordination among actors. And especially the role of this organization would be about interoperability, de facto standard, and partnership and the test beds. So before jumping on to conclusion, I was glad to see Indonesian palm oil company, which has a press palm platform, which offers service to this local farmers in fertilizing land smartly so that the farmers deliver palm fruit stably. So this is very much a frontier service for the developing country, and this was developed in collaboration with international organization offering satellite data and collaboration with Egyptian drone company. So this case shares similar spirit with the leapfrogging approach we are suggesting. Also, our suggestions are not just conjectures. This early version of the suggestions were presented to the leaders of Federation of Thai Industries subdivision, and also government and the government organization. And these leaders welcomed this suggestion, and we agreed to develop Thai Industry 4.0 template, leveraging leapfrogging and frugal innovation. And we had a workshop in 2018 and 19. So in summary, I offer the direction of developing countries in responding to the Industry 4.0 challenge with respect to market vision, strengthening Industry 4.0 capability, and coordinating Industry 4.0 ecosystem. And also I offered momentum model for Industry 4.0 capability development. And my presentation has implications on firm strategy and the government policy, and also on academic discussions, linking Industry 4.0 with the frugal and the leapfrogging innovation. In order to advance developing country Industry 4.0 innovation, we suggest to have annual conference under the Asia region leadership in order to facilitate and share ideas and practices. And possibly this conference would be opened to the leaders outside of Asia on Industry 4.0. So this slide is just an example of the conference. So finally, I would say, why not innovate together for the regional market? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. It's very interesting to hear about the Korean company's learning approach. So we have listened to our keynote speakers for today. But before we move on to the SDI Policy Forum, the conference committee would like to present certificates of acknowledgement for the speakers. The certificates will be displayed in the monitor and also will be directly sent to the speakers. I would like to invite Dr. Dudi once again to present the certificate.
Thank you, Nita. Yeah. Distinguished speakers and participants, on behalf of the conference committee, I would like to express my highest appreciation to the speakers who have given insightful presentations that enrich our horizons. As a token of appreciation, allow me to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sudarto, the expert staff of the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. And secondly, certificate to Professor Wang Yi, the Vice President of the Institute of Science and Development of Chinese Academy of Sciences. And the third speaker, Professor Lim Chai-sung, the Honorary Chairman of Korea Industry 4.0 Associations. So once again, thank you very much for sharing your views with us. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the speakers and for Dr. Dudi. Now we're going to start our third session, the SDI Policy Forum. The topic is Industry 4.0 as the emerging challenge for SDI policies. This forum will feature three panelists: Professor Atsushi Tsunami from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Professor Krishnamurti Ramanathan from the Western Sydney University, Australia, and Dr. Chia-Meng Chen from Industrial Technology Research Institute. This session will be guided by our moderator, Professor Patrapong Interakumna. Well, if you have any question related to the material, please type them in the chat box and Professor Patrapong will choose and relay it for you. So without any further delay, let's welcome our moderator, Professor Patrapong Interakumna.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon. In Japan, it's already after almost 1 o'clock now. So, yeah. But anyway, I think we have a very distinguished speaker this morning. And especially the last speaker, we have Professor Chai-sung Lim, who lay out the background of Industry 4.0. So this panel, someone raising hand, what happened? But anyway, I think it's irrelevant, right? So, sorry. This panel, we will discuss further by bringing in experiences of 4 countries, like one is Japan, and another one is India, and the last one is Taiwan, right? So we have 4 distinguished panelists, 3 distinguished panelists, sorry. First one is Professor Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, who is the president of Ocean Policy Research Institute under Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Japan, and he is also a professor at National Graduate Research Institute for Policy Studies, or CRIPS, in Tokyo. He will talk about the implementation of the Industry 4.0 in Japan. The second one is Professor Krishnamurti Ramanathan, who is a visiting faculty of the Sydney Graduate School of Management, Western Sydney University, Australia. And he will share with us about the transition to Industry 4.0 setting at firm level, readiness assessment, and phase implementation. And the last one is the Dr. Chia-Meng Chen, who is a researcher at Industrial Technology Research Institute, or ITRI, in Taiwan. And he will share with us about how Taiwan has implemented Industry 4.0 technology. So without further ado, I want to invite Professor Asushi to give his thought about Industrial 4.0 in Japan. Thank you very much. Please welcome Professor Asushi. Professor Tsunami here. I think I saw him, sending a message to the chat box, but is he here?
I believe that we have his name in the participants list.
There is a message from Atsushi, but it is in Japanese, I think. Can you read the Japanese, Prof. Pratap?
Yeah, but that message is irrelevant. It's not about his coming or not coming, but I think it's the
He's a co-host. Maybe you can spotlight it, Lydia.
Oh, yes.
I think maybe in this case we will have a second speaker first, and then we will try to follow up with Professor Tsunami. Okay. Okay. Professor Ramanathan, could you give presentation if possible? Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to express my very sincere thanks to the organizers of the 17th Asialics International Conference for giving me the honor of talking to you today. My presentation will be rather brief, and I would like to focus on the theme of transitioning to an Industry 4 setting at the firm level, readiness assessment, and phased implementation. I would like to present this in 5 parts, but we will go through each of these as we go along. We all know what Industry 4.0 is, but what I would like to point out is that the term Industry 4 revolution is used not because Industry 4 uses very revolutionary and disruptive technologies, but the managerial innovations that would be needed to get the best out of Industry 4.0 would also have to be sufficiently revolutionary so that we have now new ways of producing and distributing what we produce. The importance of Industry 4.0 has been dwelt on quite extensively by heads of state, by industry leaders, and by management consultants. The disruptive technologies that have made Industry 4.0 possible are many, and just a few of these are shown in this slide, and I'm sure that all of us are well aware of what these technologies are. At the core of any Industry 4.0 manufacturing system is what we call the cyber-physical production system, which enables vertical networking of smart production systems, horizontal integration of global value chains, and through engineering collaboration along the entire supply chain. The advantages are many, and these include improved product design, improved customer relationships, waste reduction, greater responsiveness to customer needs, agility, lower carbon footprints, and lower inventory costs, and many others as well. However, simultaneously, there are also many problems that have been cited, and this include the large amount of investment that may be needed for machines, improving the information technology infrastructure, upskilling staff, and re-engineering business processes. And also, there have been a lot of discussions on the issues related to cybersecurity and intellectual property theft. But from many emerging economies' point of view, one of the biggest concerns is that if Industry 4.0 becomes deeply rooted, there could be adverse impacts on their economies. However, what we also find is that in spite of all the enthusiasm related to Industry 4.0, the progress has not been as rapid as expected. And Ulrich Grillo points out rather wryly that the only success of Industry 4.0 that it's on everyone's lips. I mentioned just a few minutes ago about the implications for emerging economies, and I would like to expand a little bit on that. One of the problems that emerging economies are likely to face when Industry 4 becomes deeply rooted is that they may no longer be able to use their cheap labor to attract outsourced work from firms in the more advanced nations or the richer nations. In fact, here's an example where Guillaume category at Salomon says, and I quote, "About 10 years ago, it became apparent that the way we have been producing in Asia up to now would no longer be the unique solution in the long term, with large factories, thousands of workers, and so on, and that we would have to build up our own production in France. In fact, Guillaume points out that their factory would, instead of using 500 people, use only 50 and produce the same volume faster, and it would be possible to change production lines quicker. Now, this has important implications for developing nations, because what is likely to happen is that production may now move away from their countries back to the advanced nations from where production initially came in. However, an interesting aspect is that Adidas, which launched its 4.0 initiatives in Germany rather early, using what is called the speed factories, has now decided that there are advantages to be gained by adopting Industry 4.0 in some emerging economies which have low-cost skilled labor and excellent manufacturing capacity. And an example is, of course, China. Now, this means that if emerging economies start becoming strategic Industry 4.0 partners with firms from richer countries, then they could too share the gains of the transition to an Industry 4.0 setting. Now, how does one set about doing this? And this is where Ulrich Grillo's comment becomes very important. For a firm to assess how it should plan the transition to an Industry 4 setting, it needs to look at, in my view, 8 important areas. And I developed these based on some work that I did for the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. And this think tank, Japanese think tank, is known as AREA. Now, I developed 8 determinants based on a very exhaustive study of Industry 4 readiness assessment. And these 8 determinants are strategy and organization, plant and equipment, IT systems, data management, human resources, production definition, and managing operations with respect to supply chains, quality, and energy. And this is shown schematically in this diagram here. Now, for each of these 8 determinants, based on an exhaustive literature review of best practices globally, I developed several elements within each of these 8 determinants. And here is an example of how one could rate the plant and equipment determinant. Now, on the left-hand column here, we see some assessment criteria, and there are several readiness levels that I have developed based on the literature review that I have carried out. Now, if you look at this is about plant and equipment readiness for Industry 4.0, machine and system infrastructure, the use of autonomously guided work pieces, and maintenance of plant and equipment. And these are the readiness levels. At the highest level 4 is the state of the art, and level 0 is way behind. And in between, you have certain stages of progression. So here, we did a case study in a very large manufacturing firm in an Asian country. And these are the results that we found. The plant and equipment ratings were as shown here. So there are 3 at level 2 and 1 at level 1. So given that, if we assign scores of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 for each of the levels, these are the scores that we can get, and the total simple score is 7. Now, similarly, in the same organization, we looked at the ratings of all the other determinants as well, and these are the scores that we got here, giving a total of 52. Now, this is depicted in this little ray diagram here, and the blue lines are where the firm is actually currently in, and the highest levels are shown outside. Now, given this, the management of the organization know exactly where they are with respect to each of these 8 determinants, and this information can then be used to plan how they move forward. Now, since we have 8 determinants and there are 33 elements in all, the maximum score achievable will be 132. This company got 52. So we might say that this company belongs to what we may call the potentialist category. Now, having identified the scores, what next? Now, what we are proposing is that in any organization, a cross-functional team of managers could use the framework that I have proposed in order to assess their readiness with respect to all the 8 determinants. And once they develop these 8 determinants, they know exactly where they are, and then they can decide how to move forward. Now, one option is to use this particular schema, which again has been developed based on our studies. And it is likely that this will be published soon in a journal article. What we have pointed out here is that here are the determinants, some of the important determinants here on the left-hand side, and progression is from left to right. So any organization, if it wants to move towards an Industry 4 setting with respect to its manufacturing, they could start off with stage 1, then move to stage 2, and then on to stage 3. So here, for example, starting off with an ERP system, manufacturing executing system, SCADA, deploying sensors, actuators, PLCs, improving energy consumption management, quality, and going in for product customization, and so on. And you move eventually to mass customization and extensive use of additive manufacturing. Similarly, with respect to products, starting off with passive smart products and moving to autonomous smart products. IT systems could start off with digital data collection and remote monitoring, moving to machine capability and virtualization. With respect to supply chain, first improve information flow visibility within the company and then move across the supply chain. And the essential enablers are continuous skill development, cloud usage, secure and advanced interconnectivity, the use of big data, and analytics. So based on the analysis, a firm could try to see how it could plan its transition from its current stage to stage 3 over a period of time. Now, what we have found out is that in this case study and also through the literature review, that there are great benefits to be gained by having a robust integrated IT system, very careful and clever deployment of sensors, actuators, programmable logic controllers, and so on, which could then lead to better utilization of this information for superior manufacturing decision making. And all of these could result in cost savings, which could then be used for the next stage of an Industry 4 movement. Large companies are likely to do this faster than small companies, and access to resources could be a major reason why larger companies would have a head start. Needless to say that in order to make all this happen, effective policy instruments and institutional support from government will be needed. To make my concluding remarks, the complete assessment framework is available in this area publication, and I have given here the link. It's free. You could access it easily. At the School of Business at Western Sydney University, we have also developed a self-diagnostic online tool based on this framework. So any company that is interested in using our framework is most welcome to get in touch with us. We are currently popularizing the use of this tool among manufacturing firms in Sri Lanka and Vietnam. And we are also having plans to carry out more case studies and also work further in this area. And our work will be published in international journal articles. Thank you very much indeed for your patience, and I'll be very happy to take any questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Professor Ramanathan, thank you so much for very well thought presentation. I think the readiness score in 8 determinants at the firm level, if they want to proceed with Industry 4.0, is very useful and very practical. And if I recall, in the early 2000s, it's something similar to innovation readiness tools that Professor Mayhopde somehow developed for the World Bank. I'm not sure whether you come across those in innovation readiness tools before, but to a certain extent, it's quite similar. Yeah, but I think your tool is particularly focused on Industry 4.0. That's wonderful. And we can discuss later and get some questions from the audience. But we want to proceed first to Professor Tsunami presentation on Japan. I think Professor Tsunami is here already. So without further ado, I want to invite him to share experience of Industry 4.0 in Japan. Professor Tsunami, please.
Thank you. I apologize for coming in, I guess, a little bit late. I thought that was starting here in the Tokyo time at 1 o'clock. And so once again, I'm sort of confused with the time. This is something that we are now accustomed to because all these international meetings are online. And so I was on the another session at the midnight last night, and I went on till like 2 in the morning. And so I'm sort of confused with the different time zones. But anyway, good thing about Asia is that we don't have much of that difference in the time. So I think we'll be ready to have very fruitful and dynamic discussions. But first of all, I thank you very much for the invitation, the Asialics community, and I'm very happy that the interest of innovation and innovation policy has grown so much all over the world, and especially in Asia. And I understand that the Thailand and other like Indonesia and Malaysia, all these countries are now have experts working on their own innovation policy, which creates a variety of different types of innovation strategies, and that itself is a very good way of comparing and understanding what the meaning of innovation systems or innovation policy and strategy, just to have the comparative analytic background on the just across the Asian countries. So I'm very excited to learn from your presentations and your discussions on this common issue and challenges. Let me just take a moment just to introduce what's going on in Japan in the science and technology innovation policy. I guess maybe I should share this. Let me see if I can do this. All right. Am I sharing this with you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to highlight some of the points that I wanted to make today. Well, because of the interest of the time, I'm not going to take more than a few minutes just to give you a highlight on what's going on here in Japan. And of course, first, I need to start off with the international environment surrounding Japan, particularly in the discourse of science, technology, innovation, that more recently has been really driven by the interest of national security and economic security, what we call it here in Japan, with regarding to the development of emerging technology. In particular, we have the rise of China's competence in innovation in science and technology that is more, in some areas, already leading the world in some sense. And also that would have risen the sort of the competitive posture from the United States on the emerging technology issue. And there are a lot of discussions here in Japan about sort of re-evaluating our innovation strategy in looking at things like the emerging technologies of robotics or sensor, AI, maybe from the perspective of this geopolitical interest. So government is now setting up, we just had a new Prime Minister, Kishida, and one of the new things that he did was to appoint a minister in charge of economic security in the cabinet office. And that minister is called Kobayashi, but he's also in charge of science and technology and space and other things. So that would possibly make slight, maybe, I don't know, we're just starting now. So we are now seeing some of the emergence of what we call the national security and industrial, export control, that sort of area of policy with the science and technology in policy that we had for years. And so that is a big sort of a change. And maybe we could, if you're interested, I guess we could get into that discussion later. But as for the science and technology innovation, I'm sure some of you already know that Japan has been pushing for what we call Society 5.0. This is a sort of the idea that was proposed in the 2016 when we have launched the previous 5-year science and technology basic plan. And in it, what we consider our sort of the ultimate purpose and goal of our science and technology innovation is to create a society that is what we view as a society 5.0, which is rather sort of evolved sort of concept coming out of the industry 4.0. Of course, there is a lot of still discussions whether Japan has achieved industry 4.0 and now moving on to society 5.0 or not. Where are we standing at the moment? That's another issue that is now discussing also in this context. And then because of the concept of society 5.0 sort of suit very well with SDGs goals. So there is a sort of over kind of reaching kind of discussions of SDGs and Society 5.0 in a more international context. So if we have the Japanese technology being exported, or the discussion that goes with the inclusive innovation, that is to have the collaboration with not only within Japan, but the countries in Asia or Africa, and to create a kind of inclusive innovation mechanism to really address the issue on the context of in the domestically it's Society 5.0, but overall it's the SDGs, SDI for SDGs kind of the discussion. And then as I sort of started off, talked about economic security, which is something that is coming up very hot at the moment, and so these are the kinds of things that are happening at the moment. Just briefly, I guess in Japan, we have for the SDI policy what we call 5-year science technology basic plan, which is really started in 1996. And right now, this year, we have launched the 6th science technology basic plan. So in looking back from the first science technology basic plan to the 6th 5-year plan, that we can see the evolution of Japanese science and technology innovation in a very overall view and of it. The first, our basic plan, the target is to really increase the government investment on science and technology. Japan was really quite unique or different from the countries like the US or other counterparts in Europe, where the government's role in investing science and technology is rather limited. It's in the case of Japan, mostly private sector-led S&T investment for a number of years after the World War II. And so that there's a lot of discussion whether the Japanese government should take a more active role in taking the leadership in investing in, say, S&T. So the first target or the goal of the basic plan was to really to encourage or increase the Japanese investment on the government investment on the science and technology by itself. Then, and the second and third has evolved into not only just increasing the investment in science technology, but we should really prioritize what areas of science and technology to be invested. So something like new materials or, that sort of life science and that sort of thing. So we are sort of, trying to prioritize the areas. And then the fourth, we had the Great Eastern Japan earthquake and tsunami disaster. So most of the target now shifted from not in the area of prioritizing which area of science and technology that we should be, investing, but to the more of reconstructing or sort of trying to answer the societal needs of at the time, of course, is to recovery from the this great earthquake and tsunami. So there are a lot of discussions about technologies and innovation in the area of resilience and safety from these natural disasters and so on and so forth. So that has been the target for the fourth. And then the fifth sort of evolved into, from those discussions of science and technology serving more directly to national needs, then came up with the concept of Society 5.0. So, and by reviewing this Society 5.0, which started under the fifth Science and Technology Basic Plan from 2016 to 2021, which is this year, we have really achieve, which areas to be more focused on. So sort of looking back on the review process of the 5th Science and Technology Plan and preparing for the 6th plan, the discussion was to need push for deregulation even harder. There are a lot of areas that we, like life science and like other areas that are needed more deregulation. Drone and others are really affected by difficulty of experimenting all these new technologies in Japanese society, and not in Japan anyway. So these are the one issue. And then of course, linking C's and Me's even closer. Are we really capturing what the societal needs from those that are working on the innovation technology? How do we get them talk to even more frequently, and to have this sort of sharing knowledge between those two sides? And the reform of the university system, which becomes one of the top priorities at the moment, because if you look at the other countries like the US, we wanted to see more Japanese universities actively be the sort of the driver of the innovation, and so this is kind of an issue that has been rising at the moment. And just quickly before I conclude, just highlight what is Society 5.0, because under the 6th basic plan, we are still emphasizing, or actually the main target is to actually realization of the Society 5.0 with more hard push on the deregulation, university reform, or the more increased investment in those areas. And so the Society 5.0 means they can be expected to assist human prosperity, provides the necessary goods and services to the people that are needed, them at the required time, and in just the right amount. So, you know, AI and other area, and that responds precisely to a wide variety of society needs, and all kinds of people can really obtain high quality services, overcome differences of age, gender, region, and language, and live vigorous and comfortable lives. So this is what we think of the Society 5.0, and as you can see, they are all sort of clustered together by different societal needs, and by backcasting from that onto the discussion of or actually road mapping the where we should go in terms of the innovation and science and technology development. And by doing this, the last thing I wanted to mention is that now we are talking seriously about how do we evaluate where we are in terms of the of this. And so I think the previous speaker was also mentioning the way we wanted to really have the evidence-based policy design, and with a very new innovative way of evaluating this Society 5.0 strategy and where we are in various different points of technology is a challenge. And now we are just starting this year on the new committee formed under the Cabinet Office, just looking at how to get the evaluation and to be used in terms of guiding the 6th basic science technology basic plan. So anyway, thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion later. Thank you, Patarapong.
Hi, thank you, Asushi. Professor Asushi has given us an overview of Society 4.0, which is a kind of broader version of Industry 4.0 in Japan. And I think in the Q&A, we can ask him about something more in details about how Japan implemented Society 5.0 and what are the challenges. Yeah. We can talk about that later, I think, during Q&A. But I want to switch to Taiwan. I want to ask Dr. Chen to give us a summary of how Industry 4.0 has been implemented in Taiwan. And so, Dr. Chen, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to have a presentation here. But for those who don't know me, my name is Jiameng Chen. I am affiliated with ITRI, that is Industrial Technology Research Institute, the Taiwan Republic of China. My major is industry research and marketing analysis. And today, my objective is to talk about how Taiwan has implemented the Industry 4.0. And this page shows the outline of these slides. And first of all, I will explain the introduction and the economic scale of Industry 4.0. And next, the development of Industry 4.0 in Taiwan will be clarified. And the third one, and I will elaborate implementation case for the Industry 4.0 in Taiwan. And finally, I will make a brief conclusion. Okay, let's talk about the introduction to the Industry 4.0 in advance. In Taiwan, we usually call it the smart manufacturing. As you may know, the first three industrial revolutions are from the machinization to electrification, and then to the informationization. While the fourth industrial revolution this time is intelligentization. And the related technology of Industry 4.0 are shown. For instance, the AI and IoT. In the future, about 80% of IoT device in the manufacturing industry will use the AI technology. And that means the company not just only use the IoT to collect the data from the machine or the production line, but also analyzes the big data through the AI. And for the cloud and the edge computing, and when the demand for the network, the device and the AI increase, the computing load of the cloud gradually increase. And through the distribute the edge architecture, the network bandwidth usage and the delay are reduced, and the response time is shortened. Okay, and this page illustrates the economic scale of Industry 4.0. In terms of technology, the IIoT will have the highest market share in 2025. The AI in manufacturing will have the highest growth rate. In terms of market, the market size of the Asia Pacific region in 2020 is around 81.9 billion US dollar, according to the around 38.1% of the world. And it is estimated that the CAGR by 2025 will reach the 33.8%, ranked first in the world. And the North America is ranked the second with the market size of $59.6 billion in 2020, accounting to the 27.8% of the world. Okay, and then this page explains the Taiwanese development process and the plans for the Industry 4.0. The first step is the digitalization of a single machine. And the next step is the intelligence of the production line. And the third one is intelligence of the factory. And the final one is intelligence of the whole supply chain. And their industrial applications are the aerospace, vehicles, energy, 3C, electronics, etc. And the related surface are robots, the digital twins, and the artificial intelligence, etc. Okay, and this page describes the Taiwanese Industry 4.0, the supply chain. Taiwanese Industry 4.0 is mainly composed of 6 major areas. And the components includes the sensors, controllers, the motors, the equipment includes the machine tools, and the industrial robots. The hardware, that means the industrial computers, the networking devices. And for the software, that means the PLN, the ERP and the EMS, for instance. And for the system integration, that is to combine the software and the hardware. And the information service, that is telecom operators. Okay, and then we select several representative Taiwanese Industry 4.0, the products and the related application for your reference. The Advantech is a Taiwanese provider of the industrial computers and the IoT devices, and has proposed a smart manufacturing solutions as the wide-stacker industrial IoT platform. And according to the computer power and the storage management ability, it is divided into 3 versions. The first one is standard, and the second one is the advanced, and the final one is the professional version. And this year, the Inventec will continue to expand the development of 5G smart manufacturing application solutions, such as combining the education and the training with the AR and the VR to speed up their employee learning. ASUS has launched the 2 solutions. The first one is artificial intelligence vision software toolkits, and the other one is the artificial intelligence waveform analysis application software to simplify complex the AI projects, enabling the manufacturers to save around 80% of their project development time after introducing the AI. Among them, the artificial intelligence vision software toolkits can be used to improve the efficiency and the accuracy of the defect recognition. The artificial intelligence waveform analysis application software can monitor the operating status of production line equipment. The engineer of the Autotech Corporation are able to design and test machine code in a virtual environment at the same time. The Siemens, a German company, and the Autotech Corporation conducted a virtual design for the production line of earless masks to simulate the automatic equipment from forming the raw materials to packaging. And that greatly reduced the pre-development time by about 1.5 months. All right, and this page summarized the current status and the problems of a Taiwanese application of Industry 4.0. And I believe that the most of the similar problems should be caused in the other countries. The first one is that compared with the foreign countries, the Taiwanese Industry 4.0 applications are still within the factories. At the most, the manufacturing-related information is connected to the CRP or the MES system only. And that is no further smart applications in business operations. And the second one is that the most of the Taiwanese companies knows to integrate the IoT terminal device sensing, the OT control, and the related management software to build the Industry 4.0 solutions. And that means the needs of the enterprise. And the third one is that for the most of the Taiwanese manufacturers, the initial cost for introducing the Industry 4.0 is quite high, but in the long run, it will help reduce the operating costs. The final one is that followed by the third point. Since the most of the Taiwanese manufacturers are small and the middle-sized enterprise, so it is impossible to completely import all of the Industry 4.0 technologies at one time. So it needs to seek a consultant company and then they gradually induce the related technologies. Okay, so that's all I have for today. Thanks for your listening. If you have any question about this presentation, please feel free to contact with me. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Chen, thank you very much. And I think the challenges for Taiwan's Industry 4.0 is somehow maybe a little bit different from developing countries, because in many developing countries, even within the factories, there are still some problem of implementing Industry 4.0. But in case of Taiwan, is how to expand the implementation of Industry 4.0 outside the factory and link other system. I think it's a little bit more advanced and different challenges. So I want to we want to have a Q&A session, and we have a lot of time actually. And I have someone helping me to collect the question through the chat box. So if you have question, please send it to chat box, because I don't want to open to the floor that everyone can talk freely. But otherwise, it's too chaotic. So please send your question to chat box. So I have some initial thought. I mean, if I want to ask Professor Ramanayan about your study, I think it's very thoughtful study. But my question is that, have you studied how companies can move from stage 1 to stage 2 or stage 3, and especially comparing the company in the same industry and maybe the same size? For example, both of them are small companies, and maybe company 1 could move from stage 1 to stage 2, but company B cannot do that. What's the reason? So I think comparative case study would be very interesting, and we want to learn the process, how some company succeeded and some company failed. If you can answer me briefly, it would be great. Professor Ramanathan, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor, for that, Professor Patropong, for that very insightful question. Before I proceed further, I just want to ask you, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, may I also, would it be possible for me to use my slides? Because I think it would make it much easier for me to respond to that question.
Okay, I think possible. Technically, I think it's possible.
Okay,
right?
I'll just, it's just one slide that I want to use. So let me try sharing that slide. Okay, can you see that slide? Yeah. Yes, this is the slide. If you can see that slide, this is what I had in my presentation. Now, the question that you raised is an extremely important one, because that is what comes uppermost in the minds of everyone. How do we actually do it? And we really haven't had the chance to do many comparative case studies yet, because not many companies have really started implementing Industry 4.0 very seriously. But what we did is we looked at the literature quite extensively. And I'm not referring only to journal articles, which can be quite academic, but we also studied many reports published by the Boston Consulting Group, KPMG, Pricewaterhouse, McKinsey, and many others, where they talked about industry experience. So it's actually based on all the information that we gathered that we have attempted to propose an approach that can be used by companies to move from their current position progressively towards greater Industry 4 sophistication. So what we found from the evidence that we have gathered so far is that the most important factor is top management commitment. Now, if there is senior management commitment, then senior management will be willing to provide the necessary resources to make that transition. We did a fairly detailed case study in a large company in the ASEAN region. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to come out with the name of that company, but that company participated in one of the area workshops that we conducted on Industry 4.0, where I presented my readiness assessment framework. They were quite fascinated. There was the two very senior managers from that company participated in that workshop. So at the end of the workshop, they said, would you be willing to come over to our company one day and talk to our senior management about this, because we want to use this, which I did. So we went across and talked to their senior management, and they were very, very receptive. And then subsequently, I came back to Sydney. And what was very interesting is in that company, senior management formed a cross-functional group of managers to undertake the readiness assessment. So what they did is they got people from manufacturing, people from logistics, from procurement, from finance, all of them to come together, quality assurance. So they formed a group, and that company uses quite a bit of energy. So from energy management group, so they had a group of very fairly well-informed, experienced managers who sat down and went through that readiness assessment framework and started rating themselves. In fact, the example that I showed in my slide of how they rated plant and equipment, that is based on that case study that we did. So from Sydney, participated via Zoom, not to tell them what to do, but to answer questions and provide clarifications. Then they completed that study. And then based on the study, they found that they were behind in many areas. And so the feeling of top management was, they said, we'll give you the money, but what we want to do is, we want to get the maximum bang for every buck that we spend. So we want you to start spending money so that we can get very quick results. So go ahead. And one of the first things they did this, they went to stage 1. Now this is what we got from the literature and evidence gathered across the world. And to our surprise, this company did precisely that. They strengthened their ERP system. They already had a manufacturing executing system. So they said, we already have it. And then they also had SCADA, they started using it. And then they started installing sensors, actuators, and so on in order to gather data. And their view was, they said, because in Industry 4, the real lifeblood of Industry 4 is information flow. And unless we have good information flow and digitalization, it would be fruitless to pursue just hardware options. So they immediately went in for that. The next thing they did is, they said, we consume a lot of energy. So if we can bring down our energy consumption, we can generate a lot of savings. And through the savings, we can then plow that savings back into further Industry 4 development. So they started very systematically going into stage 1, where they did that. And at the same time, they manufacture a wide range of products. And they started by introducing what they call a passive smart product, which makes a collection of the whatever they sell back again for recycling purposes. So they initiated passive smart products. Within the company itself, thanks to sensors, actuators, and so on, they started digital data collection. And then they said, before we start working with our supply chain partners, within the company itself, we must have very good information sharing. And so they started upgrading the information flow visibility within the organization. So they said, we go phase by phase. So this is what we are going to do first. And I have yet to get back to find out from them whether they have moved on from that. But that is where they are working on. They are going into cloud usage. They have started a program of skill development for their staff, especially when it comes to total productive maintenance, quality management, and so on. Because they said that by using Industry 4, it would be unwise if we do not have the skills to keep improving quality and also improve interfunctional or cross-functional collaboration. So they have started continuous skill development. Now, pardon me for going through all this, but what I want to emphasize is that if you have total commitment from top management, it becomes possible to take a very balanced approach in moving towards an Industry 4 setting, because what my personal view is that in Industry 4, it is important to combine not just structural capital in the form of technology, but also human capital and also relational capital, where you start working with various entities that can provide you with support. And today there is a lot of discussion on what is called a bionic company, where you combine technology with human skills. So today it is Boston Consulting Group introduced this concept of a bionic company. So what I found from this particular case study is that thanks to top management commitment and the provision of resources, this company was able to start taking baby steps. And once you gain confidence that by taking these baby steps, you can get good results. And what they have told me is they have already made quite a lot of savings by doing some of these. And then it gives you the confidence to keep moving further. So it would be interesting to see how they move further. There is still a lot of work to be done. We plan to do more case studies. We plan to do comparative case studies, as Professor Patrapong just suggested, because it is very, I think, the rate at which a company would embrace Industry 4.0 would depend to a great extent on top management commitment and the provision of resources, because without that, it would be very difficult to start moving forward. So if company A has top management commitment where senior management has a very good insight into what Industry 4 can do for you, and not to expect miracles overnight, and they are able to provide what I like to call patient capital, where the return on investment will come not the next month or next 6 months, but maybe in a year or two. But in the long run, the benefits would be there. So if you have top management commitment, patient capital, and the feeling within the company that we should become a bionic company, I think it would be, such a company would start transitioning to Industry 4 quite rapidly.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ramanathan. I think it's very clear and you provide good examples. I want to go to Professor Asuchi because there's a question from the audience about unemployment issue. If we implement Industry 4.0 and, for example, like using robots and replacing factory workers, how can we deal with unemployment issue?
I think that's a very, very important, and always from the beginning of this discussion about Industry 4.0 or even Society 5.0, there's always has been the question about the labor replacement effect, and my answer is rather kind of limited, in the sense that this is kind of a unique situation in Japan where we are really facing not only aging, but also absolute decline of our population. And from the beginning of our discussion here in Japan about Society 5.0 is that these kind of transformation would only help the places where the scarcity of labor or in the countryside where aging population and whatnot, that would allow them to come back to, not replacing, actually come back to the labor because of the usage of robotics or other mechanical devices, even sensors and so on and so forth, would only support the aging population to come back to more active life of including doing some of the things like labor and other working. So in other words, in places where you used to be because of the age you're forced to retire, but now with this new technology that you can postpone or even come back after the retirement to the same sort of workforce. So so here in Japan, the discussion is more about sort of helping rather than replacing. So, but I think you're right. I think the question is very important to other countries where you are facing much younger population, where that has to come with the proper training, new type of education that goes along with. In other words, just introducing all these new technologies to the society without proper training and actually transforming the labor force itself to adapt to this new type of workforce environment. So that's something that is very important for those countries. But Japan, once again, it's just that we're rather unique in a sense that there are not so much about the replacement of the labor.
Oh, thank you very much. I want to ask Dr. Chen, because there's a question from the floor about how to link the SDG policy, because there's always the mainstream standard science, technology, innovation policy related to SDG on one hand, but on the other hand, there's a policy to achieve Industry 4.0. But people are trying to blend these two together, right? Many of the policy have been cited in the paper, but what is really the real challenge or the new policy in the past few years, and how to make sure that these two are well connected to each other and it's not only in lip service or appear in the paper?
Your question. All right. So anyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for your question. I think, in my opinion, is that you just mentioned about the policy of the government, right? Actually, the Taiwanese government has put a lot of efforts and the resource to encourage and assist the Taiwanese manufacturing industry to upgrade their level to the Industry 4.0. And so the government and the government and the industries, they both know and realize the importance of the intelligentization for the machines and the equipment. And they also know that that's a major trend, not just only increase the productivity, but also save the amount of the labor force. However, as I mentioned in my presentation, there are lots of small and medium-sized manufacturers in Taiwan, and they are still have difficulty of introducing the smart manufacturing due to the problem. For instance, their size, their resource, their also the field, and they need to cross the discipline, because in Taiwan they are most of the manufacturer, they are only focus on production, only focus on the hardware production. For the Industry 4.0, they are very important thing is that they have to know about the ICT, the information communication technology. But most of the Taiwanese manufacturing, they don't know about that. So, well, however, in Taiwan, the government, as I just mentioned, we already the Taiwanese government has already released a lot of resources to encourage them, and also give them some, let's say, the budget, to upgrade their level, their factory, their productivity to the Industry 4.0. So your question, I think my answer is that the government is already do that, but I think maybe it's not good enough. So we still need to continue. Yeah. So that's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there's also a question to Professor Ramanathan. If you can answer briefly, how can we compare Asian firms with European or American firms in terms of Industry 4.0 achievement? I mean, using your readiness, which area that we are already on par with the European and American company, and which area that we are very much lacking? I know that this kind of summary is maybe too broad, because even in Asian context, there are differences between company in lesser developed country and more developed country like Japan or Taiwan. But can you just answer briefly this kind of comparison? Thank you.
That's not an easy question to answer. When I developed this readiness assessment framework, it was intended to be a more generic framework rather than very specific to a particular region. So I still believe that framework is applicable to companies not just in Europe or North America, but also in Asia. But what I think, and again, this is just my hunch, I don't have any empirical evidence to support what I am going to say. If you recall in my slides, I talked about 8 determinants for industry 4.0. And one of the determinants was plant and equipment, and the other one was information technology and so on. And one of the determinants was strategic commitment to industry 4.0 at the corporate level. Because what studies have shown, especially studies carried out by the Boston Consulting Group, they have shown that there is a tendency for many companies to think of industry 4.0 only in terms of the technology. But what is important is to see industry 4.0 transformation as something very strategic to the company, in which, of course, technology plays an important part. So my hunch is that in Germany, where the concept of industry 4.0 actually originated, there is a considerable strategic commitment at the corporate level. There is likely to be greater strategic commitment at the corporate level. And given the very high level of advancement of German engineering and their quality consciousness and so on, my feeling is that the IT part, the plant and equipment, the quality assurance, energy conservation, in all these areas, companies in Germany are likely to be more well-informed and sophisticated as opposed to, let us say, maybe a typical company in Asia. But as Professor Pattarapong pointed out, it's very difficult to generalize because in the Asian setting as well, in every country, you probably will find companies that are brilliantly run, and there are also companies which still lag behind. So the chances are that in some of the Asian companies, it may be possible that the strategic commitment is still not there. The level of advancement with respect to plant and equipment, energy conservation, and so on, are not that much advanced. But again, you would probably find that if you take Japan, if you take the Republic of Korea, if you take Singapore and so on, those also are likely to be very advanced. So I would hesitate to sort of make a judgment saying that Asian companies are only these parts of the framework are relevant, whereas it's relevant in its totality in the West. So
thank you very much.
Some insight, yes.
Thank you for your insight. I think making plant and equipment with full automation or digitalization is easier, but beyond that, I think the experience of Taiwan telling us that it's quite challenging to do beyond that, right? And another related question from Professor Chaulit of Thammasat University is about SMEs, because large firms can implement Industry 4.0 easier because they have resources and experiences and manpower. But what about SME? I think this question can go well with in case of Japan, because in Japan also many SME as well. But you can say that the level of capability of Japanese SME is quite advanced compared to SMEs in other Asian countries. But in case of Japan, can they implement Industry 4.0, and how can they do that? I want to ask Professor Tsunami.
Yes, that is a very important question, and I don't have a rather empirical data or any analytic sort of analysis to really confidently discuss about the situation in SMEs, but I know the stories. I have going around talk to these people that are mid-size SMEs, and that there's a lot of discussions about transforming DX to introducing that in the in their companies. The difficulty, of course, is not only the lack of investment, but also the human resources. And most of the SMEs in Japan are located outside of the main city area, and especially in the rural and countryside, where the SMEs has been traditionally over manufacturing a lot of the like second tier, third tier sort of products that are really having a difficulty finding the kind of the necessary human resources to really help them transform. So of course, how do we then come up with a solution is to really work with the local government and technology sort of implementation technology learning centers that are working together with, and also the large companies that has the manufacturing facilities outside that would help them to achieve the kind of transformations that are necessary for the SMEs. Sometimes some of the good examples that they don't work in. They actually get together, not just one SME, but locally they create a kind of a consortium of a network of SMEs. There are a lot of stories that tells me that tells us that is that at the beginning it's very difficult for these companies to come up with a kind of a consortium. But of course, because they are competing and they don't really want to work together in a natural way, but because of this impact of Industry 4.0 and that are actually seeing it, that they understand the needs of creating a coming together to help them to sort of create that's sort of the kind of a network of different small size manufacturing factories to network with the latest IoT and data sharing system, where so that if you have one small company trying to transform everything by itself, it's so hard. But because of that reason that I explained, but some areas in Japan where they were able to come up with a group of small SMEs to create a one sort of much bigger scale of a network itself, so that would be able for them to share the data, which is very hard. I mean, it's not easy from the beginning, but those successfully created a consortium is now willing to share the kind of the data that are needed to create this kind of a system among these group of SMEs. So I think one answer to the most of the challenges for SME is that if you create this kind of consortium, not by top down, but by themselves discussing, then maybe they'll create a much bigger scale in itself to be able to transform themselves.
Very good answer. I think in Japan, there's quite well-known network of SMEs in form of industrial cluster like Higashi Osaka area or Otaku area in Tokyo. I think that is a kind of network that company SME, they are helping each other. And I haven't done any study, but I guess they already somehow implement Industry 4.0 together or share some experiences. I have a few questions, Professor Chai Sung Lim, but he is not the panelist. But anyway, I think since we don't have many other questions, and I think Professor Chai Sung Lim has a lot of experience and knowledge in this area. So I want to ask the Professor Chai Sung Lim the question from the floor that how in reality, how can we integrate leapfrogging innovation and frugal innovation? Because frugal innovation is mainly made like a localized innovation, making things more simple for local need, low income market. But leapfrogging, when we have the idea of leapfrogging, we think about the Korean developing CDMA, which is a big jump, a huge jump. If technological demand is demanding, is very high, right? So this is the opposite to the small scale leapfrogging, local innovation. So in reality, how can we integrate these two, local leapfrogging innovation and frugal innovation? And related question is the role of the industrial club that you argue or you said in case of Thailand. Is it really work? Because industrial club in many countries, they are quite weak. They just get together in order to gain some kind of political power, getting more government subsidy. And industrial club in many countries are quite weak. In developing countries are quite weak. So I wonder, is that a case in Korea? And if in case of Korea, maybe the role of industrial club is quite strong. So please answer this question, Professor Lim.
Okay, thank you for the question. So can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
please speak up. Speak louder.
Speak louder. Okay, then yeah. Okay, so I shall shout. So how many minutes shall you give me? How many minutes?
No. Please answer your question briefly, because maybe we can go to other questions.
So how many minutes?
2-3 minutes, if possible.
Okay, so then looking at the market is very much important. So I didn't mean integrating frugal innovation and leapfrogging innovation. Frugal innovation is innovation for the market, Asian region market. The customers want innovation, frugal innovation. It's not just a very negligible technology. It's for the recombination of existing technology for the market, so that you could become the frontier in serving the local and also lower end of the advanced country market. And the other leapfrogging innovation is also application of new technology. So here, by looking at the market first, then you look at new Industry 4.0 technology, and you create innovation offering to the market. That's most important. Here, the main problem of existing approach in Korea and also in developing countries is that the imitation doesn't work. Okay, so for the commitment of the CEO, the CEO should look at the market and also forget about Industry 4.0, discuss in an advanced country. Try to find out the solution for the market. That's most important. And also second part is about the role of the firm and also government. The initial project, very ambitious project for the developing country is really important. And then you try to do it through a global partnership for the developing country and East Asian market. Okay, and in order to do that, the local industry club really matters. But as Professor Patarapang said, it's really difficult. But if you don't make effort to that, then there is no way to move forward. The most critical problem at the moment is because of interoperability, compatibility of the technology of Industry 4.0. If you don't secure that interoperability, then you cannot. East Asia cannot prosper. So it's essential. It's different from other type of associations or others. So because I've given only two, and so I at the moment I just stop. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Lim. I think you answered the question quite well. I think frugal innovation is it doesn't mean the innovation for low-income market alone. You said that it can can aim for the regional market or even global market, but the message is the key is trust is recombination of different technological factors, different technological elements, and make something from these existing elements. So that is in maybe in the new market context. So that's quite interesting. So I think it's answered the question of Dr. Trina on this. So I want to continue discuss about SMEs, and Taiwan is the economy that focus a lot on SME, right? It's an SME intensive economy. So in case of Taiwan, and you already pointed out in your presentation that it's difficult, it's time consuming to change the SME in terms of acquiring Industry 4.0 technology. But in case of Taiwan, to help those SME to speed up the implementation of Industry 4.0, what are the roles of industrial clubs that Professor Chai Sung Lim said in case of Taiwan, like industrial association, maybe in electronic or automotive association, as well as the role of your own organization, ITRI, Public Research Institute, which set up to facilitate innovation and technological development in the industry. So what are the roles of the industrial club and ITRI in facilitating Industry 4.0 transformation of SMEs in Taiwan?
Oh, yes. So that question is for me, right?
That's for you. That's for you.
Okay. As I just mentioned, not just only the Taiwanese government, but also because I am affiliated with the ITRI, so it's a kind of a cooperation club. It's an institute. So we also obtain the resource from the Taiwanese government, and then we encourage and to help our SME to upgrade and to help them, to assist them to the Industry 4.0. But not just only give them the budget, but also we give them the technique, okay, and also we give them the labor force. But as I remember, the last year, there are just only a few SME can. I should say that there are less, the more and the more SME they can achieve our resource, and they grow up very quick. But most of them are not fully upgrade to the intelligentization for the Industry 4.0. So at this moment, at this stage, we still are working on this one.
Are you provide training to SMEs or go inside the factory of SME to teach them how to implement Industry 4.0? Are you doing something like that or a government has a program which is a very hand-on program like that?
Yes, we did. Yeah,
Oh.
we give them the knowledge, or we host a conference to promote the Industry 4.0 to the SME in Taiwan. Yeah, we do that as well. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I want to ask all the audience about to say something about challenges that we face on implementation of Industry 4.0, and especially given that companies, especially SME, have limited resources. So what should be the first priority in terms of implementing Industry 4.0? What should, of course, they have limited time and resources, but I think they can do like what Professor Ramanathan said, the baby step and commitment from top management is very important. But what should be the first step that they can take? I mean, if there's many issues related to resources and priorities. So what really can be done? I mean, for example, if the top management they don't care about this implementation, so how can we convince them? For example, right? So how can you answer this kind of question? The challenges and what should be the first step in implementing Industry 4.0? Start with Professor Ramanathan, please.
Thank you, Professor Pathrapong, for giving me this opportunity. I would actually, is it okay if I just go a bit further and answer your question in the context of SMEs?
Please.
Yeah, okay. Now, the reason why I asked that is that before COVID came in, we were doing some work with the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, the area. And one of the issues that I was asked to explore is how to help SMEs transition to an Industry 4 setting. And what they told me is you just look at the ASEAN region specifically. So at that time, we had a lot of discussions. And what we thought is that if you look at the ASEAN, it's one of the most interesting regional integration exercises that I think the world has seen. There's been so much of collaboration, cooperation, and goodwill among the members of the ASEAN. And what they have, as Professor Pathrapong probably knows very well, much better than me, the ASEAN has developed what they call a strategic plan for SME development. And the strategic plan for SME development goes on from 2016 to 2025. And so at AREA, we tried to explore how we could incorporate Industry 4 into this strategic plan for the ASEAN region. And what we realized is that there are 5 strategic goals within this strategic plan. And one is promoting productivity, technology, and innovation. Other one is increasing access to finance, enhancing market access, and policies, enhancing the policy environment in the region, and promoting human capital and entrepreneurship. So these are 5 distinct areas. So one of the suggestions that we came out with is that some of the countries in the ASEAN region are actually far ahead with respect to SME development when compared to others. Singapore, for example, is a very good case in point. And there are other countries. Thailand has made great advances in certain areas, Malaysia and others, Indonesia and others, Philippines in some areas, and so on. So what area felt, and this was a recommendation made to the ASEAN Ministerial Conference, that there could be what they call the triangular cooperation, where all the ASEAN countries share good practices that they have developed to help SMEs move towards an Industry 4, so that they can learn from each other. So that becomes virtually like South-South cooperation. But then at the same time, they could incorporate a partner like Japan or Korea, Germany as a third partner. So you have a triangular cooperation where the three countries come together, the three groups come together and try to find out what are the best practices that have been deployed to promote SME, to promote the capacity of SMEs to transition to an Industry 4.0 setting. So I think this is where governments can play a major role by creating that right kind of climate where lessons are exchanged, information is shared. Now, this has nothing to do with competing with each other. It's about how do we upgrade skills? How do we come out with innovative financing programs? How do we share experiences? How do you form business associations among SMEs so that they can work together? So all these kinds of facilitating approaches can be created, but eventually each SME has to decide how it is going to how it is going to move to an Industry 4 setting. But through the ASEAN strategic plan for SME development, I think there is great scope in the ASEAN region for coming out with very innovative approaches to accelerate SME participation in Industry 4.0.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ramanathan. I think from your answer and also from Professor Chai Sung Lim answer as well on the chat box, I think one of the key factor is to have collaboration between the local firms and the more advanced firm in developed Asian countries like Japan or Korea. And I think in this case, we can see that the network of Japanese multinational corporation is very important. And if we, especially in automotive or electronic industry, and if we look at the robotization rate in Thailand, it's increased a lot. I mean, exponentially because of the implementation of Industry 4.0 technology in Japanese automotive subsidiary in Thailand. And that also induced the local supplier to follow, to implement their own Industry 4.0 technology as well. Otherwise, they cannot work with the Japanese subsidiary, the Japanese car makers, right? So that is one of the important thing. I think the tapping local firm in the global value chain and use the multinational corporation as a learning school or inspirators, they can help to catch up in terms of Industry 4.0. I think that's one of the things. I want to ask Professor Tsunami, who knows a lot of the Japanese company policy, like Toyota, Fujitsu, or whatever. Do they have some kind of strategies to help local suppliers, especially in ASEAN country or in Asian context, to upgrade in terms of acquiring, implementing Industry 4.0 technology? What are their policy and their practices? I think as far as you know.
Well, I think there are several different examples of both vertical cooperation, but also the horizontal networking. And there is a recent case of, say, for instance, Toyota creating smart city project outside of Tokyo. and they're asking the other type of totally not only manufacturing but financing, but also the real estate developers to other service oriented companies, service providers. I mean, totally different type of businesses getting together to work and creating the sort of what we call smart city or super smart city project that is that would link the different sectors on the same digital platform and infrastructure. So this is a kind of new, more recent effort of the major corporations like Hitachi, Toyota, working together not only vertically but also reaching out across the different business sectors to really connect themselves on the same digital and IoT infrastructure platform. So I think this is something that's rather, as I mentioned in Japan, that our effort on not only the industry 4.0 but the society 5.0, which is really much wider application of not only providing the kind of latest manufacturing system, but also to link the societal needs and the providing services and so on and so forth that are much broader approach to this. So the challenge, of course, is that because it's, trying to reach out to different companies, different business models that are traditionally not really done before. So it's that if they can really get a right partnership with other, businesses, that's something that some of the cases here that I mentioned is really trying hard. Of course, if you think at some of the cases in mainland China, where more government-led kind of creation of the super city. I mean that you can force more or less or encourage those different businesses to come together and so on and so forth. But in the case of Japan, it's more the bottom up, the industry led. So the companies has to come up with the right kind of incentivized mechanism for these people, these different businesses to come together and create a kind of a new platform. But in terms of SMEs, as I mentioned, the SMEs themselves are actually, some cases are actually collaborating in a local context and try to find the global market in some ways. In this sense, I think you mentioned that the Japanese multinational corporations working with the Asian SMEs. But there could be a vice versa story where the Japanese SMEs, which have some sort of competitive edge advantage in some of the manufacturing or other creating parts, can work with the larger multinational corporations that are coming in Asia, and that's a very interesting combination. And there are a lot of SMEs looking for a new possible market outside of Japan, and they're willing to work companies, say in Thailand, India, Indonesia, that sort of thing. And I think that will be a very interesting model in the future. So I think there are a lot of interesting combinations, but I think the bottom line is this finding the way to collaborate and with the different types of businesses or vertical or horizontal across the borders in a different, not necessarily from developing countries to developed countries, but there are a lot of combinations. That's the good thing about the IoT revolution, right? The DX would help enable these kind of new type of collaborations. So.
Okay, thank you, Asushi. I want to ask Professor Chai Sung Lim about Korean experience. You said that the large firm and industrial association are important, and in terms of collaboration, is that the case in Korea? Because in Korea, the economy is controlled by super powerful chaebol, which is a family conglomerate. Are they collaborating with the local firm I mean non-affiliated firm, not subsidiary of Shabu, are they collaborating in terms of helping the local firm implementing Industry 4.0? And what is the role of the industrial club in Korea in helping, especially SMEs, facilitating introduction of Industry 4.0 technologies?
Thank you. I'm not emphasizing large firms. My main point is that this kind of the club is important because of the characteristic of Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 means the manufacturing is not analog technology anymore. It's a combination of information technology. Then there's a standard and also de facto standard really matters. And if you are slow in this area, then you cannot secure market. So that's crucially important. Because of it in Korea, what we have been trying to do is that even in Korea, also this kind of pace is really difficult to persuade. But these Korean firms and also government also same. But gradually they are waking up now. They realize it. Okay, so that's why I'm emphasizing here. This industry club matters, not just a traditional association or traditional club. This is very different because, like, if you go to the mobile phone and others, there are there's a certain dynamism which are quite different from existing like analog industries. That's most important. And the second thing is in Korea, as the companies are gradually waking up, they realize the importance of collaboration among firms. Especially the government is now trying to, like Professor Tsunami said, the importance of the linking companies together, because Industry 4.0 is about connectivity. So the emphasizing the innovation, the unit firm level does not create much benefit. You can create a bigger benefit by linking together. So the government is trying it, and also the association like us, the Korea Industry 4.0 Association, emphasize that kind of activities, especially test beds are very much important, because as for interoperability, you do not know where it is so much important. So you need to do test beds together, and on top of it, this kind of test bed and others at the national level does not create much benefits. So here we are in East Asia. East Asian countries should do collaborative test beds or use cases so that you can see whether there are interoperability or not, whether we can create a market together. If we are slow, now timing matters, then we might, I'm afraid, there is a great risk of losing the chance of winning the market, because here is the network externality. So developing country firms especially should be waken up about the myth of catching up. Catching up is different now. Yeah, the catching up is different. The previous catching up mode does not work. So developing country firms should be frontier for the local market and also the possibly accessible global market. The first target is East Asian regional market. So because of it, also Korean firms, as also Korea Industry 4.0 Association, realize the importance of collaboration with the developing countries and also other, also more advanced countries in East Asia and even outside East Asia.
Okay. Thank you, Chai Sung, for sharing your experience. I think we understand that maybe individual firms alone cannot do implement Industry 4.0. It needs the networking, and it's not only within the national boundary. It's supposed to be like a regional-wide Asian context that we collaborate with each other. And I think as Professor Tsunami pointed out, the collaboration, it doesn't have to be between large firms, but even SMEs, maybe in countries like Korea or Japan are willing to collaborate in this kind of endeavor, like creation of the test beds and interconnectivity among different technologies. I think you rightly pointed out, but you know, I try to be a kind of devil advocate. I'm asking you because this day we have a difference. I mean, the breakdown of global or even regional integration and network. I mean, yeah, especially US is going on one hand, and China is going on the other hand, and there's also competition between Korean network or Chinese network or Taiwanese company network in, for example, like ASEAN, and they are not really collaborate in reality. I think, so is this challenges of the fragmentation of global and regional value chain is a big challenge from collaboration in terms of development of Industry 4.0 together. Yeah, anyone?
There's a very simple solution.
Very
simple solution. The simple solution is just try to find out the real case, try to solve the real problem. That's most important. I mean, just try, meet together to try to go to the company and try to find out the solution, applying the new technology. That's most important. If a Korean company cannot do it, then invite Japanese company or Chinese company. If they are very good, then invite. Because now we are like this, we are living in a globalized age. Okay, then now we need to be frontier to secure the market. So rather than trying to competition is good. I mean, in a good sense, if we focus on solving the real problem of the people in the market, in the real world, then it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's the main point. Okay, Chinese also should collaborate for solving the developing country in this 4.0 problem, Japanese or America, whatever. So that's why I suggested to have a global conference so that every country come and let's try to solve the problem. Let's try to find a test bed and for the solution and the use case for the solution. Then let's look at whether this is really good or not. Okay, that is really important. At the moment, there is no space where developing country solutions are discussed. Whether now developing country has a serious problem at the moment, okay, then that kind of aspects should not discussed at a very abstract level with a real solution. Whether this kind of data can be collected at a cheap price, whether there are market, whether there is really market, okay, that kind of aspect should be open and discussed together. That's the main suggestion. So that's why I suggested annual conference in East Asia under the leadership of East Asia. Okay. At the moment, there is no global Industry 4.0 conference led by East Asia region. Okay.
Okay, I think maybe your if Industry 4.0 organization can be the starter, and I can see that you are still very passionate, Chai Soon Lim of 30 years ago. So you are very committed to your cause, right? So that's very, very, very interesting. And I think if we have only 5 minutes, so I give each of you maybe like 1 minute to wrap up. Is there any thought that you have, starting with Professor Ramanathan? Just maybe one or 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Professor Pattabong. I think a lot of interesting ideas have been conveyed by the various speakers, Professor Tsunami, Professor Lim Chai Sung, and Dr. Chia Meng Chen, and of course, you yourself. have shared a lot of your valuable experiences in Thailand. So my feeling is that Industry 4.0 transition will happen, but how fast it will happen in different countries depends a lot on the leadership provided by the government. Because I think a lot of encouragement is needed from the government so that the private sector can actually move forward with confidence. So there need to be various incentives provided, a lot of holding hands, collaboration with different advanced countries so that there could be triangular cooperation for SMEs and others. So I think we have to proceed in two parallel paths. On the one part, the chambers of commerce and industry in different countries have to do what they can in order to encourage their members to transition to Industry 4.0. And we talked about many ways of doing this through collaboration, forming consortia and so on. And I think on the other hand, parallelly, the government should also introduce new policies, legal, fiscal, financial policies, which will give the private sector confidence that when they move into it, they do so with the blessings of the government and with the commitment of the government. So I think the rate at which countries are going to transition will depend on how these two paths proceed.
Okay.
So
Thank
I think
you.
that's all I would like to add. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Professor Tsunami, you want to have the last word on this?
Thank you. I just really enjoyed having this discussion with experts in Asia, and I think if I look at the Asialics, the role of Asialics in looking into this kind of issues that we discussed today are going to be more important than ever. And I think, as we all know, that the RCEP will start next January, and this is going to be a challenge. And we will have China, Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Australia. I mean, India. I mean, this is going to be very exciting, but we can see a lot of challenges, and trying to look into more the common rules for e-commerce or other new type of business corporations and whatnot. So I look forward to the contribution of the Asialics, looking at innovation in an Asian style, and I'm sure that the new sort of economic cooperation in the region like RCEP would be a very interesting platform that Asialics really can contribute to. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Dr. Chen, please. You should turn on your microphone.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you all, and thanks for your invitation to let me to participate in the Asialics this year. I'm delighted to have a presentation here, and also to have opportunity to discuss with the professors from Japan and Indonesia, Korea, for instance. I think that the Industry 4.0 is a very big topic and very important. And the Taiwanese government and the industry, we all know that, and we are still working on it and try to do our best, do our efforts, and use our limited resource to upgrade our productivity levels. And yeah, so let's see what would be happen next stage in the Industry 4.0. That would be very interesting. And also we can work together, and not just only in the industry, but also in the the academia and also across the country. That those are very welcome. Okay, so that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Chai Sung, you want to say some last words on this?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's focus on solving the problem in offering products and service for the people through application of Industry 4.0 technology. This frugal and leapfrog is just an example. And the second is let's have a double speed, focus on innovation through creating user case and test bed for innovation. It's possible for developing country firms. Third is let's be open-minded, double open-minded. Let's be double open-minded towards other organizations. Let's contact double more other organizations and double more other country people so that we could find a solution. That's what I want to say. Thank you. And also, I really enjoyed the discussion here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ramanathan, Professor Tsunami, Dr. Chen, and also Professor Chai Sung Lim. And I also see that in the chat box, many people expressed their very useful opinion, especially Professor Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, who's Jiang-Hup Lee, who's the co-author of the presentation done by Professor Chai Sung Lim, and he also expressed a very useful comment about how Hyundai as a company trying to help the local firms, collaborator of Hyundai in automotive industry in the past. I think that's very useful comment, but sorry, we don't have much time. And I think we have a lot of discussion already. So thank you for all of the panelists, and thank you for all the audience. And we meet again in the afternoon session. I think we have something like 1 hour break. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Professor Patrapong, I'm sorry, before everybody leaves this panel, there's a certificate of acknowledgement from the committee. Would you mind present that to the panelists?
Yeah. Okay. This is Professor Tsunami. Oh, this is your certificate. Right? It looks beautiful.
That looks
Thank you
gorgeous.
very much. Thank you.
And this is Professor Ramanathan. It's your online certificate. It looks pretty, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
It looks professional.
And also Professor Chen, Dr. Chen. Okay, it's your certificate, right? So we live in online environment. Now we have online certificate. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists and participants. And we have something like an hour break. See you again. Okay. Thank you, Chai. Thank you. Thank you.
Good time.
Yeah, for Professor Patrapong also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is the end of our SDI Policy Forum for day one. Well, we would like to have a photo session now. If you don't mind, would you open your cameras so we can capture your picture?
So this would be lunch time.
Yes. Absolutely. We're going to have a lunch. Okay, so for page 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Second page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we only have 2 pages for this. Thank you. So we're going to have 60 minutes breaks. During that time, there are several videos that we have prepared for you from the National Research and Innovation Agency, from King Mongkut's University Technology Thornbury, and also from Tsinghua University, and a beautiful video of a science park in Taiwan. So we're going to have a presentation session after the lunch break at 1:30 Indonesia or Bangkok time. So please enjoy the video, enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:30.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
into the future doesn't ensure that we can see everything. Many things are beyond the world today that you might not have thought of just now. Join us in building the sustainable society of the future. Six decades since the establishment of King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, following the guidance of His Majesty King Rama IV, the role model for scientists and engineers. His abilities were truly recognized throughout the world. The name King Mongkut, which is the name of the institute, was graciously bestowed by His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej. This has been the institute's highest honor. In the dynamic world of competition, science and technology play an important role. That's why we have been trying hard to think, analyze, develop, innovate, and work with entrepreneurs. We make sure that our university is capable of getting the students ready to step into the competitive world. There are 11 units in the university that offer bachelor degrees, master degrees, and doctoral degrees of study. We also have 2 affiliated units under supervision. Our 4 educational sites include King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bangmon, which serves as the academic and research hub. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bang Khun Thien, which serves as Science and Industrial Park and the first and only national biopharmaceutical facility of Thailand. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Pratburi, where the teaching and learning are in the form of residential college. And KX Building, Knowledge Exchange for Innovation, where the study offers the ecosystem that facilitates entrepreneur and startup development. This ensures optimum knowledge exchange and cooperation with public and private sectors for the best innovation and entrepreneurship development towards entrepreneurial university. In addition, to rapidly and efficiently drive innovation-based and digital economy of Thailand, we have implemented KMUTT Virtual Campus at EEC in the Eastern Economic Corridor. This aims to develop talents and cooperate with government, productive and service sectors for innovation and EEC strengthening. KMUTT is committed to develop outcome-based education by considering study results of scholars through various learning formats, both inside and outside the classroom, laboratory, work-integrated learning in a workplace, industry, and community, as well as learning from excellence in research. That's why our graduates are all equipped and possess what it takes to be a professional. They are capable of making innovations and stepping out as modern entrepreneurs who can drive forward Thailand's economy. We have become the education institute that contributes towards strengthening society. We know that the The world needs new creators. That's why our job is to build people who are ready to do research, technological development, and innovation. Someone who would encourage multidisciplinary research and answer the needs of industrial and social change that would align with the national strategies. Furthermore, we have also established collaboration with renowned national and international institutes. We also pay much attention to the emotional development aspect. Green Heart is one of our goals to become a sustainable university, according to the agreement of United Nations General Assembly. And Social Lab Project, where students attend community, study, and conduct necessary research that leads to solutions, changes, and development of every community. Students will then be truly ready for community work. Co-creation of a strong society following the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Decades of dedication has made KMUTT the university widely accepted at national and international levels. All the awards we have won can guarantee that success is everyone's pride and contribution. KMUTT is featured in most internationally recognized ranking systems. No matter how competitive science and technology will be in the future, we are always ready to accept the challenge. Our plan not only reaches out for the future we can see, but it goes beyond that. It is the future that we will create and shape with our own hands. KMUTT is no longer a place for education only. We are one of those institutes who would strengthen this country to make sure Thailand will be stepping forward onto the world stage with integrity. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi.
Advancing science and technology fosters innovation that enhances economic growth, prosperity, and quality of life. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, is committed to training highly skilled human resources and attracting high-caliber talent for innovation and research. We nurture highly qualified faculty and researchers whose achievements have been widely recognized in business and industry. According to the Times Higher Education Rankings, our university is among the top in ASEAN and has been one of the top 2 in Thailand for 6 consecutive years. Our researchers use state-of-the-art facilities to conduct excellent research.
Interdisciplinary collaboration. The university is ranked highly worldwide.
As a global pioneer in materials science, Tsinghua has made the research of high-entropy materials possible and rewritten the history of alloys.
Research in brain science and AI at Tsinghua is thriving, as evidenced by our being first in the world to reverse engineer the brain neural network of a future.
Applying big data to historical research, we have solved the historical mystery of dream of the ray chamber.
Taking advantage of our interdisciplinary age, scientists at Tsinghua have made great advances in research on precision medicine.
On the basis of our technological capabilities, Tsinghua has taken a bold step towards medical science and the construction of its educational system. Our goal is to nurture future physician scientists. Tsinghua promotes a diverse environment for interdisciplinary learning, encourages multiple specializations, and educate students for the future.
ประเทศไทยโดยรวมๆเนี่ยนะครับก็มีความเจริญก้าวหน้ามาอย่างต่อเนื่องนะครับแต่ว่าการพัฒนาความสามารถของประเทศทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเนี่ยไม่เร็วพอก็ทำให้มีความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะต้องหาวิธีให้เราพัฒนาความรู้พัฒนาความสามารถทำให้รายได้ต่อหัวสูงขึ้นเพื่อที่จะให้เราหลุดจากกับดักประเทศรายได้ปานกลางให้ได้
เรื่องหนึ่งที่เราสนใจก็คือความร่วมมือระหว่างภาครัฐมหาวิทยาลัยกับอุตสาหกรรมเนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงอันนี้มันคือนโยบายเลยว่ารัฐต้องการจะสร้างความร่วมมือสร้างความเข้มแข็งทางด้านอุตสาหกรรมให้กับ SME แต่ว่า SME เนี่ยจะโตได้มีงานวิจัยต้องอาศัย Science and Tech อันนี้ก็เป็นนโยบายเชิง Science and Tech แต่นี่ประตูว่าแล้วเราจะทำยังไงเพื่อที่จะให้ตรงนี้มันเกิดได้มันก็ไปต้องศึกษาว่าทำให้เกิดความร่วมมือระหว่าง3ปาร์ตี้เนี่ยมันมีกลไกอะไรบ้างถ้าเกิดเราจะตั้งนโยบายแบบนี้เนี่ยมันจะเวิร์กไหมอันนี้คือวิจัยนโยบาย
จริงมจท.เป็นมหาวิทยาลัยที่เก่งอยู่แล้วทางด้านเทคโนโลยีวิทยาศาสตร์แต่ว่ามหาวิทยาลัยเนี่ยจะสร้าง Impact สร้างผลกระทบให้ได้มากกว่านั้นเนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราต้องพยายามที่จะเข้าถึงระดับนโยบาย 4-5 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ยกระทรวงวิทยาศาสตร์เนี่ยก็มีหน่วยงานหนึ่งเรียกว่าสำนักงานคณะกรรมการนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมหรือเรียกว่าสวทนเนี่ยมีหน้าที่ออกนโยบายเขาคิดว่านโยบายเนี่ยมันต้องมาจากการทำวิจัยด้วยไม่ใช่อยู่ดีลอยๆมาเพราะนั้นเนี่ยก็เป็นที่มาว่าทำไมมจท.อยากจะทำก็เลยมาคุยกันแล้วก็ตกลงกันร่วมมือกันสร้างสตรีพายนี้ขึ้นมา
ตอนนั้นเนี่ยเราก็อาศัยทีมงานที่มีประสบการณ์ทำด้านพลังงานทำด้านวิทยาศาสตร์และเทคโนโลยีด้านไบโอเทคกันอยู่แล้วก็อาศัยฐานที่ทำอยู่แล้วระดับหนึ่งแล้วก็อาศัยฐานนี้ของสวทน.ซึ่งมีความจำเป็นที่จะต้องดูวิจัยเชิงนโยบายด้านต่างๆภาพหนึ่งที่เราสนใจก็คือว่าในกลไกที่จะยกระดับความสามารถของภาคอุตสาหกรรมให้มีเทคโนโลยีแล้วก็พัฒนาเทคโนโลยีได้เนี่ยทำกลไกที่ทำให้เกิดเทคโนโลยี localization เข้ามาเอาเทคโนโลยี localization มาเสริมกับพื้นฐานบางอย่างที่เรามีอยู่แล้วเพื่อที่จะต่อยอดให้เรามีความเข้มแข็งทางเทคโนโลยีมากขึ้น
STIPI นะครับ S ก็ย่อมาจาก Science หรือว่าวิทยาศาสตร์นะครับ T มาจากเทคโนโลยีนะครับ I Innovation หรือว่านวัตกรรม P คือ policy หรือว่านโยบาย I ก็คือ institute หรือว่าสถาบันนะครับก็โดยรวมก็คือสถาบันนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมสตรีพายเนี่ยเป็นสถาบันวิจัยนะครับเพราะนั้นจุดมุ่งหมายเนี่ยก็คือทำวิจัยและเป็นการวิจัยเชิงนโยบายเพื่อการกำหนดนโยบายของประเทศนะครับทำอย่างไรถึงจะทำให้ประเทศเนี่ยมีนโยบายทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่ดีที่ถูกต้องมาด้วยเหตุผลทำยังไงถึงจะทำให้ประเทศเรามีภาคเอกชนที่เข้มแข็งตรงนี้ก็จะเป็นการวิจัยเพื่อหานโยบายที่ดีที่สุดให้กับประเทศครับ
ตัวสติพายอะครับเราเป็นสถาบันวิจัยนโยบายถูกไหมฮะเอาพุทส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยมันก็จะออกมาเป็นเหมือนกับว่าเป็นไวท์เปเปอร์เป็นเหมือนกับข้อเสนอแนะทีนี้ด้วยตัวสติพายเองทำงานค่อนข้างใกล้ชิดกับสอวช.เราทำงานกับเขาเราก็จะรู้ว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเขาอยากจะรู้อะไรปัญหาอะไรที่ประเทศยังมีอยู่ปัญหาอะไรที่เป็นสิ่งที่น่าสนใจของโลกแล้วเราก็คิดว่าเราจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการตอบคำถามตรงนั้น
สำหรับงานวิจัยส่วนใหญ่ของเราเนี่ยไม่ได้เน้นทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีนวัตกรรมด้านใดด้านหนึ่งคุณจะต้องมองถึงภาพรวมเพราะฉะนั้นคนที่จะเข้ามาทำงานคุณจะต้องมีความสนใจที่หลากหลายโดยต้องมีความรอบรู้
ต้องเรียนว่าเรามีทีมที่เข้มแข็งมากนะครับแล้วก็พร้อมจะรับงานท้าทายอยู่ตลอดเวลาเพราะฉะนั้นบนฐานแบบนี้เนี่ยผมเชื่อเหลือเกินว่าจะพาให้เราเชื่อมโยงและสร้างฐานการวิจัยนำไปสู่การเสนอนโยบายที่อยู่บนฐานของเหตุและผลบนข้อเท็จจริงได้ดีแล้วก็บนความเชื่อว่าเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ได้ดีอีกได้ดีขึ้นไปอีกเรื่อยๆมีการพัฒนาต่อเนื่องเนี่ยผมก็เชื่อว่าทีมนี้จะเป็นทีมที่มีคุณค่าและความหมายกับประเทศชาติอย่างมากครับ
ส่วนหนึ่งเนี่ยเราก็ตั้งเอมไว้ค่อนข้างสูงสำหรับสติพายว่าเราคงไม่ได้เป็นแค่สถาบันในประเทศเรามองถึงกรอบของอาเซียนด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็จะต้องมีความร่วมมือกับต่างประเทศโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งประเทศเพื่อนบ้าน
จริงๆต้องบอกว่าสติพายค่อนข้างโชคดีนะครับเป็นจริงเป็นวิสัยทัศน์ของผู้ใหญ่ที่เขาวางไว้ว่ามีสถาบันที่เกิดขึ้นเรียกว่าเราเป็นที่เดียวที่ทำวิจัยเฉพาะเรื่องนี้เลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยผมอยากจะทำให้สถาบันเราเป็นสถาบันที่เก่งแล้วก็โฟกัสถ้าพูดถึงนโยบายวทน STI policy นะต้องมาที่นี่อันนี้ก็จะทำให้เราเป็นเรียกว่าเป็นแพลตฟอร์มของวิจัยนโยบายทางด้านวทนวันนี้สติพายพร้อมแล้วนะครับที่จะเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นของพลังขับเคลื่อนนะครับทางด้านนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมของประเทศนะครับเพื่อให้มีประเทศเรามีความก้าวหน้าไปสู่ระดับนานาชาติ
For 110 years, Tsinghua has nurtured the engagement of Chinese and Western cultures and facilitated the integration of science and the humanities. These distinguished professors have laid a solid foundation for the university. Tsinghua takes pride in its excellent interdisciplinary collaboration. The university is ranked highly worldwide.
As a global pioneer in materials science, Tsinghua has made the research of high-entropy materials possible and rewritten the history of alloys.
Research in brain science and AI at Tsinghua is thriving, as evidenced by our being first in the world to reverse engineer the brain neural network of a fluid.
Applying big data to historical research, we have solved the historical mystery of twin of the ray chamber.
Taking advantage of our interdisciplinary age, scientists at Tsinghua have made great advances in research on precision medicine.
On the basis of our technological capabilities, Tsinghua has taken a bold step towards medical science and the construction of its educational system. Our goal is to nurture future physician scientists. Tsinghua promotes a diverse environment for interdisciplinary learning, encourages multiple specializations, and educates students for the future.
Looking into the future doesn't ensure that we can see everything. Many things are beyond the world today that you might not have thought of just now. Join us in building the sustainable society of the future.
National Research and Innovation Agency, a synergy in an orchestra. Established through the Presidential Regulation Number 78 of 2021 about the National Research and Innovation Agency. To enhance science and technology's contribution to the national development and to improve the research and innovation ecosystem in Indonesia. The National Research and Innovation Agency is a government agency that is directly responsible to the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Consists of 7 deputies, supported by various research institutes, and have more than 70 research centers and supporting units. Through the 3 directions: science and technology resources mobilization, providing a favorable research ecosystem, building an economy foundations based on research. The presence of National Research and Innovation Agency is to achieve Indonesia's goals as a developed country in 2045. Also to make Indonesia as a global reference for sciences, bringing advantages on science and technology development, policy making, and societies.
Advancing science and technology fosters innovation that enhances economic growth, prosperity, and quality of life. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, is committed to training highly skilled human resources and attracting high-caliber talent for innovation and research. We nurture highly qualified faculty and researchers whose achievements have been widely recognized in business and industry. According to the Times Higher Education Rankings, our university is among the top in ASEAN and has been one of the top 2 in Thailand for 6 consecutive years. Our researchers use state-of-the-art facilities to conduct excellent research of international quality, develop new technology, and provide standards, testing and consulting services to meet the needs of industry and support national strategies aimed at developing an innovation-driven economy. Our research and development efforts are driven by 7 strategic themes. 1. Sustainable bioeconomy. KMUTT is committed to creating knowledge, developing technology, and fostering innovation to develop a sustainable bioeconomy. Our research focuses on innovative production methods for food, including future and healthy foods and animal feed, and on biomass processing for high-value biofuels and biochemicals. In addition, our biopharmaceutical pilot plant facility produces biopharmaceutical vaccines and other products at international standards for preclinical and clinical trials. Our goal is to support the sustainable growth of bio-based industry. 2. Sustainable energy and environment. Our research focuses on 1. Renewable energy sources, energy distribution and storage, including biomass, biofuels, biogas, solar energy, and hydropower, as well as microgrids, smart grids, and energy storage systems. 2. Energy efficiency innovation for the building, industry, and transport sectors. 3. Environmental technology and management of water, air, and solid waste. 4. Climate change mitigation and adaptation, such as climate modeling, water resource management, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture and forestry. 3. Sustainable mobility. Advances in automotive technology, intelligent transportation systems, electromobility, rail systems, aviation, aircraft, as well as efficient logistics and supply chain management, reduce harmful emissions and greenhouse gases caused by transportation and mobility. Collaborative research in technology, innovation, and policy with relevant stakeholders is targeted at transforming Thailand towards a sustainable low-carbon society. 4. innovative materials, manufacturing, and construction. Innovative manufacturing processes based on using less resources and adopting green and higher performance, lightweight materials, such as nanomaterials, polymers, and composites, are important global trends. Whether it is manufacturing or construction, KMUTT has advanced tools and engineering expertise to conduct research from laboratory to industrial scale, from material to forming processes and automated and robotic production, to manufacturing and construction system management, in order to support Thailand's Sustainable Industry 4.0 strategy. 5. Smart healthcare. KMUTT integrates knowledge and know-how in engineering and biological and medical sciences to develop methods and tools and devices for diagnosis, treatment, therapy, rehabilitation, and regeneration. These technologies will ensure make healthcare more accessible and promote a higher quality of life for all. We develop medical materials, substitute materials, both non-invasive and minimally invasive treatment methods, as well as cell therapy for regenerative medicine. In addition, KMUTT develops assistive technology for people with disabilities, the elderly, and children with developmental disabilities. 6. Digital transformation. Our efforts revolve around innovative development and apply digital technology to support smart manufacturing, precision agriculture, and smart living devices and services. Our competence lies in applied mathematics and computation, information technology, the Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and robotics. 7. Creative and Learning Society. KMUTT researchers are creating a culture of learning, creativity, and innovation that underpins a modern, creative, and learning society. KMUTT develops new learning methods and processes, along with creative and innovative design, by integrating technology and the arts, while implementing community development and management projects to build sustainable value. Our knowledge and expertise is deployed in these 7 strategic research themes in pursuit of clear goals and supported by an innovation ecosystem within the university, embodied by our Science and Industrial Park at the Bang Kuntian campus and the Knowledge Exchange, or KX, in Bangkok's Klong San Innovation District. KX is an open ecosystem for promoting innovation in startups and SMEs. KMUTT staff and students are ready to engage in research and innovation activities in partnership with diverse industry and community sectors. Ultimately, our strong commitment to entrepreneurship development in students and staff has enabled KMUTT to become an important collaboration partner on the path towards a truly sustainable, technology and innovation-driven economy.
Looking into the future doesn't ensure that we can see everything. Many things are beyond the world today that you might not have thought of just now. Join us in building the sustainable society of the future. Six decades since the establishment of King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, following the guidance of His Majesty King Rama IV, the role model for scientists and engineers. His abilities were truly recognized throughout the world. The name King Mongkut, which is the name of the institute, was graciously bestowed by His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej. This has been the institute's highest honor. the dynamic world of competition, science and technology play an important role. That's why we have been trying hard to think, analyze, develop, innovate, and work with entrepreneurs. We make sure that our university is capable of getting the students ready to step into the competitive world. There are 11 units in the university that offer bachelor degrees, master degrees, and doctoral degrees of study. We also have 2 affiliated units under supervision. Our 4 educational sites include King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bangmot, which serves as the academic and research hub. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Bang Khun Thien, which serves as Science and Industrial Park and the first and only national biopharmaceutical facility of Thailand. King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Ratburi, where the teaching and learning are in the form of residential college. And KX Building, knowledge exchanged for innovation, where the study offers the ecosystem that facilitates entrepreneur and startup development. This ensures optimum knowledge exchange and cooperation with public and private sectors for the best innovation and entrepreneurship development towards entrepreneurial university. In addition, to rapidly and efficiently drive innovation-based and digital economy of Thailand, we have implemented KMUTT Virtual Campus at EEC in the Eastern Economic Corridor. This aims to develop talents and cooperate with government, productive and service sectors for innovation and EEC strengthening. KMUTT is committed to develop outcome-based education by considering study results of scholars through various learning formats, both inside and outside the classroom, laboratory, work-integrated learning in a workplace, industry, and community, as well as learning from excellence in research. That's why our graduates are all equipped and possess what it takes to be a professional. They are capable of making innovations and stepping out as modern entrepreneurs who can drive forward Thailand's economy. We have become the education institute that contributes towards strengthening society. We know that the world needs new creators. That's why our job is to build people who are ready to do research, technological development, and innovation. Someone who would encourage multidisciplinary research and answer the needs of industrial and social change that would align with the national strategies. Furthermore, we have also established collaboration with renowned national and international institutes. We also pay much attention to the emotional development aspect. Green Heart is one of our goals to become a sustainable university, according to the agreement of United Nations General Assembly. And social lab project, where students attend community, study, and conduct necessary research that leads to solutions, changes, and development of every community. Students will then be truly ready for community work. Co-creation of a strong society following the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Decades of dedication has made KMUTT the university widely accepted at national and international levels. All the awards we have won can guarantee that success is everyone's pride and contribution. KMUTT is featured in most internationally recognized ranking systems. No matter how competitive science and technology will be in the future, we are always ready to accept the challenge. Our plan not only reaches out for the future we can see, but it goes beyond that. It is the future that we will create and shape with our own hands. KMUTT is no longer a place for education only. We are one of those institutes who would strengthen this country to make sure Thailand will be stepping forward onto the world stage with integrity. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi.
ประเทศไทยโดยรวมๆเนี่ยนะครับก็มีความเจริญก้าวหน้ามาอย่างต่อเนื่องนะครับแต่ว่าการพัฒนาความสามารถของประเทศทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมเนี่ยไม่เร็วพอก็ทำให้มีความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่จะต้องหาวิธีให้เราพัฒนาความรู้พัฒนาความสามารถทำให้รายได้ต่อหัวสูงขึ้นเพื่อที่จะให้เราหลุดจากกับดักประเทศรายได้ปานกลางให้ได้
เรื่องหนึ่งที่เราสนใจก็คือความร่วมมือระหว่างภาครัฐมหาวิทยาลัยกับอุตสาหกรรมเนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงอันนี้มันคือนโยบายเลยว่ารัฐต้องการจะสร้างความร่วมมือสร้างความเข้มแข็งทางด้านอุตสาหกรรมให้กับ SME แต่ว่า SME เนี่ยจะโตได้มีงานวิจัยต้องอาศัย Science and Tech อันนี้ก็เป็นนโยบายเชิง Science and Tech แต่นี่ประตูว่าแล้วเราจะทำยังไงเพื่อที่จะให้ตรงนี้มันเกิดได้มันก็ไปต้องศึกษาว่าทำให้เกิดความร่วมมือระหว่าง3ปาร์ตี้เนี่ยมันมีกลไกอะไรบ้างถ้าเกิดเราจะตั้งนโยบายแบบนี้เนี่ยมันจะเวิร์กไหมอันนี้คือวิจัยนโยบาย
จริงมจท.เป็นมหาวิทยาลัยที่เก่งอยู่แล้วทางด้านเทคโนโลยีวิทยาศาสตร์แต่ว่ามหาวิทยาลัยเนี่ยจะสร้าง Impact สร้างผลกระทบให้ได้มากกว่านั้นเนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราต้องพยายามที่จะเข้าถึงระดับนโยบาย 4-5 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ยกระทรวงวิทยาศาสตร์เนี่ยก็มีหน่วยงานหนึ่งเรียกว่าสำนักงานคณะกรรมการนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมหรือเรียกว่าสวทนเนี่ยมีหน้าที่ออกนโยบายเขาคิดว่านโยบายเนี่ยมันต้องมาจากการทำวิจัยด้วยไม่ใช่อยู่ดีลอยๆมาเพราะนั้นเนี่ยก็เป็นที่มาว่าทำไมมจท.อยากจะทำก็เลยมาคุยกันแล้วก็ตกลงกันร่วมมือกันสร้างสตรีพายนี้ขึ้นมา
ตอนนั้นเนี่ยเราก็อาศัยทีมงานที่มีประสบการณ์ทำด้านพลังงานทำด้านวิทยาศาสตร์และเทคโนโลยีด้านไบโอเทคกันอยู่แล้วก็อาศัยฐานที่ทำอยู่แล้วระดับหนึ่งแล้วก็อาศัยฐานนิดของสวทน.ซึ่งมีความจำเป็นที่จะต้องดูวิจัยเชิงนโยบายด้านต่างๆภาพหนึ่งที่เราสนใจก็คือว่าในกลไกที่จะยกระดับความสามารถของภาคอุตสาหกรรมให้มีเทคโนโลยีแล้วก็พัฒนาเทคโนโลยีได้เนี่ยทำกลไกที่ทำให้เกิดเทคโนโลยี localization เข้ามาเอาเทคโนโลยี localization มาเสริมกับพื้นฐานบางอย่างที่เรามีอยู่แล้วเพื่อที่จะต่อยอดให้เรามีความเข้มแข็งทางเทคโนโลยีมากขึ้น
STIPI นะครับ S ก็ย่อมาจาก Science หรือว่าวิทยาศาสตร์นะครับ T มาจากเทคโนโลยีนะครับ I Innovation หรือว่านวัตกรรม P คือ policy หรือว่านโยบาย I ก็คือ institute หรือว่าสถาบันนะครับก็โดยรวมก็คือสถาบันนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมสตรีพายเนี่ยเป็นสถาบันวิจัยนะครับเพราะนั้นจุดมุ่งหมายเนี่ยก็คือทำวิจัยและเป็นการวิจัยเชิงนโยบายเพื่อการ กำหนดนโยบายของประเทศนะครับทำอย่างไรถึงจะทำให้ประเทศเนี่ยมีนโยบายทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่ดีที่ถูกต้องมาด้วยเหตุผลทำยังไงถึงจะทำให้ประเทศเรามีภาคเอกชนที่เข้มแข็งตรงนี้ก็จะเป็นการวิจัยเพื่อหานโยบายที่ดีที่สุดให้กับประเทศครับ
ตัวสติพายอะครับเราเป็นสถาบันวิจัยนโยบายถูกไหมฮะเอาพุทส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยมันก็จะออกมาเป็นเหมือนกับว่าเป็นไวท์เปเปอร์เป็นเหมือนกับข้อเสนอแนะทีเนี้ยด้วยตัวสติพายเองทำงานค่อนข้างใกล้ชิดกับสอวช.เราทำงานกับเขาเราก็จะรู้ว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเขาอยากจะรู้อะไรปัญหาอะไรที่ประเทศยังมีอยู่ปัญหาอะไรที่เป็นสิ่งที่น่าสนใจของโลกแล้วเราก็คิดว่าเราจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการตอบคำถามตรงนั้น
สำหรับงานวิจัยส่วนใหญ่ของเราเนี่ยไม่ได้เน้นทางด้านวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีนวัตกรรมด้านใดด้านหนึ่งคุณจะต้องมองถึงภาพรวมเพราะฉะนั้นคนที่จะเข้ามาทำงานคุณจะต้องมีความสนใจที่หลากหลายก็ต้องมีความรอบรู้
ต้องเรียนว่าเรามีทีมที่เข้มแข็งมากนะครับแล้วก็พร้อมจะรับงานท้าทายอยู่ตลอดเวลาเพราะนั้นบนฐานแบบนี้เนี่ยผมเชื่อเหลือเกินว่าจะพาให้เราเชื่อมโยงและสร้างฐานการวิจัยนำไปสู่การเสนอนโยบายที่อยู่บนฐานของเหตุและผลบนข้อเท็จจริงได้ดีแล้วก็บนความเชื่อว่าเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ได้ดีอีกได้ดีขึ้นไปอีกเรื่อยๆมีการพัฒนาต่อเนื่องเนี่ยผมก็เชื่อว่าทีมนี้จะเป็นทีมที่มีคุณค่าและความหมายกับประเทศชาติอย่างมากครับ
ส่วนหนึ่งเนี่ยเราก็ตั้งเอมไว้ค่อนข้างสูงสำหรับสติพายว่าเราคงไม่ได้เป็นแค่สถาบันในประเทศเรามองถึงกรอบของอาเซียนด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็จะต้องมีความร่วมมือกับต่างประเทศโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งประเทศเพื่อนบ้าน
จริงๆต้องบอกว่าสติพายค่อนข้างโชคดีนะครับเป็นจริงเป็นวิสัยทัศน์ของผู้ใหญ่ที่เขาวางไว้ว่ามีสถาบันที่เกิดขึ้นเรียกว่าเราเป็นที่เดียวที่ทำวิจัยเฉพาะเรื่องนี้เลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยผมอยากจะทำให้สถาบันเราเป็นสถาบันที่เก่งแล้วก็โฟกัสถ้าพูดถึงนโยบายวทน. STI policy นะต้องมาที่นี่อันนี้ก็จะทำให้เราเป็นเรียกว่าเป็นแพลตฟอร์มของวิจัยนโยบายทางด้านวทน.วันนี้สติพายพร้อมแล้วนะครับที่จะเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นของพลังขับเคลื่อนนะครับทางด้านนโยบายวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมของประเทศนะครับเพื่อให้มีประเทศเรามีความก้าวหน้าไปสู่ระดับนานาชาติ
For 110 years, Tsinghua has nurtured the engagement of Chinese and Western cultures and facilitated the integration of science and the humanities. These distinguished professors have laid a solid foundation for the university. Tsinghua takes pride in its excellent interdisciplinary collaboration. The university is ranked highly worldwide.
As a global pioneer in materials science, Tsinghua has made the research of high-entropy materials possible and rewritten the history of alloys.
Research in brain science and AI at Tsinghua is thriving, as evidenced by our being first in the world to reverse engineer the brain neural network of a fruit fly.
Applying big data to historical research, we have solved the historical mystery of dream of the ray chamber.
Taking advantage of our interdisciplinary age, scientists at Tsinghua have made great advances in research on precision medicine.
On the basis of her technological capabilities, Tsinghua has taken a bold step towards medical science and the construction of its educational system. Our goal is to nurture future physician scientists. Tsinghua promotes a diverse environment for interdisciplinary learning, encourages multiple specializations, and educates students for the future.
National Research and Innovation Agency, a synergy in an orchestra. Established through the Presidential Regulation Number 78 of 2021 about the National Research and Innovation Agency. To enhance science and technology's contribution to the national development and to improve the research and innovation ecosystem in Indonesia. The National Research and Innovation Agency is a government agency that is directly responsible to the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Consists of 7 deputies, supported by various research institutes, and have more than 70 research centers and supporting units. Through the 3 directions: science and technology resources mobilization, providing a favorable research ecosystem, building an economy foundations based on research. The presence of National Research and Innovation Agency is to achieve Indonesia's goals as a developed country in 2045. Also to make Indonesia as a global reference for sciences, bringing advantages on science and technology development, policy making, and societies.
Advancing science and technology fosters innovation that enhances economic growth, prosperity, and quality of life. King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, is committed to training highly skilled human resources and advancing high-caliber innovation and research. We nurture highly qualified faculty and researchers whose achievements have been widely recognized in business.
Can anyone see my slides?
According to
Yep.
Excuse me.
Okay. Welcome everyone back to the afternoon session of Asialics conference. So in this afternoon, we have 9 papers under the theme of science, technology, and innovation policy. I will not give details about the authors because we don't have time limit. But I want to invite first the Professor Yang from Peking University to give a presentation on strengthening authoritarian design, mapping science, technology, and innovation policy developments in China in the age of COVID-19. So, Professor Yang, please.
Okay, thank you, Padre Rapong. And it's my great honor to join you for this afternoon session. It's 2:30 Beijing time, and China, as you possibly would all know, that is still sticking to a no new cases policy in terms of COVID-19 prevention. So a lot of things have happening in this country, and we want to understand in this age, at least in the past 2 years, whether the STI policy development in the country have been gearing towards strengthening authoritarian design. So this is basically our topic. So before the pandemic broke out, we see from the literature that suggests for most of the STI policy development, they were mostly about enhancing productivity and the competitiveness for growth. And but in the how should I say, new age, a lot of things, new things have been emphasized in terms of government's policy directions. For example, the World Bank has been saying that in some of the countries suffering from the pandemic, they have seen STI dynamic gearing towards political stability, environmental sustainability, and social inclusiveness as well. But for an authoritarian state like China, where there are no direct elections, where the government doesn't really derive its legitimacy from elections, we want to test whether there's a new political directionality of its STI dynamic. So basically, that's our major focus today, whether as the OECD has said, globally, government mission-oriented STI policies have signaled a shift towards increased political directionality. That means STI policies designed to achieve political goals. So our question in this presentation and in this preliminary paper is to see whether this trend, this more political directionality trend fit in China's context. And the reason that we ask this question is that we have seen some hints in the past 2 years. I mean, some people can still say that China continues its latest political trend to build a techno-authoritarian state with a lot of deep tech technologies like cloud computing, artificial intelligence. But the president of China, Xi Jinping, stated that the country is now prioritizing national security, not the growth at all costs mentality of the past 30 years. So it shouldn't be a surprise, because I mean the country has been known for strong government leadership in setting strategic STI policy directions, objectives, and frameworks. So we want to test whether this trend has been continuing since the new era. There are also other hints, other catchphrases in the past 2 years. For example, this phrase called dual circulation, which
sorry,
means
Professor Yang, sorry.
Yeah.
You want to share your slide or you want to speak without slide?
I have shared my slides. Can you see the
Actually, we cannot see your slide at all.
All right, okay, I'll try that. Could you see that now?
Yeah, we can see it now. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'll just continue. So this dual circulation is actually a buzz phrase, which means China is trying to promote self-reliance on technology, partly in response to fears that a dependence on the West could make China vulnerable to geopolitical and trade pressures. So we have seen some hints in the past 2 years, whether it's actually a return to the past patterns or whether it's a new pattern, we will try to come to a conclusion at the end of this presentation. And also we have seen some new directions, policy directions in the past 2 or 3 months. For instance, on August 27th, the Cyberspace Administration of China set the rules for the use of recommended algorithms by those big software giants companies in China. That really very much, these new regulations require that company expose the keywords with which they have labeled their users and allow users to delete them. But more importantly, they actually require these technology firms to deploy recommendation algorithms to actually uphold mainstream values. What do they really mean? They didn't really say much, but we all understand that the Chinese state is trying to prevent anything that very much upside the political order and to prevent things that may engage in activities harming national security. So basically, we have seen some, how should I say, a stronger nationalist mood in terms of China's SDI directions or dynamics in the past 2 years. So we are thinking that whether we have seen something that reversed to China's early founding years. That was, let's say, before the 1960s, when the then Premier Zhou Enlai called for mechanism to monitor foreign STI development with the martial metaphor, doing science is like fighting a war. And we will come through our analysis of policy documents in the past 2 years that the Chinese states are trying to move back to that direction to some extent, right? So basically, this is what we have come so far. And so our database, what we try to do in this paper is to contribute to the STI literature and practice in 2 ways. The first thing that we want to do is to expand on existing reviews of 40 years of STI policies in China, contribute to the existing literature, and also perform a content analysis of over 600 STI policy documents issued by the Chinese government since 2020 with the software and Vivo. So we actually are using policy text as data. Our sample covers the period from January 20th, 2020 to September 2021. The reason for choosing January 20th is because it was the date when China's Wuhan city, the first epicenter of the breakout, was actually shut down. So we very much track China's STI policies back to those days. And then until September 2020 is when your forum actually decides to receive the submission of the final paper. So this is basically the time frame. So after a comprehensive effort by our team searching through all government websites and some third-party independent law and regulation monitor sites like Peking University's China Law Information Database, we actually find more than 1,000 STI policy items. Such policies were actually issued by, let's say, National People's Congress, China's parliament, and its standing committee, the State Council, which is the executive of China, and also various ministries like Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Commerce, and also other various government departments and agencies. So these policy documents have been checked and supplemented against various published collections of STI policies as well. And so after a careful filtering process that take out irrelevant and repetitive or similar policy document, we have successfully collected a database of 644 STI policies for analysis. That's our database. Then we use the software NVivo 12 to study the content of these policies. This software actually has a strong automatic coding function to screen and extract and even critically appraise a large amount of policy data. So this is basically how we deal with this massive amount of policy data, which are actually text. So our major understanding framework is the is Roswell and Sewell's classification, which very much divides STI policy instruments into three categories: supply side policy instrument, environmental side policy instruments, and demand side policy instrument. We also want to understand, apart from the categorization of policy instrument, we want to understand the policy goals of these STI policies. So we borrow from Pierce and Delbecq definition of innovation as the initiation, diffusion, and adoption of new ideas and activities. And we also try to understand how these policies are actually enforced at which level. Basically, we try to divide these policy documents to be enacted or enforced at the national level, which means China's parliament, state council, and ministries, and also the local level, which in our case is the provincial governments rather than city government, because there are so many city governments in China, more than 300. So we stop at the provincial level. So this is basically our policy variables and their descriptions. We have many variables to go through, but since the time for my presentation is quite limited, I'll just possibly come to the how should I say, the results session to discuss with you some of the major preliminary findings after this text mining and the text analysis. So, but it's actually, we should caution our readers that since policy instruments, policy goals, they are really not mutually exclusive. For example, a policy item for fiscal support on the supply side can at the same time be about tax incentives on the environmental side. So that means we have to adjust percentages so that the denominator is number of total instruments or total goals, thus producing the sum of adjusted percentages that is 100%. So that's basically our methods in terms of trying to understand these policy documents. And the results, right? So for the policy instruments results, we can see that as Euro, the supply side dominates China's policy agendas, in combining the national and the local level. Well, the demand side has been the fewest percentages in terms of documents. There are some notable things to understand from this analysis. First, why the government adopt less demand side instruments rather than supply side? We believe there are at least two major reasons. The first thing is that supply side policies are easier to implement because they involve fewer interested parties and institutional players than demand side instruments. So that's one reason. The other reason is that I think at least during the pandemic, a lot of STI companies, whether they are national or state-owned companies or privately owned companies, they actually suffer seriously from lack of funds and human resources. So that means the governments need to introduce some quick incentive measures from the supply side to give these enterprises a short boost for survival, rather than using demand side and environmental side policies that may take longer periods to bear fruits or take effect. So that's one thing to remember. We have also seen that during the pandemic, China's claim to respect intellectual property rights is really not strong, because it only takes around 7% of the total policy instruments that very much care about rights. And also for environmental sides, we have seen that there has been less concerted efforts on the state side to engineer specific industry norms, standards, and values, which are actually quite crucial to generate indigenous growth, which is China's thing for the new era under President Xi Jinping. So during the pandemic, the government haven't been really bothering with such long-term planning at all. And also, more worryingly, we have seen through our tax and analysis that China has, how should I say, let's say we introduced the S&T control and restriction variable. Even though this variable or this policy instruments, this type of
Sorry, Professor Yang, we cannot hear you. And I think, can you speed up? Professor Yang, are you there? I think I lost him. Okay, he might come back later.
Sorry, I've been kicked out. I will re-log in. Right. So can you see the slides now?
Yes. Please continue, and maybe you should speed up a little bit. Thank you.
Right, I'll speak up a little bit. Yes, sorry about that. Maybe because some of the contents that I covered are quite politically sensitive. I mean, nowadays, China's huge firewall can actually filter through people's voices to understand what people say in certain contexts. So maybe I should, be less critical of what the Chinese government has been doing in the last 2 years. So we have, through our tax analysis, we have seen some more protectionism. For example, using the S&T control and restriction variable, we have seen that China has renewed or amended its catalog of technology subject to export prohibition and restriction. For example, a total of 53 items of technologies were actually deleted, revised, and added. For example, restricted computer technologies class 15 and software class 16 included many technologies relating to AI, big data, cyber security. So we have seen some new restrictions or more restrictions in the COVID-19 era in terms of trying to understand what the Chinese government has been doing. And also, I would argue that we have seen more interventionism in this state. As I talked at the beginning of my slides, that the Chinese government has been trying to restrict the import and export of certain technologies, but they also require the big tech firms in China to redistribute of some of their profits to smaller merchants. So that means they try to break those domestic techno giants' monopoly of certain industry and to redistribute their income to foster indigenous growth of smaller companies. So that's a new thing. Even more, they also asked this company to review how they label their users with which keywords. And also allow users more freedom to delete those labels. And we see that the ultimate political aim out of all this is try to control what the Chinese people see and do online. For instance, as I said, the Chinese government asked techno firms to deploy algorithms that uphold mainstream values. And such mainstream values must maintain social and political order, even though they didn't really specify what the specific contents of this maintaining social and political order really mean. But they are actually doing a lot of things in the background to filter the comments or the things that they don't like in this atmosphere. And so this has a sharp contrast with what has happened before the pandemic. I mean, even though we didn't, our text analysis do not really cover the period before the pandemic, some scholars or some institutions have already done some analysis. For example, the World Bank published in 2020 suggests that between 2011 and 2017, they find while more than 170 STI policies, the Chinese government have been using more financial instruments rather than regulatory and advisory instruments to control STI dynamics in China. So that means the World Bank, even the World Bank, which has sometimes been very critical of what the Chinese government has been doing, has found less interventionism and protectionism in China compared with what we find after the pandemic broke out in January 2020. Policy goals, because our time is very limited, I'll just quickly go through. It's also evident that China has been trying to promote more of the use of the design and creation of new techno products and technological diffusion, but less enthusiastic about technological importation and absorption. That means they try to foster the company to develop their own techno advantages rather than trying to buy from abroad or learn from abroad, unlike before. Policy enforcement levels, which are also a quite interesting thing to find. Because, I mean, after you go through a lot of things that people have in mind talking about national policies, we find that the local level, which for us is the provincial level, the policy instruments have been issued more often or more frequently than at the national level. For example, more than nearly 70% of the policy documents were actually issued by provincial governments rather than the national government. So that means the local level has been really at the forefront of national innovation, right? And we actually divide our policy variables by the state level and provincial level. And we have seen some crucial differences between the state level or the national level and provincial level. And some interesting findings can be that both levels, they adopt more supply side and than demand side policies. The reason we have already provided on that, but it's interesting to see that the local government actually provide stronger administrative support and even encourage more international collaborations than the national government. So maybe there is some kind of loose coupling here. The national government trying to say something that we must protect indigenous growth, while the local government have been more pragmatic. They believe learning from the West, borrowing or cooperating with Western companies which are quite advanced in terms of technologies that China really needed is an easier thing to do in the COVID-19 age or in the pandemic age. And also, we find that the local level has been practicing more fiscal support policies than financial policies. Maybe because that's the thing that they can do rather than what the national government can do on this stage. So because my time is quite limited, I'll just end it here. We believe that China has been reverting to some kind of past patterns that's before the 1980s, when the reform of opening up was actually undergoing in China's reform age. So that means China has been trying to use their policies to execute large strategic and political tasks. So this actually echoes some new movement in right before the pandemic, when the President Xi Jinping has amended many things, right? So in the when President Xi Jinping came onto the stage, there has been some voices in China trying to understand how to balance importation and domestic technological change with how to balance these two things, because they believe in the past 20 years in China's reform and opening up, the local firm has been trying to learn from the West, but they still belong to the lower tier of international technological innovation. And the West companies, which are actually quite advanced in terms of technologies, only want to exploit China's market without making their technology available to Chinese technological players. So that's the reason why right before the pandemic, China has already amended some of their how should I say, political agenda to national innovation, trying to promote indigenous innovation by 2020. Let's say allocate 2.5% of GDP to research and to base 70% of production on homegrown technologies. And also, they have used some kind of drastic measures, provide incentive to firms to set up research and development units, funding more Chinese participation in international collaboration, encourage Chinese firms to go abroad to acquire technologies, and encourage more returnees to China. And also, they have used some kind of, identify some kind of mega projects in terms of microchips, broadband, nuclear energy, aerospace, those things, which are actually quite exclusive to domestic players. And we believe in the age of COVID-19, such things has been intensified. Maybe because, I mean, the pandemic, China is the only country, possibly only the only country in the world that still want to maintain a zero new case environment. So that means it's learning from the West. How should I say, international collaborations hasn't been really on the national government's agenda, even though local government has been trying to, still trying to cooperate and promote international collaboration, but the national government at the state level doesn't really want to do so. So sorry about delaying or being kicked out of my presentations during this session. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to hear from you suggestions and insights on how to improve my project and to improve this paper. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Professor Yang. I checked the chat box. There's no questions from the audience, but I have actually a few questions to ask. I think your paper is very good and timely. However, I think the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the change of the government policy in China is not so obvious, because I think most of the rationale that you cited are more political rationale, political change. I'm not sure about the real impact on a pandemic, because the title of your paper is focusing on the pandemic, right? So I'm not sure about the real impact, how it affects the direction of science, technology, innovation policy in China. That's the first question. The second one is related to the historical development of STI policy in China. As far as I know, that I think China already changed the policy in the early 2000s to focusing more on developing indigenous innovation and grooming the local economy. So the subsidy or incentive to foreign firms have been cut or at least reduced to be on par to local firms. So this kind of trend is already started even before this kind of changing in political situation, especially confrontation with the US, or even before the President Xi Jinping became the president, right? So this trend is already there. Maybe the development of China at that time, starting from 2000, is similar to development of Japan and Korea during the catching up phase, where they are trying to rely less on foreign direct investment and develop their own technological capabilities through enhancing local companies, especially large family-owned local companies. So maybe the pattern is similar. To what extent China learned from Japan and Korean experience, or is becoming like a natural course that after you learn some certain extent from foreign companies, now you want to develop your own innovation and local firms. So it becomes quite a natural process like that. I wonder whether what you take on these 2 points. Thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you, Professor, for asking those insightful questions. So for the first question, I think it's really hard because we cannot, here we do not really run regressions. So we cannot even say something about correlations between these policies and how political variables on the national agenda has been affecting those kind of policy development. But the thing is that from all the policy documents that we collected and analyzed, all those policy documents in terms of its taxes actually have the phrases like how to, let's say, to prepare the country to move forward during the pandemic, or to tackle the pandemic, we need to do such and such. So that's at least some kind of government stance trying to introduce, let's say, which kind of things to better prepare the country in the pandemic. So that means all our policy texts have specific sayings that very much direct the reader's attention that the government was trying to introduce such policies to confront the pandemic. So basically, that's one thing we can do about, how should I say, correlation or causation in terms of political variables and STI dynamics. The other thing that you mentioned is that so perhaps we are not seeing some kind of reversal to past patterns, but it's more like a continuation. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, I said that this kind of change maybe happen naturally, because at the beginning you trying to get the technology through foreign direct investment, and later on you rely more on your own technological innovation as well as grooming the local companies. I think experience of China maybe is not unique, because Japan and Korea have done this kind of thing before, right? Yeah. But China is switching from policy that newly industrializing countries like Thailand or Malaysia, Indonesia use, because you rely on foreign direct investment. But they switch to more independent innovation through grooming local firms, which is similar to Korea and Japan during the catching up phase. So this kind of transition, I'm not quite sure whether it has the inspiration from experience of Japan or Korea, or it's a kind of natural cause that China is such a big country. You can rely on your own market, your own technology, your own local companies. I'm not sure about that. So your main thesis is more about a political nature, political rationale that drove the change in China policy. But I just wonder whether this is a kind of thing that even happened before political change.
Right. I think I agree. Some kind of indigenous growth thing has been going on maybe for the past 10 years, since we already reached a certain stage that we may need to foster more domestic growth in terms of the STI dynamics. But in the pandemic, the reason that we concentrate on political directionality of STI policies is that we have seen some very drastic measures that tackles or that confront China's big techno firms during the pandemic. I'm not too sure whether it's really about pandemic or it's time for the central leadership to do so. So that's really something that I cannot really give a causation to. But I would say that, for example, asking the really top firms to uphold mainstream values, they didn't really state that explicitly before the pandemic. And they didn't really say that, I mean, let's say Jack Ma's, Alibaba, they have to do certain things. They have to redistribute their income to smaller firms. They didn't really say something that you cannot go on to be listed in Hong Kong before that. So at least, even though I may not be able to mitigate the endogenous problem in terms of to claim causation in this case, but we can still say that at least the government has been more explicitly claiming for a tougher stance to control what the techno companies, mostly private firms, what they do in the new age. And maybe that's the thing that we, that's something that we should emphasize more with more analysis of, let's say, new policy documents with a strong political emphasis. And for the indigenous growth, I agree, maybe it's a continuation rather than reversal to the past, because it has already reached that stage to do things that they must do in the current stage. But for the political things, I'm now, maybe they are preparing for the big thing next year. That's the 20th session of the Communist parties taking power in China. So that means President Xi is going to abolish the term limits to be the president for the third term. It's more like Putin in Russia, right? So so that's the thing, that a lot of things have been stepping up to that point. So that means next year, in the autumn of next year, the big thing will happen, right? So we also have the Winter Olympic in 3 months' time. So they try to give all the firms in China, they try to control what people see and do online, right? Also offline. Not sure, maybe they are using the COVID-19 as some kind of excuses to concentrate their political controls in certain areas. We cannot really say with so much certainty on that, but we have seen some directions. Maybe we'll see more directions, political directives out of the STI sector to give us more insights on that. So thank you so much for your questions. Maybe
thank you. I think, can you give something like a 1 minute answer to this question from the audience? They ask how the policy is implemented.
Right, how the policy is implemented in China. I mean, a lot of policies are really not recommendations. They are the things that local firms or local citizens must do. So let's say, for example, if the Chinese government asks the local techno companies to uphold mainstream values, right? Even though it's some STI firms like TikTok, right? Those kind of video self-streaming platform. If some thing that, let's say, if some users upload some video content that very much contradict the national agenda on political security or national security, they would just shut down the whole platform.
Okay.
So they do it right away, like, let's say 30 years ago what they have done. I mean, so that's something you must do. How to implement? They possibly would just pick up on people who violated such rules rather than asking them to do it directly. So that means they are monitoring whether people have broken those regulations or rules, and penalize those people or those companies that do not really do so according to the national agenda.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Yang. This is a very good paper, and we learn a lot from China, and it's very up to date paper in this political context. So thank you so much, Professor Yang.
Thank you.
We have to move to a next paper. Next paper is just one moment. Next paper is by Kevin Christopher Go, Enabling Innovation in the Philippine Rice Industry, the Role and Key Capabilities, Innovation Intermediaries. Okay, Kevin, please.
Okay, Professor, can you hear me and can you see this
Yes.
slide? Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin. I'm from the Philippines. I'm also from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Today, I'll talk about a chapter of my dissertation entitled Enabling Innovation in the Philippine Rice Industries, the Roles and Key Capabilities of Innovation Intermediaries. So my presentation today, this is just a brief outline of it. So background of the study, I'll present some relevant literature. I'll talk about the rice industry of the Philippines for a bit and then present some of my research objectives. Second to that would be my methodology, how I did my research. Third would be some major or key findings, and then I'll conclude and do some implications based on what I've found so far. So to begin, background of the study. So as we know, inclusion and participation in the global value chain does a lot for developing countries. It first and foremost gives and maximizes access to the global economy. However, recent studies have also shown that integration and participation into GVCs really is contingent or relies on the country's innovation system. And for firms in a developing country to innovate and upgrade, they will need support by different actors. And these actors also need to address different gaps, constraints, and barriers to innovation. So one way or one type of organization that helps address these are innovation intermediaries. So these are organizations or bodies that act as an agent or broker in any aspect of the innovation process between two or more parties. They're usually catalysts for technology adoption and diffusion. They are found in various types of organization, and they do provide a lot of different types of roles. Moreover, for developing countries, GVC inclusion and participation also aids in poverty reduction, especially in the rural areas. And one type of chain that really exhibits greater poverty-reducing effects are agri-food business value chains. The Philippines, as a developing country, will be able to gain much more if they're able to build on their AFB chains. So, according to data from the country, 3/4 of the Filipino poor actually live in the rural areas. And further data from the country reveals that farmers, fisher folks, and even individuals residing in the rural areas exhibit the highest poverty incidences, shown in the graph on the right. One industry that will be that really needs to be developed would be the Philippine rice industry, which in the Philippines is actually the staple food of the most Filipinos. So the biggest issue facing the country or the industry right now would be the shift from quantitative restrictions on imported rice to imposition of tariffs on imported rice. So annually, my country imports about 10% of its gross supply from other countries. And we need to really compete to be able to gain much more traction and be able to compete globally. So you can see on the right side, the table will show that the Philippines, although the yield is a bit higher than that of Thailand, produces a lot less rice compared to the other two countries. So this next slide will exacerbate only what I wanted to point out, that we really need as a country to really boost our production. So that means just not only lowering costs, but also uptaking or heighten the uptake of more modern technologies and capitalizing on scale economies. As you can see from the table itself, the Philippines produces, at least in Philippine pesos, produces twice more than other countries, or at least from Thailand's perspective, 1.5 times more. So even with imposition of tariffs, rice imported from Southeast Asian countries at least is a lot cheaper still. But of course, the government is doing things or a lot of things to be able to provide for our rice farmers. And one way of doing so in developing the industry is through the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, where they appropriate a certain amount of money to developing the industry annually. The government is also trying to implement a new no cluster, no assistance policy, where they're going to force farmer organizations to cluster together to be able to receive assistance from the government. With the hope that by 2030, our industry or rice industry will be able to compete globally. So to be able to help all of these come into fruition, I think, and my study will try to assess how innovation intermediaries try to boost these or try to implement all of these or help in implementing these initiatives of the government and to help develop the industry. With that, my objectives would be to integrate, at least academically, the innovation intermediaries to the discussion on GVCs and innovation systems and their interaction. My study also tries to provide comparative work of intermediary roles in the different parts of the same value chain, observe key capabilities in a resource-based industry, so this is one, and offer additional evidence for demand conditions in sectoral innovation systems by focusing on the rice industry, which presents a more domestic market-focused industry. My methodology for the entire study is to use a descriptive case study. To do so, I was able to do some pilot interviews from 2019 to 2020, and then a lot of my data really comes from a lot of semi-structured interviews and FGDs from innovation intermediaries and various value chain actors. So all in all, this is just one part of my study, so there's another chapter on a different industry as well. On the right-hand side, you will see case study design of at least this chapter of my dissertation, where 11 organizations took part. For my analytical framework, I used two different types of frameworks, one to assess roles and one to assess key capabilities of intermediaries. So the roles one is by partners, and the key capabilities one is by Professor Sutijakra and Professor Intaracumner, or Professor Patarapong in this case. So next slides, I will just show some of my key findings and discuss them a bit briefly. Okay, so this slide will show findings based on organization type, so roles and key capabilities. What this table will show are certain stars. So the more stars means that these roles or key capabilities, as in the next slide, were emphasized much more by the intermediaries or those that I talked to that tried to give feedback on the intermediaries. Okay, so some of the important or highlighted findings here would be government agencies, so the GAs. They really highlight mediation and resource provision much more. And this is not so surprising, as government agencies are usually the ones who orchestrate networks and at the same time manage funds, at least public funds, and implement these services and programs. For next point, public research institutes really highlighted their brokerage and consultancy roles by providing as they provide the new technologies. But what is surprising for the public research institutes are the provision or being a resource provider. They do not necessarily or always, at least based on what I read on the literature, really provide a lot of resources for free. However, in the Philippines, or at least in the rice industry, a lot of the resources are provided freely, and this is mostly because it is law mandated for them. For private sector intermediaries, we will find that almost all of them really highlighted their brokering role. But it's not necessarily technological brokering, although part of it is. A lot of the brokering that these private intermediaries actually do is more providing market access, financial access, and even community organizing or organizing into groups. They also highlighted their consultancy role, where it's not necessarily technological consultancy, but more providing legal advice, the organizational capability building advice, and even some value chain or business analysis advice or consultancy. Okay. Another thing I would like to point out here is the private firm, which is the PRVF. As you can see, they really tried to highlight almost all of the roles that they provide. I would say this is more because this one firm I chose that really did do a lot of intermediary roles. It's more of a social enterprise. At the same time, it controls its entire value chain from input up to the marketing aspect of it. So next slide. I'll just discuss some of the key capabilities that I think are very important. First would be knowledge building. In terms of organization types, all of them really focused on knowledge building as a very important and big priority for them. And this is not so surprising, as learning itself is a very much known to be an underlying capability for almost all organizations, regardless of what type of organization it may be. For external networking, the ones that highlighted these the most are the PRIs and several of the private sector ones. And one key factor for them is that all of them, or these ones that really emphasize it, had a lot of global connections or global networks. And this is very much more important for PRIs. So for them to build their network, for them to build collaborations. And more than that, they also have a very huge online presence. In terms of internal communication capabilities, those that highlighted it, of course, government, so that we're able to implement the policies well enough and their services well enough, and those organizations that have a huge network within the country itself. Management capabilities are relatively similar to what I've found or what other studies have shown. But one thing I'd like to highlight here is maybe a separation of human resources. So almost all of the organizations we talked to or we interviewed highlighted and tried to separate and make sure that they really highlighted the importance of having a very good pool of experts, not just technically, but also in different fields as well. And that developing their skill sets is very, very important. At the same time, having good management staff as well for their organizations. So I go back to that point a bit later on. Next part of I'll discuss or other findings would be how intermediaries work in the similar or same value chain. So at least based in the rice industry, what we find is that brokerage and a lot of resource provision is done in the more knowledge and technology intensive segments of the chain, which are like input supply, production, milling, and the milled rice or processing of rice. Most of the resource provision is provided by public sector intermediaries, mostly because it's mandated by government or mandated by law. Consultancy is done throughout the entire chain, but there are some small differences between what is consulted for in the upstream and in the downstream, where the upstream is, of course, a lot of production and technology inquiries and linking to markets in the downstream, where the downstream is a lot of value addition, marketing in terms of packaging and creation of new products and new brands. Okay. Next point I'd like to make here would be mediation. Mediation happens during in the creation of relationships between buyers and suppliers, and even some sharing of stocks as well. Next, I would like to highlight here would be many of the public intermediaries, if you'd notice, will not show up in the marketing end of it. This is mostly because a lot of the government really has a specific organization that deals with that. No? Another thing I'd like to point out here, maybe another point, would be the lack of the institutional framework. It's not really shown here, but I think including it when analyzing intermediaries and value chain segments would be very, very important, as a lot of some of their services and roles are not able to be seen, such as like provision of R&D, lobbying, which a few organizations do, especially in the private sector, or even provision of training and capability development. In terms of their key capabilities, I would say that what I find is that differences in value chains or segments that they support do not significantly affect the capabilities that they build or they apply. What we find is that it still really does matter what roles they provide more than what segments they lie in. Although of course there are some small differences depending on the services that they provide. So given the findings, it seems more plausible to argue that maybe except for the private firm, value chain segment support and participation does not directly build on the key capabilities of intermediary. Rather, this study just really supports what Jackman and Intercommunard initially found, that key capabilities are really built depending on the roles of intermediaries. Next, going towards domestic market focus, compared to previous studies that did a similar analysis of it, we find that public intermediaries actually do a lot more brokerage compared to other studies. At the same time, private intermediaries rather do a lot more consultancy and mediation work. So we're not so sure yet, or maybe further studies may be necessary to check whether this is just true for resource-based industries or at least agriculture-based industries compared to, say, service or manufacturing industries. Okay. Slide. In the interest of time, I'll just be going through some of these rather quickly. Sorry. So for domestic market focused key capabilities, some of the things we would like to highlight here is that for external networking, we divided it into public and private. Both really do focus on new modes of communication, and it's been seen especially now during the pandemic, where a lot of things have been moving online and their networks have actually grown pretty much. But in terms of internal communication, there's still a stark difference between the two. So for the domestic market, for public intermediates, it's really a lot of harmonization and making sure that the policies are straight from central offices to implementing agencies. For private intermediaries, it's a lot of replication and even mentoring of similar or newer types of organizations to make sure that they are more professional in a way. For both types of intermediaries, for knowledge building, they really highlight the significance of having pool of experts. And one thing we would like to highlight here is, of course, application of knowledge, where we feel, or I find that private intermediaries and even public ones may need to make sure that they communicate end market demands to the upstream actors much better or much more. In terms of management, one striking difference that both type of intermediaries rather have is that for public intermediaries, they really highlighted human resources as a very vital point for management, where the private industries highlighted more, emphasized more on having sustainability, scalability, and being more professional in the way that they work. So in conclusion, some of the conclusions I would like to make here would be 2 points. So first is service maximization and delineation of roles by intermediaries. I find that public intermediaries would probably be better suited for hard and soft technologies, at least in the case of the Philippine rice industry. And for private intermediaries, they better be there for supporting in brokering markets, and even further diffusion of other technologies provided by the public intermediaries. I also find that there might be need for expansion of some roles and some key capabilities. We find in this study that innovation intermediaries perform a lot of lobbying and policy roles, policy analysis roles, or policy work roles, which actually affect the innovation process, but not the process itself, but the environment that surrounds the process. Second point we'd like to make would be mediating and brokering intermediaries, I think would be very necessary in the less technical aspects or segments of the agri-food business value chains, especially in aggregation or consolidation of produce. And finally, maybe another study could focus on this, but maybe looking at human resources as a really separate fifth key capability for intermediaries. Finally, last slide, implications. So we feel that management implication-wise, having organizational and capability development plans are very much necessary for the professionalization of intermediaries, not just them, but also for farmer organizations that try to consolidate or try to cluster together. One approach would be taking a dynamic capabilities approach, such as like thesis. Of course, doing plans like these, we need to really explain why it's important, why it's a need. And of course, the government will need to provide support for organizations that provide services for capability development or organizational capability development. Second implication will be strengthening job security in the public sector so that they do not lose out on great human resources available to them to the private sector. And finally, policy-wise, I think if we include intermediaries into the fray, it would be nice to be more explicit in the services and possibilities that these types of organizations can do under the different policies. For example, in the rice industry, the Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or how they may fit in the roadmap itself. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much. I hope you learned something from me today. If there are any comments, questions, or suggestions to improve my study, I would be very, very much appreciative of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If anyone have a question, please send to chat box. So in the meantime, I ask you one question. What is the difference from your finding to the literature? Is anything that is very starkly different from previous studies?
Okay, Professor. Based on the previous studies, at least, looking at roles and capabilities, using the framework that I use of partners, they only focus on 4 types of roles. I think that one role would be important here would be the policy or the lobbying role that a lot of private or several private intermediaries in my study are taking. It really does affect the innovation process, not the process directly, but the environment that surrounds it. So taking and if I mesh the innovation system and the GVC approach into this, working in the institutional framework itself is also, I think, very, very important. The other, I think, very striking difference for me, at least based on the key capabilities part, would be the introduction of a 5th one, which really focuses on management of human resources and skilling of human resources of intermediaries.
Okay, there's a question from Professor Ng of University of Malaya. Philippine rice industry is highly regulated, as we know, and how this has an impact on the role of intermediaries.
I read the question, Professor. I wouldn't say it's highly regulated. Previously, it was a bit more regulated based on at least the importation part of it. There's not much price control unless there's a big disaster that like during the pandemic, there were certain areas where they really did place price controls. But generally, what I find, at least in the end market, the price range of rice is very big. So it's a really big market structure where there is a lot of variety and choice in terms of what rice is available for consumers to buy. If any constraints there, I wouldn't say that there are a lot. What constraints would there be for intermediaries to perform their roles? Let me think for a bit. I would say it's more the value chain actors not being very open or hesitant towards new technologies. And a lot of this comes from the fear of heightened costs or added costs on their end to be able to innovate and inculcate this into their practices much better or much well. I hope that answered the question. Professor, you're on mute.
You can read it by yourself. There's one more.
Yes. Yeah, there's one more. Yeah. So does the Philippine rice industry face competition from imports from other countries which produce it? Yes, for sure it really does. That's one of the biggest problems that we're actually facing right now. And not just in terms of importation, but also in a way, there are some reports of smuggled rice in the country. There are a lot of issues why we aren't able to compete well enough. Even if we did have IRI be established in the Philippines, other countries have boosted way much more than we did. We've already, I think, exhausted much of what we could already get from IRI, and now is the high time to really move towards more machinery-based operations rather than more labor-intensive types of operations, at least in the rice industry. And we have to move away from reliance on paddy traders. A lot better consolidation work needs to be done, at least in the upstream portions of the rice value chain, to be able to produce things more efficiently.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kevin. You have done very well. So next paper is on India. Is India falling into the middle income trap? I think by Professor Wong Chan Yuan. Professor Wong Chan Yuan is here.
Yeah, I can. I'm going to present, Professor. Yeah.
Okay. You are
I'm Professor Wong's student.
Professor Wong student, right? Mitai, yeah. Right? Mr.
Yeah.
Mitai. Okay. Please, you have 15 minutes. Okay.
Is it visible? So actually, the paper is still in early development. What we try to see if India is it falling into middle income trap. Yeah. So actually, the definition of middle income trap is something like when a country got stuck in a particular situation where they're unable to compete with a low-income country regarding a low-cost labor as a wage increases, and they cannot compete with the high-income countries because of a lack of innovation. So out of 101 economies that are classified as middle income in 1960, only 14 are able to graduate into high-income country. So we would like to see the case of India. So in the case of India, after the economic liberalization in 1990s, India saw a rapid growth. Mainly what we thought, like mainly we assumed that was more of like software industry, mainly in service sector. But we felt like this growth is not sustainable to escape the middle income trap. So in our study, we tried to check two indicators. Human capital, education, and R&D investment. And we try to compare with tiger economy, Malaysia, Taiwan, and South Korea, as a region we say is like they have a similar democratic enthusiasm. And at the same time, this country's democratic countries following democracy system has certain issues in to coordinate and form like upgrading coalition. So we don't compare our study with China because China government has the power to intervene in the market and coordinate mechanism to build a productive industry. So for this article, we try to analyze two time periods where we try to analyze post liberalizations from 1991 to 2013 and the Modi government, which comes in 2014. This is current government. For the analytical framework, we try to use Donner and Snyder, a performance indicator that how we pick R&D and education to assess if India accumulates these essentials to break the middle income trap. We believe that the Donner Snyder indicators are correlated. A poor investment in human capital lead to a lack of high-level educated technical R&D personnel, which is correlated to poor R&D investment. According to Kang and Paul in 2020, they said like to better understand the middle income trap, the framework should pick certain indicators which are correlated. According to performance indicator in the quality of education, we use a PISA score where we try to check the performance of 15 years old student in terms of maths, science, and reading. As compared to, we compare India with other Asia tiger economy, including Malaysia. So in the figure, here we can see that the lower half of a poor performing, we see in the case of India, around 86.4% of students are below level 2, where the low performers, below 2 we consider as low performer, and level 5 and 6 we consider as a high performer. So it's, if you compare this with South Korea and Taiwan, if level 5 and 6, you can see that in 2009, South Korea has 17%, and in 2018, it increased to 26.6%, as same as Taiwan, from 17.2 to 26%. So they have a large number of percent of high performer students. And in the level 5 and 6, in case of level 2, the number is decreasing for Taiwan. So from 2009, 15.6 to 9. Unfortunately for India, we don't have a data because at this point of time, after 2009, India stopped participating in the PISA assessment. According to Donner and Snyder, they say like 40 points difference is equivalent to 1 year of education. So there is a difference of 184 points, average points between a PISA score of South Korea and Taiwan and Indian student. So to increase the reliability of our study, we include a survey done in India itself. So in this ESSA reports, survey reports, we found that in 2008, at the government school, at student at the standard 5 can read are only 53% of students at the standard 5 can read text of a standard 2. So the same thing for the private college. In the case of 2008, a student at the standard 5 in a government college can do division of a student at the standard 2. So we can see that in 2018, there's a decrease in number of students from 53% to 44.2%. That is in the government school, the students in the standard 5 who can read the text of student 2 is decreases. And the same as for the private school. In the case of division, in the case of mathematical skills, that students in 2008, and from 2008 to 2018, the number decreases from 34.4% to 22.7%, same for the private school. So another performance indicator we use is R&D assessment. So in the case of spending from the, we consider that the spending from the private sector is high. If the spending of the private sector is high in R&D sector and continues to dominate the share of national R&D, there is like the situation in tiger economy, there is a high possibility that India might escape middle income trap in the future. So according to R&D to GDP investment, India still investment R&D to GDP ratio is still below 1% as compared to South Korea, which has around 4.5, the highest in 2017, and Taiwan. So sector-wise R&D investment, while we can see that the business investment, the enterprise in investing in R&D is still less. It's below 50%, and in fact, it's keep on decreasing from 2016 to 2017. As compared to, we can see a tiger economy is Taiwan and South Korea. We can see the business enterprise spending in R&D, sector-wise R&D investment is 79.4%, and Taiwan is 78.7%. In this study, we also checked the Modi policy. Modi, when it comes to power in 2014, take certain initiative like Make it India initiatives, which we feel like it's unable to attract foreign direct investment because of several reasons, like the land acquisition problems, labor law, which has not been properly assessed or which has been not properly handled, so that it make it difficult for the companies, foreign companies, to come in or invest in India. Another thing is that 2020, Modi has introduced a new education policy with the aim to restructuring the education system to address the growing development imperatives of India. But we are not very sure that this policy is going to, most of the policy that Modi government has initiated lack focus, as well as a very what do you say, like in terms of the Modi government, we find that most of the policy are very imperative and it lacks focus. So I think from this we can consider that in the conclusion that we feel like there is a certain lack of essential preconditions that India will move out of the middle income trap. With two parameters we are judging, that the investment to R&D to GDP ratio is below 1%, and the poor quality of educations. Yeah, that is all. I think for this one, we are still developing this paper. We are in the middle of drafting this paper, but we also feel like we need certain other more indicators which we will look to make this paper more robust. I'd like to get more feedback on this. What do you think about this paper? And the terms of the particular indicators which we pick, starting from using the Snyder and Donner and Snyder framework. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're glad to have paper from India, especially on the middle income trap. I think we haven't heard so much about this issue from India. While waiting for comments in the chat box, I want to ask a technical question. I think when you classify a country as within the middle income trap, there's a certain number of years that they have to be stuck in the lower middle income, and they cannot upgrade themselves to the upper middle income, and also the number of years that they have to stuck into the upper middle income and then go to the high income countries, right? So I wonder whether India has stayed long enough in any category. I'm not sure whether it's now an upper middle income already, but technically, how many years from now that we can consider that India technically fall into middle income trap?
Yeah, I think this is important questions which we also thought out. In the very beginning, we thought like we will judge crossing 40% of US GDP per capita.
I see. And India has already achieved that.
You will see like from we check from Yeah, from 1960 to 2000 current period. So we try to check whether within this period, even though there are certain income trap, as you have mentioned, but for our case, we thought we should give 40% of US GDP per capita.
I see.
Yeah.
I think there's a question in the chat box. I think you can also read it. Does your study discover any indication on how India is leveraging
any indication of how India is leveraging? Right?
Strength as IT powerhouse in helping avoid middle income trap?
For this one, we really don't focus mainly the of India happens. We find that premature industrialization, which we try to shift from like directly more focusing on the service sector, which we believe that is one of the biggest problems that we left the manufacturing sector, and this leads to increase in the large number of informal sector. So from a service sector, which we think like there is no direct linkage from between the agriculture sector and service sector, even though there's a linkage from agriculture sector and manufacturing sector. So this gap, which most of during the liberalization period, where the more focus has been given on IT sector, most of the people who can tap the IT sector, advancement IT sector, are mainly the educated people. And in India, usually we can see that around 65–70% of people are in a rural area. So it can be another issue that we don't really focus more on the IT sector. Yeah, that the question where we are more focusing on what happened when we do more focusing on the service sector instead of agriculture and connection of agriculture and manufacturing sector. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and I wish you very good luck in your PhD study. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to the next paper. The next paper on just a moment. I think my eye is not good. Okay. Next paper is about it's the innovation and productivity in service sector, the case of Thailand, by Pira and Supawat. Yeah, Professor Pira and Mr. Supawat, please. Are you here?
I'm here. Good afternoon, Professor Pathalapong.
Okay.
I'm sharing my presentation. If you can see it, you can tell me.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by thanking the committee for giving me the opportunity to share my work with Dr. Pila Jalanporn. My name is Supawat Choksawat Paisan, and I will be presenting on innovation and productivity in the service sector, the case of Thailand. Thailand service businesses have continued to grow and become an important part of the country's economy. It accounted for 61% of Thailand's GDP. And however, the service sector uses 40% of the labor force and lags behind manufacturing productivity by 30%. This sector is dominated by lower productivity industries employing lower skilled workers, which tend to be in traditional sectors. The service sector is an intermediate input for manufacturing sector and can support manufacturing sector to operate more effectively. So the lack of productivity and innovation in the service sector can impede the manufacturing sector's competitiveness. This study aims to understand how to make the Thai service sector more productive and innovative, to explore the linkages between R&D, innovation, and productivity, and to investigate the innovation activities in the service sector and the differences in R&D activities and innovation between the service and manufacturing sector. The hypotheses of this study include there are linkages between R&D, innovation, and productivity in the service sector. And there are differences between service and manufacturing sectors regarding the decision to innovate and the decision to invest in innovation. For the literature review about innovation in service sector, there are only few studies of innovation in services. And theoretical developments have been based primarily on the study of technological innovation in manufacturing activities. And the study of innovation in services builds on the technology-based approach, also known as the assimilation approach. However, assimilation approach ignores that innovation in services has specific characteristics. R&D and innovation in service sector are related to developing a new service concept and a significant development of a service process. And service innovation is a new service or solution through a unique interact with customer, varying new systems or business partners. And for the literature review about the CDM econometric model, this study applied the refined version of CDM econometric model to investigate the relationship between R&D, innovation, and productivity in both service and manufacturing sectors. And the models tends to rely on R&D expenditures as a proxy to identify innovative firms. However, R&D may not be the preferred learning mechanism underpinning innovations. For the innovation and productivity in Thai services, the demand for services has expanded, but most service firms in Thailand are traditional services, which require labor-intensive, leading to the limitations in upgrading innovation. And compared to its substantial tourism sector, the sector of high-end business services in Thailand remains small. Labor productivity in the Thai service sector increased slightly compared to neighboring countries in ASEAN. And the reason might be a low standard of the service sector and the lack of FDI, resulting in a lack of opportunities to upgrade technology. And the Thai government also protects some service firms in market competition. And so low levels of competition may discourage the Thai service sector from carrying out the innovative activities. Then we use the chi-square test and ANOVA F test to see the different characteristics between innovative service firms and non-innovative service firms, and between innovative service firms and manufacturing firms. And we can see from the results that more innovative service firms than non-innovative service firms have foreign direct investment, export, revenue from OBM, larger size, technological activities, innovation, cooperation with various organizations, and supported by government, while more innovative service firms than innovative manufacturing firms have revenue from services, non-technological innovation, and cooperation with competitors. For the methodology, the first step is to estimate the determinants of R&D activities. There are two equations in this step, and the Heckman two-step model is applied to investigate the determinants of R&D decision and R&D intensity, including labor, FDI, export, patent, and firm age. First, the effects of explanatory variables on R&D decision will be estimated using the Probit model. And second, the determinants of R&D intensity are estimated using ordinary least square regression with the inverse Mills ratio term predicted from the first equation to deal with the selection bias. In the next step, the explanatory variables of innovation are estimated by Probit regression, and the determinants of technological innovation consists of R&D intensity, labor, FDI, export, the importance of cooperation with various organizations, technological activities, government support, cooperation with university and public research institutes. And the last one is the dummy variable for the service firms that are knowledge intensive business service or GIBS. Okay, and the last step is to estimate the determinants of productivity. The effect of technological innovation and other factors on productivity, such as non-technological innovation, labor, capital, and firm age, can be estimated by two-stage least squares regression to reduce the simultaneity bias between innovation and other unobserved factors. Okay, and the results of the results of the first equation, we can see that R&D decision is positively correlated with labor, export, patent, and firm age, and these results can be indicated that international competition can stimulate R&D activities. Intellectual protection leads to chance to make profit from innovation, and older firms might have more experience to invest in R&D activities. And in contrast, we also found that foreign direct investment reduce R&D decisions of firms because foreign firms can import technology from their country. And in addition, we found that more knowledge-intensive business service or GIBS than other traditional service choose R&D activities. And then in the next equation, okay, we estimate the determinants of R&D intensities, and the results show that the factors affecting R&D investment and a group of R&D capital decisions are in the same direction. However, foreign investment and exports have the opposite effect on R&D intensity, and these results are related to the previous study of Latin American, which found that the foreign firm in Latin Americans invest in R&D activities because they want to apply the existing products to the local market. And okay, in this equation, we also found that more GIBS than non-GIBS invest in R&D activities. And in the next step, we estimate the determinants of technological innovation, and the results show that innovation is positively correlated with R&D intensity, size, export, cooperation with various sectors such as university and public research institute, measures to support technology, and activities related to innovation such as acquisition of machinery, software, and external knowledge. And the factors that have more significant impacts on the innovation output of the service sector than the manufacturing sector include cooperation with parent firms and competitors, acquisition of external knowledge, market introduction of innovations, and incentive programs provided by Board of Investment and Office of National Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation Policy Council. And okay, the result confirms, the results can be indicate that the firms with higher R&D intensity are more likely to introduce technological innovation, and public funds for innovation are essential for innovation activities across manufacturing and service sectors. And the results confirm the idea of open innovation strategy that plays a critical role in innovation investment across service and manufacturing sectors. And the finding also support the importance of non-R&D activities. Surprisingly, we found that GIBS innovation in GIBS is statistically lower than non-GIBS. And in the last equation, we found that innovation output has a significant and positive impact on a firm's productivity for both service and manufacturing sectors. And surprisingly, our results show a negative impact of non-technological innovation on firm productivity in both service and manufacturing sectors, which are different from our hypothesis. And firm size is an essential determinant of firm productivity, and the results show that small firms have higher productivity measured in terms of revenue per labor. And this study also found that GIBS firms are more productive than non-GIBS. Okay, for the policy recommendation, our findings show that the firm's resource base is important for innovation. So the government should promote supply side measures for service innovation, and R&D people should increase the efficiency of R&D in the government research units and motivate the R&D investment in the private sector. And the government should use demand measures to boost technology development in service businesses. And as we found that service firms are small and lacking resources, so government should promote innovation by encouraging the exchange of knowledge in various forms of cooperation and promoting a robust service innovation system. And as the results show that competition will force domestic firms to develop innovation, so the government should promote competition policy in the service sector. And as we found the linkage between R&D innovation and productivity, the government should encourage R&D technological and non-technological innovation in the service sector. And for the limitations, the further studies should analyze the panel data and should classify subsectors to GIBS and traditional service sector and between high-tech and low-tech manufacturing sector. Okay, thank you so much for listening. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Any question on this paper? I think the paper on service sector is very interesting because most of the paper is analyze what happened in manufacturing industry. So the service industry has been, under study. The study is not enough to understand the technical change in the service industry. So any question? If you can, I cannot see anyone type any question here. Any of you? want to ask question? No. If not, I want to ask one question. I think the service industry, when you study, I think you need to classify them into two categories. One is the traditional service industry, like a restaurant, hotel, that require a lot of manpower, right? The skill and hospitality of people. That's the kind of traditional service. But there's another type of service industry, which is very much like knowledge intensive service industry, like companies offering R&D service to other company, or offering high technology consultancy, or testing or advanced calibration, equipment calibration service, right? So those kind of the service is different from traditional service. And maybe you should, next step, maybe you can evaluate whether these two services are differences in terms of the indicators that you study, right? So that one of my comments. So.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? No? Okay. If not, we go to the next paper. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next paper is about, sorry, my eye is bad. It's about model for initial management of technology and development of, service policy, case study of electric vehicle. I think it's very interesting. I'm not sure who's presenter, because there are many authors in this paper. So who is the presenter?
Yes, Prof. Me, Arafat.
Can I have your name, please? Arafat.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Arafat, you have 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I will thanks to Chairman Prof. Patarapong who give me opportunity to present our research on model for initial management of technology and the development of service policy case study of electric vehicle. I'm Arafat Febriza from National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. This presentation will be divided in 4 sections. There are introduction, research methods, result and discussion, and finally conclusion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, many studies using STEM have been carried out to investigate the various motivation influencing customer intention to buy EV. This study commonly uses a limited number of respondents, less than 500 respondents. Actually, integrating several studies will produce research more significant number of respondents. The approach is known as meta-analytic SEM or MASEM. It is a quantitative research design that systematically assesses previous study. It's time to integrate the research considering the SEM research on EV has been carried out since 2013. Research with the MASEM method to measure the factor that encourage potential consumer to purchase EV is still missing. This paper aims to apply MASEM to identify significant motivation of consumer intention to purchase EV in several ASEAN countries. The second objective of this paper is the implementation of the two-stage approach developed by Cheng and Chan by building a complete composite correlation matrix based on the path coefficient beta value. So this study focused on advanced version of TPB, theory of planned behavior, on same approach-based electric vehicle development. And this paper used beta value instead to build a composite correlation metric, considering that most of the paper on the dataset present this value. Well, there are several hypotheses model framework in our paper. The first one, hypothesis one, consumer attitude has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. It is reported by Afros, Wang, Ji, Yang, Wang, and Yan et al. That attitudes is an important variable that affects purchase intention. Hypothesis 2, perceived behavioral control has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. According to Huan and Ji, Su et al., this variable was the most crucial variable influencing the purchase intention of EV. Hypothesis 3, subject norm has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Subject norm is also one of the behavioral control perceived by predictor and consumer confidence in the brand. Hypothesis 4, perceived value has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Perceived value is also one of the key factors that facilitate and significantly affect purchasing EV. Next one, hypothesis 5, environmental concern has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. According to et al., environmental concern affect purchase intention positively on EV. And hypothesis 6, intensive policy measure has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Incentive policy measure is a perception of financial incentive policy, perception of information preference policy, perception of confidence policy. And hypothesis 7, charging infrastructure measure has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. According to Huang and Ji, charging infrastructure should be provided and supported by the government so that it can be promoted to the private sector. And hypothesis 8, financial benefit measure has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Financial benefit is a consideration for companies to increase saving, for consumers to reduce usage costs, such as providing new energy, car battery rental, replacement, fast and slow rate charging, and other service. And the next one, hypothesis 9, willingness to pay has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Willingness to pay is a significant and positive relation between consumer and EV purchase intention, so that consumers are willing to pay premium to buy EV. Hypothesis 10, external environment has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. External environment is directly related to purchase intention of EV among drivers. It also brings a further prospect to influence purchase intention indirectly, such as through one's attitude toward the product. And the last one, hypothesis 11, marketing mix has a significant and positive effect on their intention to purchase EV. Marketing mix is the multiple process involved in promoting and selling, as well as adding and maintaining product presence. Next, our risk methods. We use the meta-analytic structural equation modeling MASEM method to test our theoretical model. MASEM has several advantages, such as increasing the number of samples, thereby strengthening the statistical power and increasing accuracy by correcting the sample error. According to Montazemi and Parisaremi, MASEM is a statistical technique to fit hypothesis model on set of variables from multiple independent studies, and MASEM combine the strength of MASEM and structural equation modeling, fitting model with integrated relation between offers and latent variable, according Cheng. So we collect paper from database of Scopus, Web of Science, and IEEE access in June 2021. Table 1 shows the searching strategy for each database. Briefly, we search with the term of structural equation modeling and electric vehicle in the title, abstract, and the keyword. This study determined the following criteria, published in 2012 to 2021, and evaluate Asian countries based on United Nations Statistic Division and English language article only. The figure 1 shows the preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis, PRISMA. A guideline aims the standarding the writing of systematic review. The process begins by removing the duplicated article, then selecting the appropriate paper by reading, title, and abstract. The criteria of next selection are suitability of the dependent variable, namely purchasing intention, and the availability of path correlation by reading the full paper. Then we collect 40 constructs that have a significant and positive effect on purchase intention. Furthermore, the research merged the variables that were considered to have two same definition, so that 11 latent variables were obtained. The unit of analysis in this study is a paper discussing purchase intention using SAM. The paper tests the effect size for homogeneity and estimate the combined effect size. The input is the path coefficient, or commonly called effect size. The step and formula based on Cheng and Chan are as follows. The stage 1, testing homogeneity of the correlation metric and estimating the full correlation metric. And stage 2, fitting SAM. Based on the structural equation and confidence interval, attitude has a significant positive effect on purchase intention with an estimate path coefficient. This means that if attitude improves, the purchase intention will increase significantly. Meanwhile, incentive policy measures is not significant with an estimate path coefficient, but has a positive effect to purchase intention. The other 10 variables are declared insignificant and give a negative effect. This paper studies that the extension of theory occurs over 10 years in the following ways. The first one, combining TPB with other theory model into a new framework or model. This strategy has been widely practiced during its 10 years of development EV researches. Upload the questionnaire of TPB from Afros et al. And the second one, extending the main variable. Among three main variables, attitude seems to be the most frequently expanded variable. And the third one, adding new variable into TPB model. This strategy is applied by Huang, Ji, Profet, and Su et al. And the last one, looking the determinant in the TPB from different dimensions or attributes. According to Wang et al., retesting the new variable that were not significant in previous study by testing from a differing point of view. And there are the theoretical contribution of our research. The first one, our research present an integrated model using path analysis model to estimate the composite correlation metric. And this paper applied a two-stage approach to MASM to provide a new insight of the factor that influence EV purchase intention based on TPB. And the third, by integrating the existing finding, our study provides the new insight into consumer motivation and perception to purchase EV. And the last one, the study revealed the development of human behavior, which is as extended of TPB based on the decision to buy an electric vehicle. And for limitation and future research, our research study we use secondary data instead of primary data, where all the paper info are assumed to have a same quality and educated data fidelity. And the study used the path coefficient value beta, not the correlation value between construct alpha, to build the combined correlation value. Although there are some studies that support the use of beta value to test an alternative model, estimate the full correlation matrix. And the researchers themselves will process the variables such as combining variables. This has the potential to bias. It will minimize the bias if the research use an expert opinion approach on variable processing. And for the future research, to pay more attention in combining the variable. And finally, our conclusion, the paper is attitude is the most influential variable on customer purchase intention. Attitude is also the variable that has experienced the most trial on the way to expanding TPB. It may be argued that compared to other core variables of TPB, attitude are the key or to certain behavior, including to intention to buy EV. Therefore, it is important to develop policy taking into account attitude for the formation of customer purchase intention. And EV are more expensive than other type of vehicle, but the formation of attitude can encourage consumer to buy EV. This formation include increasing consumer confidence that the cost incurred for EV will be consumed with a comfortable environment, pollution-free environment, support for the government program, appreciation from the college, and recognition of financial capabilities by the social environment. Furthermore, although the use of the PET coefficient or beta value to construct a composite correlation metric was supported by previous research, the further exploration are still required. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I'm waiting for questions in the chat box, but in the meantime, I have one question. I think consumer perception on any new products, in this case, the electronic vehicle, it can be influenced by government policy. For example, subsidy from the government. If they buy electric vehicle, they can pay less. The government maybe co-pay for them, right? Or they can get tax deduction if they buy the electric vehicle. That's one of the policy. Another policy is about government procurement. The government ministries or agencies can buy electric vehicle, like in US under President Biden. Now they have directive or executive directive that government agencies have to buy EV car made in USA. So the government provide first market through public procurement. So are there any type of supporting policy from the demand side that, like I said, subsidizing private demand by providing a subsidy to consumer who buy EV car, or they can get they pay less tax, or public procurement through government agencies, like in the case of US? And are there any kind of demand side policy which can affect the consumer perception in case of Indonesia? Can you answer the question?
Yes, Prof. I'm sorry. Yes, in Indonesia, the policy of the purchasing intention of EV is still development, and we are still build at the infrastructure for the EV vehicle. And answer from CSU, do you focus on studying one country or a number of countries on consumer behavior on EV? What are the versions across different settings? Okay, I will answer the question. Actually, we research on the various countries in ASEAN countries, such as China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and Thailand. And the different is for the paper review many across, such as determinant, environmental constraints, EC, individual constraints, and the TPB, attitude toward PV, subjective norm, first behavior control, PBC, purchase intention, purchase behavior. For the first paper from Afros et al. And the value formats for the second paper is self-transcendent values, conversation values, self-transcendent values, and for attitude, environmental consent ACN, and the individual consent is ICN, and process format versus intention. And for the third paper, the determinant is attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control. Next one, we still stressing on purchase intention, but the and at all determinant value is perceived value, environment concern, trust, personal norm, self-expressive, benefits, responsive, efficiency, willingness to pay. And for the Chen et al, social norm and attitude toward behavior. And Su et al, TPB, attitude, social norm, perceived behavior control, an extended TPP variable, environmental performance, price value, non-monetary incentive, policy, and monetary policy. And for the Yan et al, positive attribute and negative attribute is attitude, subjective from perceived control behavior. And the Tu and Yan first order term of perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and IDT and TPB. And the Wang NG, the determinant is attitude, subject norm, perceived behavior control, cognitive status, purchase intention, product perception, monetary incentive policy measures, and monetary incentive policy measures. And the Wang et al for 2021, the determinant is incentive policy perception and consumer social attributes.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the paper on EV is very important because it's an emerging important issue. And there are so many things that we can study further, right? And we, for example, we can compare policy across country in supporting EV industry. Thank you so much for this paper. And I think I have to switch to Dr. Dudi, who will share the rest of papers. And okay, is Dr. Dudi here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Patarapong.
Thank you.
So you might rest from now. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will continue facilitating discussion for the next 4 papers. So we will have 4 papers from different countries, from Thailand, Taiwan, Republic of China, Malaysia, and Korea, I think. Without further ado, because of the time, I will invite the next speaker. The next speaker will be from Thailand with the paper entitled Varieties of Structural Change in Thailand, Perspective from Input Factors, written by Nara Banjapur from STP and Bang Ngamaraja from KMUTT. I understand that Dr. Nara Banjapur will present the paper, so I invite him.
It's me, Bang is the presenter. Thank you.
Who will be the presenter?
Yes.
Okay, please. Okay. You can start. You have 15 minutes time. I hope that you can stick to the time because our time is very limited. Please.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Bang.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let me count the time. My name is Bang Ngamaraja. My co-author Nara Banjapur. It is our honor to be here to present the paper Varieties of Structural Changes, Perspective from Input Factors of Thai Industries. This paper wants to initially identify the development of Thai industries by investigating the structural change of input factor utilizations. Why this issue matters? According to the neo-Schumpeterian and neo-structuralist school of thought. Development is a process of structural transformations in any country. In this essence of the transformations, three fundamental changes usually occurs. First, it is the change from low skill to high skill workforce. Second, the economy utilizes more capital intensity. And finally, the economy tends to invest more in innovations related activities. To identify these structural change, scholars suggest that we should focus on the industrial sectors because it is a main growth engine of the nation, especially during the catching up period of developing countries. Therefore, this paper selects 10 industries to investigate the characteristics of them. They are food and beverage, electric equipment, parts and motor vehicle, chemical and pharmaceutical industry, rubber and plastic, faring apparel, basic metal, paper product, furniture, and finally printing and record media. These 10 industry will be investigated closely in our paper. More than input factors utilization in industrial sectors, this paper reflects perspectives of small and medium enterprises or SME, which are accounted about 99% in all sectors. Understanding the pattern of these SME firms in each sector leads us to understand the relevant supportive policy for industrial policies. I would like to hand on to the Nara Benjabut to explain about the data and methodologies. Hello.
Please.
We use two periods data for this paper. Before 1997.
Sorry, I think you are unmuted. You have to unmute first.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We use two period data are before 1997 and 2017 because there were no global economic crisis during the two eras. Before 1997, that was a miracle age of Thai economic growth, around 7.7% on average per year. In 2017, Thailand had set the flagship industry to boost with STI mechanism. Next, please. Okay. We use two datasets to time for the National Statistical of Thailand Office. Labor force survey data is gathered annually, but industry census data is collected every 10 years. Given the attractiveness of the economic circumstance, STI policy and data availability, this paper used 1997 and 2017 data. The reason why this study used micro data levels, that means in the firm levels data, is that it helps to explain the actual production factor usage behavior of the firm in its industry, as well as be able to analyze the size of the firm simultaneously. Although the dataset indicated the year 1997 that had been collected before the Tom Yam Goong economic crisis. So the dataset has not been affected by the crisis. My analytical metrics we create 2 multiply 2 matrix by the skill ratio and the capital intensity ratio. The skill ratio is calculated by dividing the number of skilled workers by the number of unskilled labor. The capital intensity ratio is computed by dividing the capital cost by labor wage. Therefore, if any industry has a value of the skill ratio or the capital ratio higher than 1, that means the industry is a skill intensive industry or a capital intensive industry by comparison between industry and industry.
Thank you.
Mr. Bank, you are still muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I forgot to unmute myself. As we have already discussed, development means a structural improvement of skill intensity, capital intensity, or both of them. This can be classified into three parts. There are skill-led development, capital-led development, and well-balanced development. At the first glance, we hypothesize that all 10 Thai industries are riding through this some of this path, as we have already developed our industry through 20 years. The result is critically surprised us. First, we discovered that 7 out of 10 selected industries both de-skilled and less utilized capital. 2 of them either de-skilled or less capitalized, and only 1 of them can increase both skill labor ratio and capital intensity between 1997 and 2017. This surprised us. This is the first group, the second group, and the last group. Second, those trends of negative change affect the industrial structures. 3 groups reveals themselves. Here, this is the first group, 5 traditional sectors, including food, basic metals, rubber, apparel, and furniture are stagnant in the unskilled labor-intensive status and unskilled capital-intensive status. Another group is the declined group. It consists of automotive, paper, chemical, and pharmaceutical industries. Broadly speaking, they are heavy and chemical industries. While these usually expect to highly demand skilled workers and invest large amount of capital in order to reach economy of scale, they are either de-skilled or decapitalized. Finally, it is the standstill group. Only 2 industries, namely print and recorded media and electric equipment, can stabilize as skilled capital-intensive sectors. The last but not least, this paper traces innovation-related spending, namely R&D investment and labor training cost. We discovered that 6 out of 10 paid less for innovations. Another industries, that is rubber, ignore labor training costs and spend only for R&D cost. This also biases and probably limit structural improvement of the rubber sectors. Okay. Overall, this paper reflects that majority of Thai selected industries were de-skilling and less utilizing capital. They were also neglecting ID and training. This is critical signs and warning for our nation to hurriedly support Thai industrial SME to upgrade skills, to access financial capital, and to invest in innovations. Again, scale matters. Industrial structure of Thai consists of mostly 99% of SME. This closely affects the optimal design of supportive policies for Thailand. And that's all we prepare for present our preliminary result of our investigations. Thank you very much and very welcome for question or suggestion from the panels. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bang and also Mr. Dara for very, I think, interesting and also important issues, yeah, about the...
Sorry, Professor, I
yes.
cannot hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So the topic of structural changes is a classic topic, still very important. And I think your paper has contributed to the understanding of the situation in Thailand. I'm waiting for the questions in the chat, but I couldn't find. But meanwhile, maybe I have some questions for you. You mentioned that the result is very surprising, and I do agree, because I expect for the part and vehicle sector, for example, I understand is quite strong in Thailand. So why it is still classified as the skilled group? Is it because you are not differentiating the size of the companies? I would expect that if you differentiate the size, for example, focusing on the middle size and big size, you will get a different picture. Do you think so?
Thank you for your questions. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to
thank you for your questions. Is it echo? No? Okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I do totally agree with your comments. And this is what we try to investigate deeply in the next phase, to look closely into each sector and classify by size of firms. We expect that in each sector, there are two worlds within the same industries, the world of big firms and worlds of 99%, 1% big firm and 99% of SMEs. And SME tend to face many limitations, which leads to situation of de-skilling and decapitalizing. Even if the large firm can go well to plug into the global value chains, to upgrade technologies, this momentum was diluted by the, if we calculate the whole situation of the industries. And I would like to point out the very significant implication of this kind of analysis, that is to develop industry, the target industry. We need to consider this internal linkage between the large and SME firms, because if we do not take into account this angle, the development of a particular industry can lead to the inequality between capitalists. We can say that there's a within group inequality. This is not inequality between capitalists and labor, but inequalities among capitalists themselves who own the capital factors, something like that. This is what we plan to analyze in the second stage of our project. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes. I think it's very important to do that. Yeah, you differentiate the size of the companies so that you can get a more accurate picture. Okay. So I'm still waiting for the question in the chat room, but I couldn't find it. Okay. There is one question from Miss Indria, I think. Oh, it's not a question. Let me say. From Professor Erman Aminullah. Structural change is more about process rather than input allocation, such as technological learning process. That's the remark from Professor Erman. I understand that he's questioning about your research that look at only 2-point data sets. Okay. So it does not reflect any process, dynamic process between these two data sets, 1997 and 2017. I understand that in your paper, you mentioned that that is the weakness of this study. And in the future research, you will do that, okay? So can you elaborate maybe at this point, how will you do that to understand the learning process as Prof. Erman mentioned?
Okay, in our proceeding, this issue also is taken into account as further research of our project. On the one hand, we would like to look closely into specific interesting industries. On the other hand, we would like to clarify the process between interesting period. And we have already investigated some period between 1997 and 2017 to understand the trend within the period. Also, I think another angle which relate to these interesting comments is about the process of learning, not just the process of the changes of input factors, but the upgrading or structural change relate closely into the process of learning, how they how firms handle with the combination of the input factors. Even if firms use the same capital ratio and skill labor ratio, they can process these kind of the similar input factors into different, very critically different outcomes based on different learning process. I do agree, and also thinking about these kind of thought, but still within this preliminary paper, we still cannot analyze clearly and present it in this stage. But still, we do believe that this angle of thought is really important, and we will investigate it more. Thank you very much.
So then we are looking forward to hearing from you the research result for the next research, to understand the dynamic process of learning. Okay. Okay, Mr. Dara and Mr. Bang, I think the time is already up, I think, for your sessions. Thank you again, and wish luck with the next research, okay? Thank you. So now we are moving to the next presentations. The next presentation will be from Malaysia, I think. Yes, from Malaysia. Oh no, from Taiwan. Entitled Developing Entrepreneurial Ecosystem. It's a very important topic, entrepreneurial ecosystem. A case of unicorn in China and its innovation policy implication. Written by Liu Mengchun and Poon Teresa Suk-ching and Wu Jiahuan from Tsinghua Institute for Economic Research, Taiwan, Republic of China. I understand that Poon Teresa Suk-ching will be presenting the paper. Is it right?
Yes.
So I'm the writer. Okay. So please proceed. You have 15 minutes time. I hope to stick to your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Here.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first of all, let me thank the conference organizer for accepting a paper. Well, this is very much a exploratory paper, bringing three things seemingly unrelated together: entrepreneurial ecosystems, the unicorns, and also innovation policy. Well, I would like to next slide, please. So this is the presentation outline. First of all, I would like to introduce the research study, and then I will look at well, the meaning of entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is the focus of this paper. And well, actually, we will look into the elements and the components of the entrepreneurial ecosystems, which later on I will refer to it as EE, just in short, entrepreneurial ecosystem as EE later in my presentation. Then I will move on to look at the case study on the growth of unicorns in China. So it's interesting when we examine EE, we look at unicorns. Unicorns actually is privately owned firms, which has a value, market value of more than 1 billion US, and they are still private. They have not been listed on any stock market. So this unicorns, which is regarded as the innovative scaled-ups, not startup. They have already developed to become very big private company. And the existence of unicorns are actually indicative of EEs in operation. So that's why when we examine the growth of unicorns, we are actually looking at the development of EEs. So in the case study, we will look at unicorns in China. We will look at how China implement its innovation policy over the past 2 decades. Move on to look at the growth of unicorns, and then coming back to look at the process of developing EEs in China. And finally, drawing some innovation policies implication. And finally, just give a conclusion on the study. Next, please. Okay, this study examined the process of developing EEs based on the case study of unicorns in China and draws innovation policies implication. So first of all, give a definition of EE. So there are so many definitions of EEs. Well, if you look at the review paper on entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is actually getting very popular these days, you'll find more than dozens, even 20, 30 definitions on EE. But this one, we find that it is quite comprehensive, and it includes a lot of the important elements. So EE is a set of interdependent actors and factors coordinated in such a way that they enable productive entrepreneurship within a particular territory. So it's important that there are factors and actors within EE, and they are interdependent, interacting and interdependent. And the outcome, the output is the productive entrepreneurship. That is important, a productive entrepreneurship. The EE concept has become very popular among policymakers these days because of its potential to drive economic growth and development. So unicorn, just now I've already given the definition of unicorn, and it is the presence of unicorn is indicative of EE in effective operation. So that's why we examine unicorn's growth, trying to see how China actually developed its EEs in the country. So we identified a research gap. Promotion of EEs has been linked with the implementation of innovation policies in a lot of countries. But however, not a lot of studies actually try to examine the nature of the link between innovation policy and the development of EE. So we try to address that research gap. And we find that China is a very appropriate case to examine because there are a sizable number of unicorns emerged in China over the past 2 decades. And this is exactly the period when China has been pushing hard for implementing innovation policy to promote national economic development. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. The concept of EE, well, just now I said that it's still very much in flux, and because the concept actually has its origin in many different disciplines, and they are interpreted differently by different academics. But however, it's important to know that EE comprises interacting elements or components which produce outputs. And productive entrepreneurship is one of the very important output. And productive entrepreneurship cover entrepreneurial employees, innovative startups, and high growth scale-ups. In this case, it is the unicorns that we are going to examine. And it creates outcomes of positive aggregate value for particular territory. EEs are very complex. They are dynamic and they are evolving systems. And within the EE, we find the individual EE components. And it's important to also look at the context, which are the social, relational, spatial, institutional context, which all these components interacted with one another, and they are embedded in all these different contexts. From the literature's review, we find that there are a lot of the scholars, they agree that there's no generic causal path to follow in developing an EE, because every EE is unique and its development path is highly dependent on its historical and institutional trajectory. Now we find a lot of OECD countries and developing countries, they're very keen to apply the EE concept in their policy actions. And some of them aligned EE with industrial policies, and more actually aligned it with the innovation policies, which this paper is focused on. Next, please. So this slide actually give you an idea of the components that we can find in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. These are on the left are the key EE scholars, and the middle column we find that they are the category that they try to put the elements, the EE elements within all these categories. And if you look at the right-hand column, you find that they're more or less very similar. We talk about culture, we talk about policies, we talk about capital or the funds, we talk about markets, and also the government support policies. So all these are very important components which interact together to produce what we call the productive entrepreneurship, which will bring economic growth for a particular country or territory in question. Next, please. Well, now we go into look at the case of China, the development of unicorns, which, as I explained, the presence of unicorns is indicative of EEs in operation. So that means that when we can find unicorns in a particular area or in a country, we then can locate that the entrepreneurial ecosystem are up and running. They are up and running in those countries. So according to Huron Research Institute in 2020, out of the 586 unicorns in the world, 227 were located in China. Only 6 less than the 223 unicorns found in the US. So this is the 2020 figure. And most of the unicorn in China, they were found located in big cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Shenzhen, and Nanjing. Unicorns in China, they cover a wide range of sectors. Most of them actually are focused on the e-commerce sector, financial technology, fintech, AI, artificial intelligence, health technology, the health tech, and platform economy. Unicorns develop most of them based on business model innovation. And they thrive particularly well in platform economy sector and taking advantage of the last fast growing, but still very much fragmented consumer market in China. And the institutional investors in China's unicorns cover both the foreign venture capital companies and also local VC firms. So it is important to highlight that the Chinese tech giants, including Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu, they are frequent investors of Chinese unicorns, and they have always been included in the top 10 institutional investors list, producing a lot of the latecomer unicorns in China. Next, please. So just now we talk about, you know, this concentration of unicorns in the big cities in China, including Beijing. Top the list, 44.37% actually of the unicorns in Beijing, followed by Shanghai and Hangzhou and Shenzhen, Nanjing. Next, please. So this is the sector. E-commerce, very important, e-commerce sector, AI, fintech, logistics, you know, logistics is important, very important sector in China as well. Health tech, culture and entertainment. So all these are the sectors that most unicorns focus on. Next, please. And these are the, you know, the unicorns in China with the highest estimated market value and financial, which try to put up an IPO, but not, you know, not successful because of the regulatory requirement of China. So still now it is still topping the unicorn list in China. ByteDance, also very famous, I think these days because of TikTok, and Didi. You know, all these Kuaishou and also Didi, they have already you know, taken away from the unicorn list because they've already IPO successfully. So all these are the unicorns in China with the highest estimated market value. Next, please. Institutional investors, look at the list. Not many from countries outside China. We find that, you know, US, yes, but the top 10 list, most of them are from China. Most of them from China. Tencent and you know, Hill House, Alibaba. You see all these. They are the very important investors of unicorns in China. Except, you know, of course, the top one is from the US. Next, please. So the case, well, this slide actually shows the innovation policy, the historical development of the innovation policy in China. It's important to point out that actually China, the innovation policy in China was embedded initially in China's national development strategy of upgrading science and technology. So science and technology is part and parcel of innovation policy in China. As you can see that now the focus is on trying to develop science-based innovation. Science and technology industrial parks. We also have the Touch program. In China, they actually promote innovation fund to try to help SMEs, technology-based SME, providing grants or loans in support of early stage commercialization. And also we talk about indigenous innovation, trying to push China, to help China to become an innovation-oriented society and becoming an innovation economy. And only until recently that entrepreneurship as a concept is getting important, and it is putting, you know, entrepreneurship and innovation are put together in Premier of the State Council of Republic of China, People's Republic of China, Li Keqiang's speech to talk about mass entrepreneurship and innovation in 2014, and only until recently. So actually, China talk about entrepreneurship. as a very important policy to drive innovation. Next, please.
Excuse me, Professor Pon, your time is 3 minutes.
Okay. So towards the late 1990s, well, we can find that this slide actually talk about the development, the growth of unicorns in China. So I will skip this because the important thing is we talk about the development of entrepreneurial ecosystem. Next slide, please. So this slide gives you an idea of how EEs have been developed in China. So on the left, we find that all these are the components which are present in China. Entrepreneurs, the business model, innovative business model, domestic market, big domestic market, internet penetration very high. The number of internet users is high. Cultural values, the younger generation actually they really want to become the entrepreneur. Human and financial capital, leadership, and government support policies. All these components are there, and they interact together to foster the development of EEs in China. Next, please. So this actually gives us some implication for innovation policy. So when we examine the entrepreneurial ecosystems development in China, we know that public policy promoting innovation and entrepreneurship should be together. They should not be formulated separately. When we are promoting entrepreneurship, we are promoting innovation, and vice versa. The top-down centralized approach should be replaced by a bottom-up decentralized approach in promoting innovation. And business model innovation is as important as technology-based innovation. And finally, innovation policy should reinforce the interactive relationship among individual components at a systemic level, promoting both innovation and entrepreneurship, rather than just targeting and promoting isolated elements. So that is the most important message for innovation policy when we look at the development of EEs in China. And next, please. I think this is the conclusion already. Yeah, the conclusion is that by examining the EE's development in China, we actually get very useful insights and lessons for the formulation and implementation of innovation policy for a lot of the developing countries. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Very interesting paper. In fact, I found your paper is deeply thought, insightful paper, and I think contributes much to our knowledge about the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Okay, there is one question from Professor Asikin, I think, from Malaysia. You mentioned about 30 steps of innovation or commercialization. So how does SME survive the presumably grueling process as compared to the strong unicorn?
30 steps of innovation. How does SME survive the presumably as compared with the strong? Yes, I think, well, first of all, I don't think that I talk about 30 steps of innovation. I only say that there are a load of components which are very important components in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And those components actually, sometimes when we talk about startups are very small. They can be very small, but unicorns, they are really scaled ups. Startups can develop into unicorns quickly when there is a very innovative business model, just like Alibaba, which actually they predate the term of unicorn. So Alibaba actually already exit unicorn club before the term actually emerged. So, but just take Alibaba as an example. It actually is a very small startup, but it only takes a very short time before it becomes a big unicorn because of the big market, because of the innovative business model. So that's why I think the SME, if they have very good innovative business model, they can still be able to develop into a unicorn quickly.
Okay. So there are not another question.
A unicorn usually related to disruptive. Yes. Disruptive innovation. Do the unicorns in China exert significant impact outside the country as well? Yeah. Well, I do think that it is. They have a very important impact on other companies outside China, because they don't really just focus on domestic market. Some of the unicorn actually, they are very global. They actually look for global market, and they are the competitors of a lot of the unicorns or other companies in other countries. Yes.
Next question. Yes. Yeah.
And, another question. What is the significant role of your government role to address to the EE to promote unicorn? Government role, I think the important government role is that don't actually try to impose a top-down directive. Yeah. It's not top-down.
You mentioned in your conclusion, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is bottom-up. It's very important to really develop from the bottom up, so that culture, the cultural values, trying to foster, promote entrepreneurship by significantly strengthen the cultural values of entrepreneurship.
Okay. Last question from Professor Pattarapong.
Policies of local governments in China very different. Yes, I do think so. So the limitation of this paper is that we only look at China as a whole. We don't have time to actually look at individual local government. So well, we do believe that different government, local government, they have their local government policies, which will have different impact on the development of unicorns in China.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Paul. So thank you, and we are moving to the next paper. I think the next paper will be from Malaysia, from Professor Asikin. I think we'll be talking about challenges and barriers in public services innovation in Malaysia. Professor Nur Asikin, please, time is yours. 15 minutes, Prof.
Okay, I share again. Good afternoon. This is a challenge of being the second last paper or the last paper towards the end of the day, but never mind. My paper would be very straightforward. I'm just going to talk about what we call this, talk about the challenges and barriers to public sector's innovation in Malaysia. So this is the thing that makes me carry out this research together with my teams, because we noticed that from the literature, actually problem, barriers and challenges to innovate are actually happening everywhere. It's not limited to any organization or to specific industries or size of the organization. It could happen anywhere at any time. So the government, we noticed that when the government of Malaysia decided to join the innovation bandwagon, the government is actually being a new kid on the block. Surely they are taking a big departure, big steps from their classic and traditional roles and function. So that's why it triggers our interest in conducting this research, because we want to find out whether the government, despite having the resources, despite having maybe enough financial resources to support the innovative activities, whether the government still face problem in such undertaking. So for today, in the last throughout these 50 minutes, the take home point would be that this paper is important because it actually provides the technical input for policy and decision makers in Malaysia, or others who are interested, or for others who are about to embark in the same kind of undertaking. In terms of Malaysia, it is important also for decision makers or policy makers, when they design policy in the future, or when they design programs, they maybe can take into consideration the findings of this research for better enforcement or better implementation. At the same time, it may be if they can also use this one as a solution to their current problem and introduce the best practices for public sector innovation in expanding the activities of innovation activities from federal government to state government or at local authorities level. It's also important because for future references, it is important to know these barriers and challenges because it would actually affect the performance in measuring the performance of the innovation activities in the public sector. Hopefully, and this finding also could generate future interest, future studies on this topic. So this topic is actually this one. Okay, let me check. Okay. This is how I'm going to present my presentation today. The presentation is actually divided into 4 parts. First, the background, and then I'm going to talk about the data and the findings, and also the discussion, and lastly, the conclusion and also the way forward in addressing this problem. If you look at the in terms of background, if you look at the literature review, there are thousands and thousands of literature and past research findings in talking about the roles and benefits of innovation. All these books are talking about the same thing, but the benefits of involving in innovation activities. Innovation contributes, how innovation contributes for socio-economic development, for economic growth, and then for the betterment of the daily life, for improving the societal quality of life, and also in advancing the knowledge. This one is undeniable. So much so, one of the I think OECD considered innovation as the holy grail for economic development. And also, if we look at the literature review, the definition of innovation has actually developed and progressed so far from the original definitions of innovation as introduced by Schumpeter. Of course, during those days, we was only when we talk about innovation, we are only talking about machines, or we're talking about techniques or a process. But nowadays, there are at least about 12 types of innovation that is possible. This is due to the advancements of technology and changes in time. So you can see that there are a lot. And then number 11, I am interested in number 11 because we are talking about public innovation, public sector innovation. So that one is undeniable. I'm not going to deliberate a lot on that one. And also, if you look, we also notice that in the past, the players for innovation activities are very limited. Mostly they are undertaken by the private sector and or industry player, whereby they are all business communities, entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial individuals, academicians or researchers. But nowadays that scenario has changed because there is a new party in the picture. I'm referring to the government in the form of public sector. When the decision of the government to join in to join the innovation bandwagon in context of Malaysia, that decision was taken about 10 years ago. That one is actually a big departure, like I said just now, a leap from their traditional and classic function and roles of the government, because we know that all this while the government, they are actually a service provider. Their main job is not to innovate, but their main job is actually to provide services, quality services to the public, and then govern the country in order to protect the security and the sovereignty of the country. And of course, in doing that, they need to design and implement policies. These are actually the traditional roles of the government. So by decision to innovate, to be involved in innovation, that is actually something is new. And then this is actually something that government of Malaysia, in context of Malaysia, not done before, we have not done this before. So that's why we are interested in looking what are the problems and what kind of challenges, potential problems and challenges that the government of Malaysia might be facing. And then there are, of course, there are reasons and justification as to why the government of Malaysia decided to join in the innovation. And then, of course, in our 11th Malaysian plan, that is a document like a master plan for Malaysian, the development of Malaysia, for 5 years master plan for Malaysia's development. Innovation has been listed as the key driver for source of economic growth. For public sector, it's been specifically mentioned in our SDI policy document. I think it's placed as one of the pillars, the trust pillar, under the SDI governance. Under that one, it's been explained that the public sector is highly encouraged to be involved in the innovation activities. And then, of course, this is something that the government cannot delay or cannot avoid or run away, because the world is changing, so it's becoming more challenging and complex. So then the public sector, in delivering the services to the public, needs to change and improve their services also. And then in order to do that, in order to improve their services, they need to have the ability and readiness to change, innovate, and develop for their service delivery. So in terms of this research, there are many definitions of public sector, but for our purposes, we have defined public sector as, in general, is a ruling government. And then in detail or in specific, we are looking at the public administration entities that provide services to the public. Like the public services, they are normally provided by the public sector, for example, education, healthcare, finance, and then military or defense. And then it also includes regulatory and enforcement agencies, as well as public-owned or state-owned enterprises. In terms of the people in the public service, they are actually called civil servant or public servant. So these are actually the people involved in the public sector innovation. So there are many types of public sectors innovation. There are at least 6 types of public sectors, 6 types of innovation that public sector can produce. For example, technology process, administrative process, governance innovation, product services or process innovation, or implementation of any new or significantly improved product or services. All these are actually with the purpose of bringing positive impact to the well-being of the public, so that the society can have a better lifestyle or better future, and also through the economic growth created or through the improved services, the what we call this, the economy could also expand from there. Okay, based on the literature review, there are many actually literature reviews available on challenges and barriers in public sector's innovation. In this slide, I have identified actually 6 types of barriers and challenges faced by public sector's innovation abroad. One of them, number 1, is the nature of work. 2 is leadership. 3 is interaction and communication. 4 is management and autonomy. 5 is incentive and rewards. And 6 is actually a mindset and perceived superiority. Yeah. In details, these authors were saying that we need to be careful, because when we talk about public sector innovation, we cannot assume that they are the same as in the private sector innovation, because public sector innovation is something new, a new undertaking for the government, and the nature and scope of work between public sector and private sector or business organization are obviously different. Business organization leaner, smaller, and they are very direct as compared to a public sector. They have their own structure, they have their own hierarchy. So it is not as easy as making in terms of making decision. It's not as easy as in a business organization. And then when it comes to private sector, because they are more profit oriented, so they have the mechanism to select market. It is part of their structure, the organization
Professor
structure.
Rasikin,
Yes.
your time is 3 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So these are actually the barriers. So when it comes to Malaysia, what are the barriers? And then when it comes, this is the literature done on public sector innovation locally. There is a gap, not many research on there. So that's why this research undertakes this topic. Of course, this research is actually exploratory in nature. It uses a qualitative approach, and we use primary and secondary data. The targeted respondent samples are actually the public servants, public sector, and the participants or the respondent are actually the winners of Public Sector's Innovation Award. We have 3 awards. The government has created 3 awards, the Public Sector Innovation Awards, and the winners are actually has actually at least won the award once. So we use a semi-structured question in the data collection. So in the end, 86 participants participated, 4 leaders, 4 managers, and 78 team members, 12 single parents, 61 females, 21 females, 74 males. So what is interesting is that, okay, these are actually the findings. We found that there are actually external and internal challenges and barriers. The external took in 4 forms, actually family, personal space and time, social responsibility and dilemma. For personal, family, all these respondents says that family are important to them. The support of the family actually motivates them to be involved in the innovation. But as the process drags, as the processes become more demanding, the family starts to feel the pressure, and then because of that, they were not able to, because of complaint, they were not able to spend time with the family, and then in certain cases they even neglected their their responsibility, like sending the children to school. So there was complaint from their spouses. In the end of the day, the family withdraw their support. So, and then also they feel hurtful when the family make comments by comparing them to other civil servants. So they say that this is very hurtful comment, and they don't have time and space for themselves or privacy, because they will spend most of the time actually spend with the innovation and the responsibility at work. So they have to abandon their hobbies, and they were not able to help around, and they have to delegate their responsibilities. This pressure becomes bad for especially the single parents or married also, but the pressure is more for the single parents. And then they don't have time for others. They don't have time for socializing. And then at the end of the day, many were accused of being recluse, and then they feel isolated, because at the end, after a long period of time, they feel that they are not able to keep up with whatever is happening around them. And then they also have dilemma, even though they have the thought of quitting did cross their mind, but they cannot do that because they say that they have to support the other team members. So in the end of the day, they have to carry on doing, undertaking the innovation activities, but with such pressure. And in terms of internal actually things that affect them in the organization, so there are about 5. First thing is leadership, incentive, support system, financial budget, and structure organization. They feel that currently they don't the groups feels that leadership is very important. If you don't get the good leaders, and then leaders who are capable of making difficult decisions, leaders who are not afraid of taking the risk, that would cause them problem later on. And then they say that we want a good leader, a strong leader, because it affects their motivation. And then some of the leaders are being unprofessional, and because of this, there are distrust in the amongst the team members and also colleagues at office. And unfortunately, there is no incentive paid by the government to them. So in the end of the day, many of them have to use their own money to finance some of the activities that to finance the activities, to make sure that their work can see can be completed. Yeah. And then even though the government has allocated money for as a reward, but they don't know where the money goes to or who gets the money. And then thirdly, the most important thing is support system, because the innovation is not considered in Malaysia. The public sector innovation is not considered as part of their official duties. It's actually a voluntary activities. So it's not a praise. It doesn't contribute towards their KPI. So even though this innovation actually a work problem driven, but it's still surprisingly not counted as official duty. So they have problem because they cannot get unrecorded leave. So because of that, they only start the innovation activities after official office hours. And then financial budget also, even though there is a financial budget, but the budget is not enough. And then it's not fixed, it's fixed on project basis, so it's quite difficult for them. And there's a structure organization, they are bound by a strict bureaucracy and then the top down. So they say that it's quite difficult to get to have an open communication with their superior. And then sometimes the leaders who are not professional even punish them for non-official work related, but this is something to punish them during their office hours to the mistake that they make during the innovation activities. So lastly, so this is the conclusion. So actually, the challenges and barriers in Malaysia are the same as in foreign countries. So, but this research actually proved one thing, that actually confirmed that leadership is vital for innovation, public sector innovation. And then it's also important of having and maintaining quality staff. And then because in Malaysia, even despite the difficulties, year in and year out, there are always staff who volunteers to participate in this voluntarily undertaking. So in that sense, government of Malaysia is very lucky because there are people who like to contribute on voluntary basis, even though there is no payment, despite the pressure. And then the staff have a very good quality. Actually, even though they have a good quality in terms of attitude and also mindset, and they are mentally strong and they are very supportive towards each other. But what the government of Malaysia needs to do is, in terms of improving the public sector innovation, is to actually to introduce a better management system or mechanism in order to manage and protect this talent. Otherwise, they might be disparate because of office politics and bureaucracy. And then the diversity is also important in the what we call this in carrying out the innovation activities in the public sector. And then majority of the participants say that leadership is a founding pillar. It's actually the one that drives them to produce good work and try to produce a good innovation. We need the leaders who are objective and willing to take calculated risks. And then, number 6 is actually they need to, because they are the division between official job and innovation activities are very fine and blurry. So the superiors need to be very careful whether they have to know whether they are now acting in official capacity or now acting for the innovation activities. So that one is important, because if they don't take care, it would actually negatively affect the superior. So in the end of the day, like I said, there is a need to review and improve the programs, the implementations of the programs. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Asikins. We are running out of time, but I have one question, Prof. Asikin.
Yes.
You mentioned that your sample study is around 86 participants out of 4 organizations.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wonder whether out of these 4 organizations, are the organizations who are dealing with responsible for STI policy development and implementation?
It is embedded. The STI policy is embedded in the services. It's not like the Ministry of STI policy. It's actually public sectors, ministries, but the STI policy, they're still in delivering their services. They also adopt STI.
All those 4 organizations, in certain extent, they are also developing STI policy.
Yes, at the organization level.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any questions in the chatting rooms, and sorry, so we can stop here, Prof. Asikin.
All right, can.
And looking forward to hearing another work of yours. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now
sorry,
we are
it's taken some time.
Okay, we are moving to the next final presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Asikin.
Yeah.
The paper entitled Green Production as a Path to Green Innovation, written by Won-Sub Eum and Sira Malivol. Now, Sira Malivol is an old friend of mine. Yes. And he will be presenting the paper, yeah? Sira?
Yes, yes,
okay.
I'll be presenting.
So please, time is yours, 15 minutes.
Right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for the organizers to have us here and present. And thank you for everyone for staying on. I know that we're running a little bit late, but thank you for staying on and hearing our presentation. I am an assistant professor at SUNY Korea in Songdo, Korea. So let's just jump into this. So I'll be presenting green production as a path to green innovation. We're basically looking at the geospatial qualities of industries, green industries and technologies. And so normally when we think about green technologies, or when policymakers often think about green technologies, they think that they have to make a choice between one or the other, either promoting green technologies or developing economically. And so recent studies are pointing to the idea that green growth is actually possible, that you don't have to sacrifice one for the other. And so what we attempt to do is try to connect production of green technologies or products dependent on green technologies and the innovation of those technologies. Past studies on green innovation normally focus on the supply of innovation resources such as R&D, human, and financial capital. And thus the policies that are adopted follow these established theories that redirect scarce resources from existing industries toward new green technologies. So here we can see that in Japan and Korea, they've established research centers specifically, or government-led research centers specifically targeting green innovation. And so again, we can see that there is an effort and resources that are being committed to this sector. And so here, basically, we believe that production actually can promote green innovation. So there isn't it's not necessary to think that there's a trade-off between one or the other. And here we're using an analysis using that green technology space, but we divide the product space into two planes. One, we look at the technological capabilities in the form of patents, and then we also look at the production capabilities by measuring the export volume of the countries. And then we link these with an ALP algorithm, basically to look at the probabilities with which these are associated with each other. So the main contributions of our paper are that we connect innovation to the green product space, and we suggest paths of innovation from green production to green innovation. And finally, we provide some empirical evidence on the diversification of green technology, especially looking at Asian countries. So here we focus on understanding what is green innovation, what are green industries. In the past, again, most of the literature on green innovation mainly focuses on how to use demand for green products to promote innovation. Many of these studies here explore marketing strategies, again, looking at the demand of consumers and trying to understand how to influence their behavior. Then also studies have focused on the attitudes and motivations. Again, why are they buying these green products and how we might try to, again, promote their adoption of green products in their purchasing. So here we suggest that the supply side needs to be investigated because it has been neglected thus far. And so we suggest using exports to represent the quality and competitiveness of production, looking at global trade, and then also patents representing technological capabilities. As we know, tacit knowledge is rather difficult to measure, and so we adopt patents as a measure to represent that. And then we look at the relationship between production and innovation. So again, new knowledge and technological discoveries are the results of innovation activities that occur in research labs, research departments, and such. However, at MIT, they found that it's important for us to recognize how production itself will also lead to innovation. And so previous studies have pointed out that this active process of innovation takes place during these early stages of production, such as testing of prototypes and improving the production efficiency, and then even during customer interaction when the products are in the market. And so green innovation isn't truly separable from green production, because here it not only requires high technology, but also the ability to produce these goods, these green technology, these green goods, and then here, especially as that market starts growing globally. So what data do we use to analyze? We look at the period from 1980 to 2016, and we examine 100 countries. Where are we getting this data from? We look at the UN Comtrade to extract the export data. And again, this represents the production capabilities of the country. Here, the UN Comtrade classifies those different export goods using the SITC 4-digit revision 2, where that's the revision that we're using in this study. And then for the patent data, again, representing innovation capabilities or technological capabilities, we use USPTO patents, right? And those patents that are granted. However, these are classified according to IPC 4-digit classifications. So here, how we link them is again using the algorithmic links of probabilities, basically reclassifying the patent data into the SITC industry classifications based on the probabilities that those technologies are used in those sectors for those products. And then to classify which industries are considered green, we use the classification that Hamway et al. Came up with, where they basically go through the different SITC definitions and they look at whether or not they have some type of green products in the end. So we can see some examples here where SITC 8997 may be classified as waste management. And then again, these other examples are available for us to look at for reference. So our methods, how do we take that data and try to translate it into an understanding of what the capabilities are of the countries? So we look at the comparative advantage of a country in, represented by C in this equation in a green industry. Represented by P in the equation. And with this, we are calculating the revealed comparative advantage. And so you may be familiar with RCA, where this is basically what is the share of export trade within a given sector for a given country relative to its share of exports in the world, right? So this is basically that equation. And we do the same thing to calculate the revealed technological advantage, but here, rather than using export trade value, we're using the number of patents, USPTO patents that a country has. So again, this is a share of ratio of the share of technological patents that an industry in a country has over all the different industries that the country has patents in compared to its overall position globally. And then we calculate proximity between two industries. So here we're looking at the likelihood of having both comparative advantage in two relative industries. And so here, if they have comparative advantage in those industries, in two industries, then it's considered that those industries are close to each other or proximate to each other. And then we calculate density. So density here is basically the idea that there is a degree of comparative advantage when we compare the different industries. And let me see if I can find a better. So here again, the proximity index basically indicates what is termed the distance between two industries, right? And again, calculating it based on the comparative advantage of those two industries. And then here we use a regression model where we look at the future relative technological advantage in 5 years compared to the current period. And so we have the current relative technological advantage of a country, and then the density again of the industry, and then we have country and industry dummies to control for their fixed effects. So here again, the dependent variable is the revealed technological advantage in 5 years. Excuse me, I think I got it. But okay, and then we also use two different models, a linear probability model and the probit model to run our regressions. So our results, we have a probability. So here, that just basically shows a probability that a country is going to develop a new technological comparative advantage for an industry. So basically, these gray bars represent whether or not the country enters into a specific industry. And so you can see that there's some, you know, for some industries, these red bars show that they basically don't have the comparative advantage in that industry, and so there's no entry. And then here, basically, the more likely that the industry or the country has a higher density, the more likely they're going to enter into those sectors. But here, when we look at the East Asian countries, we can see the same thing holds true, but East Asian countries tend to have comparative advantage and are able to enter into several more sectors. So then we run the regression on this. And again, we are basically looking at the density variable, that's our variable of interest. And we can see that we have a significant, a positive and significant interaction with our dependent variable. So here, again, running across these different models, then we can see that they're confirmed across the different models. Excuse me, maybe. Okay. So then, in conclusion, here, obviously, having comparative advantage in technology is obviously going to lead to a higher likelihood of future innovation. But here, also having comparative advantage in the production in an industry, a green industry, is also going to have a positive influence on the likelihood of innovating in those sectors as well. And so the policy implications here are obviously a little bit straightforward. Designing green innovation policies should also start from understanding which green sectors a country has production comparative advantage in to move into those sectors. But then also that green innovation should not only look at the green sectors, but also those production, those industries where production in those related industries, those ones that are closer relative to each other based on their based on the comparative advantages of those industries. So the limitations of our studies and future research, this study analyzes green sectors and their innovation at the industry level. However, this may be too general, considering that many of the positive aspects of green technologies may be found at the product level. this study does not differentiate between green sectors and does not consider each green sector's characteristics during the analysis. So basically the differences between the different green sectors. Renewable energy industries and energy efficiency industries may have different degrees of technological dependence. However, this link between production and innovation may differ between those green sectors. So to resolve these problems that green technologies are expected to address, global perspectives need to be developed. Some firms may move manufacturing operations between countries to avoid greening. So here we don't necessarily recognize how to do that. So it may be useful to understand how can sectors that are known to drive climate change be greened faster to avoid worse climate crises. So more research is needed to address these issues. So thank you very much for listening to our presentation. And we welcome questions. I think that my co-author, Dr. Wansop, is available also for response.
Okay, thank you for your timely presentations. It's precisely 15 minutes. Okay. I'll take up the question from Professor Patarapong. So the question is, you can see actually in the chat, why did you use export as a proxy of production? Many cases, technologies are used domestically, not being exported. So why didn't you simply study the relationship between green export, comparative advantage, and green innovation?
Yeah, so here to be able to compare since it's a country level comparison, we needed to find data that, that's obviously a limitation. So we agree with that. But at the same time, to be able to make comparisons between countries, we need to make sure that the products and the industries are comparable as well. And so we use export as that, basically reinforcing, again, the competitiveness of those industries and those products in those industries to suggest that if you're able to export a product, then the product from that country is going to be competitive and they have comparative advantage.
Okay, the last question maybe from Mr. Yu. I would like to know if transnational corporation may facilitate knowledge or technology transfer across countries and also from developed to less developed countries. What do you think?
Do you want to field one of these questions here in the chat?
In the chat, you can see it.
Yeah, transnational corporations may facilitate knowledge across and also develop. I'll take it then. I think again, I think that agreed, right? That kind of relates to the limitations that was mentioned, that it's very true that those transnational corporations may move their operations. And so unfortunately, with the data that we have, we're not capable of capturing it in this model. And so that would have to be studied in more depth in the future.
Okay, we don't have a question. I have one question, Dr. Maliko. You state quite strongly that green growth is possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe due to the lack of my understanding of statistical analysis, but can you point out which part of your statistical analysis that support that statement?
Okay.
Because at the end, you conclude that the comparative advantage in technology is needed in order to develop greenly, while many countries don't have such comparative advantage. Does it mean that green growth is only possible for particular countries who has this comparative advantage in technology?
Well, okay. I think that when I prepared the slides, I actually had a reference for that for that statement of green growth being possible, so I should have included it. But yes, I appreciate the comment, and I think that it may be something that needs further exploration as well.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add to that?
So for at this point, we were trying to look at the relationship between the production and innovation, and probably the growth as a result of the production or innovation could be added in the future research. But for now, at this stage, I think we have been focusing on the looking at the relationship between production and innovation, and especially as production as a factor of innovation.
Okay. So 20 minutes has passed. I think if there is no other significant question, urgent questions, I would end this session.
Thank you very much.
20 minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Sira Malival, and also Wansub Aim, Dr. Wansub Aim, for your interesting presentation. Thank you. So, dear participants, I would also to announce that the proceeding of this conference is already available in the website. So you can visit the website and then you can download the proceedings of this conference, for the 3 days conference. Thank you for your attention. Now is 5 before 5. I will hand it over to the Master of Ceremony, I think to Nidia, right?
Yes, sir.
Nidia?
Yes.
Still there?
Mr. Crit. No.
No? Who is the? Yeah.
Yes, it's me, sir.
Okay, I return it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Crit. Okay.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all the presenters, the two chairs, Professor Pattarapong and Dr. Dudi Dayat, for this excellent afternoon. I hope all participants have enjoyed and gained productive discussion over the course. Before we end this afternoon session, I would like to remind everyone about our next 2 days program. So tomorrow, the theme is Science, Technology, and Innovation Policies for the Sustainable Development Goals of SDG. And the day after tomorrow, which is on Friday, the theme is STI Policies and Management after COVID-19 pandemic. So these next 2 days follow like today's program, meaning that the morning sessions are arranged for keynote speech and panel discussion or the STI policy forum. And in the afternoons are reserved for paper presentation. We look forward to welcome you all back again for the remaining of the conference. That's it for today. Have a very nice evening, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you. See you.
Halo, 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 halo. Ya, nggak ada orang kah?
Ya, halo.
Halo, tes, tes. Halo, halo,
Ya, halo.
halo. Boleh mohon bantuan nggak? Kan tadi terputus-putus, jadi link presensi hari ini keputus gitu, nggak sempet ke-save.
Jadi apa bantuannya?
Linknya untuk kehadiran, Pak. Katanya kan sertifikat mesti 3 hari berturut-turut hadir kan?
Oh, kebetulan saya nggak pegang linknya itu.
Bisa tolong nggak Pak? Diminta, soalnya aku nih sampai nyari-nyari deh tadi.
Sebentar ya.
Mm.
Tolong ini apa?
Kenapa?
Gimana? Ke ini
Kemana?
itu
Ke main-nya?
siapa namanya? Indri gitu. Tapi kan sekarang kan sedang kumpul di itu ya, di break room ya mereka. Nanti
Iya,
nggak lama
makanya
mereka
minta tolong
akan,
Pak. Soalnya ini susah, dari tadi aku halo-halo di chat nggak ada yang jawab. Internetnya kan memang suka masalah, Pak.
sebentar saya coba.
Iya,
dulu.
makasih banyak ya Pak.